Chapter 1. The Sword on the 10-Mile Slope. Level 71. Li Chu murmured, casually swinging down his longsword. A lantern flickering with eerie, ghostly fire, situated just 10 feet in front of him, was instantly extinguished before splitting in two and collapsing to the ground, cleaved by his effortless strike. At this late hour, in the dead of night, a young Taoist dressed in robes that seemed to embody both water and fire was wandering through this desolate wilderness, a rather bizarre sight. From a distance, he appeared tall and elegant, an embodiment of ethereal beauty. As one drew nearer, his clear and bright features became more evident, his radiant eyes a testament to a countenance untouched by worldly filth. With each leisurely step he took, lanterns of ghostly fire would dart forth from the shadows, attempting to encroach upon him. Yet, under the gleam of his sword, not a single lantern could dare to approach. With every lantern he dispelled, unseen by ordinary eyes, a flurry of white light dissipated from the remnants, flowing into the Taoist's body. Alas, Li Chu sighed softly, speaking to himself, indeed, as my level increases, the experience offered by these lantern specters diminishes. Initially, one lantern beast could grant me a level up, yet now, it takes a full 2 months just to progress. At this rate, who knows how long I shall wait for my next upgrade. However, he shifted his tone, continuing, while this leveling may be sluggish, it excels in safety. His gaze turned toward a distant horizon, as if peering into the endless darkness, beholding those malevolent entities that prey upon the unwary. This world is undeniably perilous. There are monsters, fiends, vengeful spirits, and beasts aplenty. Evil beings saturate the land, crafting an atmosphere of constant peril. To seek creatures with higher experience inevitably invites greater risk. Though I remain uncertain of my current might, I must assume it is not formidable. Prudently, I shall linger here on the 10-mile slope for a while longer. A man must endure solitude and withstand temptation whilst vanquishing the lantern specters. In the midst of his musings, he had already effortlessly dispatched 5 or 6 more lantern creatures, moving with such finesse and precision that he had reached a realm of mastery. Li Chu had been in this world for nearly a year. A year prior, he was a recent graduate who had just concluded his college entrance examinations, lamenting over a grave error that led to a mere second place in his province. One mundane afternoon, he stumbled upon an old Xinxia game. Little did he know, it would thrust him through a portal of corruption. Upon awakening, he found himself in an unfamiliar realm. Outside Yuhang town lay the 10-mile slope, crowned by the Diyun Temple, where he had become a novice Taoist. Of course, who he was mattered little. What held gravity was the fact that in this world, the realms of gods, Taoist magic, and supernatural beings, all the elements of the game had materialized into tangible existence. The once controller of virtual avatars, Li Chu, had transformed into a flesh-and-blood being capable of feeling pain and mortality. His mindset shattered in an instant. Through a screen, anyone could rampage undeterred, but in this reality, Li Chu could think of but one goal: to live with a smile. The western side of the 10-mile slope bordered a chaotic graveyard, where desolate tombs thrived in an aura of rich spiritual energy, inevitably giving rise to various specters, with the lantern creature being the most common. The lantern creatures possessed feeble power. They were essentially pallid souls clinging to phosphorescent flames, taking the form of lanterns. When approached by unsuspecting travelers, their souls were collided with ethereal forces. Any man with a modicum of yang energy could easily dispel such spectral entities. Even if inadvertently touched by them, it would merely result in a minor ailment, nothing irreversible. Thus, through the years, few cultivators ventured to exterminate them, primarily due to sheer apathy. The local populace became accustomed to avoiding the 10-mile slope at night, a decision that minimized casualties. Until Li Chu's arrival. Upon discovering the possibility of gaining experience through slaying monsters, the lantern creatures found themselves facing an unprecedented calamity. After all, they were the weakest specters within a 100-mile radius, endlessly spawning a perfect option for leveling up. As the night deepened, Li Chu sheathed his sword and turned to head back. He understood the wisdom of not overexploiting resources, therefore, he would refrain from exterminating every single one, allowing them 3 to 4 days to recuperate after each harvest. During these intervals, he would journey to the eastern woods to hunt ghost bees, explore the southern wasteland for wine jar monsters, or head north to the foothills to tackle black furballs. These assorted minor specters shared a singular trait: their weakness. In this treacherous world, the feeble and vulnerable Li Chu was steadily growing stronger, one small spectral creature at a time. Beneath the moonlight, the mountain breeze billowed his robes, and the young Taoist strode purposefully, soon arriving at an ancient temple. The weathered exterior displayed the scars of time, while one side of the wall was overtaken by climbing ivy. The gilded plaque overhead had largely worn away, leaving only the hollow remnants of the words "the Yun Temple." Pushing the door open, he entered the spacious front courtyard paved with azure bricks, where a large bronze cauldron stood at its center, 3 robust thousand-year incense sticks inserted within. Crossing the courtyard, he proceeded to the Sanqing main hall. Inside, the altar housed the divine statues of the 3 pure ones. Li Chu casually nodded toward the altar, offering a casual greeting before moving swiftly through. As a modern soul, even in a world rife with supernatural phenomena, he felt little reverence towards these deities. His thoughts were straightforward. If you could truly fulfill my wishes, I shall have faith in you. If not, then it is best if we part ways. On his very first day, he had made a wish to return home, which had, of course, gone ungranted. The rear courtyard was considerably smaller and more chaotic. The yellow earth floor mingled with a robust old locust tree in the corner. Beneath the tree lay a stone-covered well, and beside it were a stone table and chairs. Even in the sweltering summer, the area around the well remained bone-chillingly cool, as though one were sitting by an open refrigerator door, which is why the master and disciple often passed time here, seeking refuge from the heat. The courtyard featured 3 small rooms, one occupied by Yu Qianan, one by Li Chu, and the last serving as the kitchen, which could also be considered Li Chu's. Li Chu tiptoed into the small courtyard, quietly returning to his room, careful not to disturb his master. His master, Yu Qianan, the head of the Yun Temple, was a true, enlightened master, at least according to his own claims. He often recounted tales of his youth, of chivalric adventures and banishing evil, stating that he had undertaken many deeds of slaughter before seeking refuge in this humble temple, vowing never again to take a life. At times, inspired by passion, he would share stories of his youth, tales of slaying demons over wine at Chaoga, battling sea serpents in the Eastern Sea, or opening the gates of heaven beneath the moonlight on Kunlun, each more fantastical than the last, leaving Li Chu in awe. Thus, Li Chu's utmost hope in diligently grinding experience points was to evolve into a figure akin to his master. After a simple wash and tending to his needs, he concluded a long yet fulfilling day. Stripping off his garments, he prepared to sleep. In an era devoid of smartphones or internet, his slumber was surprisingly more peaceful. Reflecting on his own shortcomings while inching closer to the strength of his master, a satisfied smile crept onto Li Chu's face. Chapter 2. The tranquil passage of time at the Yun Temple. On the following morning, the dawn was resplendent. Li Chu felt increasingly invigorated as of late, even with merely 2 hours of sleep each night. Fatigue eluded him. Upon stepping outside, he observed his master, Yu Qian, lost in thought while seated on a stone bench in the courtyard. Although he was in his 50s, Yu Qian showed not a trace of aging. Clad in a neat blue robe, with his hair styled in flowing clouds, he sat upright beneath the trees, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. That moment, a gentle breeze wafted by, causing leaves to fall softly from above, and his presence radiated an undeniable air of wisdom. Noticing Li Chu's emergence, he cast a glance and remarked, "Well done, my disciple. Your cultivation has indeed progressed." Li Chu silently marveled at his master's perceptiveness. Realizing that his advancement had not escaped Yu Qian's keen observation, that he nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "It is but a modest improvement, and I am grateful for your praise, master." "You are now approaching the level of my own cultivation at your age," Yu Qian stated calmly. "You must remain diligent and not allow complacency to take root." Li Chu, buoyed by these words, promptly affirmed, "I understand, master." Yu Qian inclined his head slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. Earlier, he had mentioned that only those possessing a rare, celestial root could practice their sex esoteric arts, which had left Li Chu feeling quite disheartened. Fortunately, he later discovered his unique ability to gain strength through defeating foes, setting him firmly on the path of cultivation. Until now, he had never dared to aspire to surpass Yu Qian. So receiving such high praise today was indeed a delightful surprise. After completing a simple breakfast, the master and disciple enjoyed their meal, after which Li Chu donned a neatly arranged Taoist robe and proceeded to the main hall. As a Taoist priest, his primary duty during the day was to sit upon the meditation mat in the Sanqing Hall, awaiting the arrival of devotees. Yu Qian, however, had no need to wait there, both due to his status as the temple leader and the sparse number of visitors at the Yun Temple. It was not uncommon for hours to pass without a single soul appearing. Even when someone did arrive, they were typically impoverished villagers from nearby, unable to offer much in terms of donations, thereby negating the necessity for him to personally greet them. Only when certain well-known patrons visited would Li Chu venture to the back courtyard to summon his master, often with his rich and resonant voice. Yu Qian would eloquently address the visitors, securing enough offerings for the two of them to sustain themselves for a month. During such moments, Li Chu would stand behind him, marveling at his professionalism. Truly, he was the idol of the middle-aged women of Yuhang Town. At this moment, the idol sat gracefully at a stone table, engrossed in a beautifully illustrated album. The wind fluttered the pages, revealing a cover adorned with characters that vaguely resembled lantern, grass, harmony, and stillness. Seated in meditation on the mat, Li Chu silently circulated the energy within his body. While this practice would not directly enhance his strength, it would generate a warm current within him. This warmth alleviated fatigue, cleared the meridians, invigorated the blood, and revitalized his spirit. Through this method, he could sit cross-legged on the meditation mat all day without succumbing to numbness in his legs. A rather practical skill for a Taoist priest that he was uncertain how to label this energy. It was distinct from physical strength and vitality, akin to a palpable essence enveloping his being, dissipating into formlessness upon departure from his body. In this world, there existed many legitimate cultivators, and he was well aware of the existence of true qi, an embodiment of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within the human form. Fundamental to all magical arts and doctrines, extraordinarily mysterious. However, unlike true qi, which required breath control and circulation through the meridians to strengthen, the only means for Li Chu to enhance his own power was through defeating monsters and leveling up. Had it not been for this, why would he dare to risk confronting the lantern monster? Indeed, even a slight risk was still a risk. The sentiment remained. This world is fraught with peril, demons and malevolent spirits, collectively referred to as evil entities. That on the very first day of his arrival in this realm, he witnessed a harrowing incident involving such an entity. Brother Nyo from the neighboring village was dragged away by a water ghost. His family was forced to endure the pain of sacrificing to the water ghost to retrieve his body. A tragic tale indeed. Subsequently, owing to his role as a Taoist priest, Li Chu encountered various cases of malevolent entities causing havoc, leaving a profound shadow over his modern soul, which had been nurtured in peace and prosperity. Despite the enhancement of his abilities, he had intervened to resolve a portion of these incidents, and the processes were usually quite smooth. Nonetheless, killing aside, he still harbored fear. That he understood well that he was merely a small figure in the vastness of the universe. Countless formidable demons and evil spirits roamed the world, and when it came to these entities, a healthy respect was necessary. The Taoist scriptures state, the young should not be overly zealous. Objectively speaking, the current era could undoubtedly be described as a time of peace and prosperity. The realm was governed by the He Luo dynasty, a formidable feudal dynasty, founded nearly 8 centuries ago by the He Luo Ji family. Following a tumultuous war between gods and demons that established their reign, it remained steadfast and unyielding. The internal bureaucratic system was well structured, and the external defense forces were robust. Commerce thrived, and the laws were strictly enforced. The court possessed specialized agencies to deal with evil entities, while numerous sects of cultivators also existed within the realm. The founding emperor of He Luo personally conferred titles upon the 12 immortal sects, establishing a meritocratic examination for immortals, encouraging cultivators to eradicate evil and uphold righteousness. Both the Taoist and Buddhist traditions, along with the civil and martial paths, were eager to contribute their strength to protect the peace of the region, thereby expanding their own following. Yet, the vastness of the dynasty rendered it impossible for even the most numerous of cultivators to guarantee timely rescue should one encounter evil. They could only seek to avenge you posthumously. Yuhang Town was a part of the He Luo dynasty, situated in the southern region of Jiangnan, beneath the city of Hangzhou, while Shili Slope, as its name suggests, lay 10 miles beyond Yuhang Town, that if one were to delineate further, it might even belong to a specific village. At times, Li Chu pondered whether he was being overly timid as a transmigrator. It had been nearly a year, and he had yet to leave the novice village. However, upon further reflection, he realized that he had not received the treatment befitting a transmigrator. Farther afield, one might encounter various benevolent elder figures. And closer to home, there were myriad systems of diverse varieties. At the very least, one would expect to possess a transcendent artifact. Yet here he was, devoid of even a spiritual root for cultivation. All he had was the ability to level up through defeating monsters, requiring him to diligently grind low-level foes each night to marginally enhance his strength. With this perspective, Li Chu found solace. Exiting the mountains was an impossibility. He would never leave the mountains in this lifetime. With no golden finger to aid him, he could only continue to grind against the lantern monsters, barely maintaining his meager growth. The people of Yuhang Town were all talented individuals, eloquent in speech, and he thoroughly enjoyed his time here. The sun shone brightly, and the clouds drifted lazily. The cicadas joyfully chirped in the trees. Within the temple, the young Taoist quietly awaited the arrival of patrons in the main hall, while the elder Taoist perused the illustrated album in the back courtyard. Such is the essence of tranquil days. The air was perfumed with the fragrance of stone heather. Chapter 3. There is nothing that cannot be resolved with a sword, as the evening sun cast its last rays upon the mountains. The melody of a returning shepherd's flute filled the AI. Li Chu rose calmly from the meditation mat, stretching his limbs and smoothing the creases of his robe. Another day had passed without a single visitor. From this moment onward, Li Chu's spirit was wholly his own. Marking his true liberation, Tio put it simply, he was off work, despite having accomplished nothing throughout the day. The life of a young Taoist was indeed simple and devoid of extravagance, yet monotonous. Turning back to the courtyard, he began to prepare dinner. After they had dined, Li Chu stood and addressed Yu Qian. "Master, I must step out for a while." Yu Qian nodded gently. "Be cautious." "Of course." After exchanging pleasantries, Li Chu exited the temple. This time, he set out earlier than usual. The sky had yet to darken, and the monsters of Shili had not yet emerged. The direction he chose was also different from his usual path. He was headed toward the river. Yuhang Town is situated near the East China Sea estuary, surrounded by a network of rivers, among which flowed the notorious Blackwater River. While not particularly wide or deep compared to other rivers, it possessed an ominous reputation. No one dared to approach it due to the presence of water ghosts. Indeed, most significant rivers harbor some legends of water ghosts, but the Blackwater River was especially notorious. It was said that over a century ago, a catastrophic flood claimed many lives, and the water ghost that emerged thereafter absorbed numerous souls, rapidly increasing its power. In other places, one might simply avoid entering the water. But near the Blackwater River, merely gazing upon its surface could lead one to be entranced. Over time, both banks of the river became no-go zones. For a long while, no incidents occurred, but last year, an unfortunate child from a nearby village wandered too close to the river's edge and fell victim to the water ghost's allure. Brother Nyo from the neighboring village, witnessing the incident, could not bear to stand idly by and leaped into the water to rescue the child. A seasoned fisherman, Brother Nyo was an adept swimmer, capable of moving faster than fish even when bound. However, while he managed to push the child to safety, he himself did not resurface. Moreover, after his demise, his body became as heavy as lead, sinking to the riverbed, never to be retrieved. His family, bereft of options, heeded the village elder's advice and invited a Taoist priest to construct an altar and sincerely worship the river ghost. Only then did the ghost allow Brother Nyo's body to rise to the surface, granting him a proper burial. Such tyranny! Li Chu had just arrived in this world prior to that ritual, leaving a profound impression of the water ghost upon him, one that was decidedly negative at the time. Some had questioned why they did not invite cultivators to exterminate the water ghost, and the village elders explained that it had been attempted in the past. However, the ghost had long since become formidable, possessing high cultivation. Ordinary practitioners would only meet their demise in its presence, and even those of slightly higher cultivation found themselves powerless against it. It had essentially merged with the Blackwater River itself, moving through it with ease, leaving no trace behind. How could one hope to eliminate such a being? Unless a truly powerful figure intervened, such individuals were far beyond the reach of a mere fishing village. One can only wait for several decades. Perhaps it will eventually be transformed into the river god of the Blackwater River, at which point there will be no need for harm to befall others. Yet, Li Chu found this notion unreasonable. Without a doubt, Brother Neo Air was a good man, while the water ghost was undeniably malevolent. Why, then, should the wicked ghost have the opportunity to attain merit after causing death? While the virtuous must endure the indignity of having their lifeless bodies used as leverage, this matter stirred a sense of anger within him. His master often spoke of destinies unique to each individual. But Li Chu felt that the fate of the righteous should not be so grim, nor should that of the wicked. Thus, he kept this grievance close to his heart, along with his simmering fury. After reaching level 71 the previous night, he felt compelled to take a stroll here. The riverside was adorned with vibrant flowers and lush willows, the verdant grassland alive with the joyful flutters of warblers. Creating a picturesque scene in the glow of the evening sunset, that Li Chu wandered along this enchanting vista. The beauty only deepened that as he walked, a gentle breeze wafted across the river, sending ripples dancing upon the surface. Turning to gaze upon the water, he did not see a handsome visage reflected back. Instead, what met his eyes was a ghastly face with a greenish hue and sharp fangs. Grotesque, terrifying, and hideous that Li Chu smiled faintly. At last, I have awaited your arrival. Just before he could fully express his amusement, the apparition in the water grinned first, revealing a greedy, sinister smile that a man and a ghost exchanged smiles across the divide. Suddenly, the scene before Li Chu shifted dramatically. No longer did he see the ghostly visage, but rather a mound of shimmering gold, tantalizingly within reach, as if bending down could yield treasures of immeasurable worth. Yet he remained still as the light shifted again. A dragon throne emerged from beneath the surface, upon which rested a grand jade seal that a voice whispered in his ear, urging him to sit upon it, to claim that seat would grant him dominion over all the world. Still, he did not move. The light transformed once more, revealing a group of enchanting beauties, each as radiant as a flower, yet scantily clad, one exposing a tantalizing glimpse of her bosom, another revealing long, delicate legs. While deeper within, more tantalizing forms were obscured. It seemed that with a mere outstretched hand, he could tear away their sheer garments. Finally, Li Chu acted. He drew forth his iron sword and swung it forward. With a swift whoosh, the tip of the blade sliced through the air. Instantly, the flowing river became stagnant, that a thunderous roar erupted as the river reversed its flow. In an instant, the once gently meandering waters were violently cleaved apart. Towering walls of water surged up on either side, rising at a visible rate. At the point where he had swung his sword, a vacuum nearly 10 yards wide appeared, exposing the dry and chaotic riverbed. Many unfortunate fish, caught unawares, suddenly found themselves suspended in midair, their eyes wide with confusion and innocence. That on this riverbed, a shadowy figure emerged, the true form of the water ghost. Over the years, it had shed its human guise, though its eyes still bore a semblance of recognition. The emotions reflected in those eyes were not dissimilar to those of the fish. Yet the ghost possessed a greater intellect, and beyond mere astonishment, it experienced a rapid succession of thoughts. What is this, a deity? The water ghost gazed up at the striking youth on the shore who had effortlessly severed the river. Bewildered that he halted the water? No, he cleaved the river in twain. In doing so, he had forcibly extracted the submerged self that had melded with the river. This lad has come for me. Is he not inclined to parley? Why not? Wait, danger. Indeed, Li Chu was intent on confronting him. He had contemplated this plan for the duration of a meal, that if you can traverse the waters with ease, invisible and intangible, then I shall first sever this river. Without water, what becomes of a water ghost? A ghost. No, a dead ghost. Li Chu raised his hand slightly, and with a second swing of the sword, the shadowy figure shattered, taking with it the ghost's century-long cultivation and aspirations of becoming a river deity. all swept away by the torrential waters. The final thought that crossed the ghost's mind was but two words: foul play. Li Chu sheathed his sword with indifference. One sword to sever the river. One sword to vanquish the ghost. There is nothing in this world that cannot be resolved with a single sword strike. And if there is, then it requires two in the blink of an eye. The suspended fish returned to the depths. This fleeting moment was scarcely enough for them to ponder whether they were birds or fish. Yet it mattered not. In 7 seconds, they would forget this harrowing journey altogether. A surge of radiant white light enveloped him, and Li Chu exhaled deeply. Truly, it was a worthy experience to face a century-old water ghost. However, the rewards matched the risks, and this was his first encounter with such perilous circumstances. Had the ghost's illusions been 1,000 times more potent, he might have been ensnared. Reflecting on this, a shiver of apprehension coursed through him. Chapter 4. My master will bear your burden. Little Taoistly, out for a stroll? Indeed. Little Taoistly, have you eaten? Join me. I've already dined. Thank you. As he made his way back, villagers who had finished their evening meals greeted him warmly, while others who had just begun to cook invited him to join their tables. Li Chu responded with polite smiles to each. The Yun temple had stood here for many years, and the surrounding villagers were quite familiar with the master and disciple duo. Li Chu was particularly well-liked. Who wouldn't cherish a handsome, humble, and courteous young Taoist, especially among the village's young maidens? Whether or not he was truly handsome mattered little. Their admiration lay chiefly in his status as a Taoist, and no one would suspect that this seemingly harmless young priest had just moments before vanquished a host of water ghosts by the riverbank. Li Chu was disinclined to boast, and in his view, severing a river with a single sword was hardly an impressive feat. He had once heard at a storytelling booth in Yuhang town of a certain Tong, hailing from the Kunlun by Yu Jing, who claimed to be invincible in the world. When two rulers from the western regions showed disrespect to Baiyu Jing, he plucked 2 mountain peaks from the Kunlun range and flew over, one in each hand, subduing the 2 nations entirely. In the Eastern Sea, there existed a tribe that reared dragons for a living. When the River Luo royal family attempted to conscript them for court service, the tribe summoned 9 celestial dragons, unleashing a cataclysmic tsunami that inundated 4 continents, resulting in widespread devastation. The emperor at the time personally ascended to the altar to apologize, delineating 12 islands for them to establish a nation, which finally quelled the unrest. Such feats were true displays of extraordinary prowess. Not to mention, his master was an eminent figure in close proximity. How could he possibly entertain any thoughts of arrogance? Following this, he devoted himself to diligently slaying monsters, a matter we shall set aside for the moment. As night fell, Li Chu experienced a peculiar dream. In this dream, he found himself once more by the banks of the Blackwater River, where he beheld a koi fish adorned with golden scales and 6 white whiskers emerging from the water. With a flash, it transformed into an elderly man with a white beard. The old man bowed respectfully and said, I am but a humble member of the Koi clan from the Blackwater River. For years, that water ghost has wreaked havoc in our homeland, and we have been powerless to expel him, daring only to harbor our anger in silence. Today, young Taoist, your sword has severed that water ghost. You have fulfilled our long-held wish, and I have come to express my gratitude. Li Chu replied, There is no need for such formalities, venerable elder. Exorcising evil and safeguarding the righteous is our duty as practitioners. Ha ha, the old man chuckled softly. With a young Taoist like you, steadfast in the righteous path, prosperity and longevity are surely in your future. With that, he turned and once more transformed into a streak of light, diving back into the water, stirring up a great wave. Li Chu suddenly awoke, realizing day had broken. Did he truly come all the way to express his thanks through a dream? There is no need for such extravagance. It was merely a small act of kindness. And I hardly mind, Li Chu muttered to himself, yet could not suppress a smile that crept across his face. The koi fish, known for their spiritual prowess, are a rare and wise group among aquatic creatures. It is said they can assist in altering one's fortune, which is why affluent families often keep koi as feng shui fish. Perhaps receiving such a blessing might indeed bring him good fortune. After breakfast, he went to the front hall, repeating the usual rituals. Unlike other mornings, the sound of hurried footsteps soon echoed from outside. The rapid cadence of footfalls prompted Li Chu to sit up straight, adopting a serious demeanor. There are two types of visitors to the temple. One who comes for daily devotion, whose offerings are typically modest but consistent, and another who seldom pays homage but arrives in haste, often with urgent requests of the divine. Such hurried footsteps usually herald the arrival of a significant patron. Indeed, the one who entered was no small fish, dressed in a richly adorned black robe with a dark hat, a long knife sheathed at his waist, and polished leather boots upon his feet. Though slightly out of shape and unremarkable in appearance, his attire and the aura he had cultivated over the years lent him an imposing presence. Li Chu recognized him as Zhou Dufu, the head constable from Yuhang Town. His visit signaled yet another case involving the supernatural. Otherwise, he would not have ventured to the Diyun Temple even a single time, despite having frequented Chumenlo countless times. Little Taoist, haha, I've missed you dearly in recent days. Zhou Dafu grinned as he took a seat on the cushion opposite Li Chu. Thank you for your concern, Constable Zhou, Li Chu replied calmly. Have you come to seek my assistance regarding another troublesome case in town? I had intended to pay my respects here regardless, Zhou Dafu replied, pausing before adding, however, an incident occurred last night. Li Chu had nearly memorized the constable's lead-ins and felt no inclination to engage further. He merely nodded. Please, go on. Without further ado, Zhou Dafu recounted. Strangely enough, a murder has taken place at the home of the silk merchant. Master Shui, he and several of his servants were brutally slain, and the manner of their deaths was particularly gruesome. What is curious, however, is that all the victims were men. The household's male members and attendants were all wiped out, yet the women remained untouched, including Master Shui's newly acquired concubine, who shared his bed without a scratch. Li Chu was equally perplexed. He had never encountered a case quite like this. However, his experience was limited, and the world is rife with bizarre phenomena. Encountering something novel was not unusual. After conducting the investigation, I suspect that this matter is related to a vengeful spirit. Zhou Dafeng continued. Thus, I wish to invite the young Taoist to accompany me. Certainly, Li Chu nodded. It is likely that I will need to stay over there tonight. Zhou Dafeng added. Li Chu frowned slightly, that if he were to spend the night in the town, it would mean he could not perform his cultivation today, interrupting the monster-slaying record he had diligently maintained for many days. Zhou Dafeng hurriedly said, I can offer extra remuneration. Having dealt with Li Chu often, he was well aware of his tendencies and knew that an overnight stay would incur an additional fee. When officials request assistance from cultivators, they are entitled to a reward, the amount of which varies based on the complexity of the case. But overall, it is quite substantial that in reality, Zhou Dafeng could seek help from higher-ups in Hangzhou, where the Chaotian Pavilion has a presence, capable of aiding with court-affiliated practitioners. However, the personnel at Chaotian Pavilion are often preoccupied, and continuously seeking assistance could convey an impression of incompetence in handling cases, diluting any potential credit. Consequently, the captains in the town would be more inclined to seek out nearby cultivators, although this would increase the expenditure for rewards. It is public funds. Can it truly be considered money? By arranging it this way, Li Chu would receive the reward, while Zhou Dafeng would claim the credit. Perhaps what you gain, I too shall not suffer loss. Upon hearing this, Li Chu's brow immediately unfurled. What are you saying, Captain Zhou? For the tranquility of our town, I shall undoubtedly take on this responsibility. I will notify my master right away. The young Taoist's noble sentiment is commendable, Zhou Dafeng replied. Li Chu rose and made his way to the back courtyard, pausing briefly to reiterate. This is not about the money. Naturally, Zhou Dafeng agreed with a broad smile, while inwardly thinking, I believe you not at all. Li Chu arrived at the back courtyard, where Yu Qian was still seated by the stone table, engrossed in reciting texts, his robes flowing gracefully, exuding an ethereal aura. Master, Li Chu began, Captain Zhou from the town has summoned me to assist with a case that may be related to a vengeful spirit, and I might not return tonight. Yu Qian lifted his gaze, expressing concern. Be cautious in all matters and prioritize your safety. Should you encounter any formidable evil, be sure to preserve your life and return to inform me. I shall stand by you. Disciple understands. Hearing these words, Li Chu felt a surge of confidence. This was the reason he approached every task with unwavering assurance. With his master's support, he felt he could face anything in the world, that if he were to encounter any formidable demons, he could simply return to seek his master's help. How reassuring. After watching Li Chu depart with his iron sword for a considerable time, Yu Qian finally returned his attention to the painting album in hand. He could be heard muttering softly, "If a malevolent entity emerges in Yuhang town that even you cannot contend with, do be sure to return and inform me. At that time, we shall flee together. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not fear the absence of firewood." A gentle breeze rustled the cover of the album, faintly revealing 3 characters. Nine-Tail, Turtle. Chapter 5. I have other means of exorcism, madam. It is madam. Shui Yangshi clutched the arm of the dashing Taoist before her, as if it were the only lifeline, crying out in despair. She was the concubine of Shui Daong, the proprietor of a silk shop, having entered the household merely 3 days prior. Despite her lack of cosmetics and disheveled hair, her delicate figure still indicated her beauty. That Li Chu reassured her. "Madam Shui, there is no need to panic. Please recount to me the events of last night in full detail." As he spoke, he discreetly withdrew his arm. Otherwise, Shui Yangshi would incessantly rub against him, making it difficult to think clearly. "Indeed, you may rest assured, young lady, with this captain and Taoistly present, we shall ensure your safety," Zhou Dafeng declared, patting his chest while also resting a large, furry hand on Shui Yangshi's delicate shoulder for a moment. Young, beautiful, and a widow, she was about to inherit a substantial fortune from the Shui family. Captain Zhou delighted in the thought of comforting her, wishing to convey the camaraderie between officials and the people. However, Shui Yangshi lifted her tear-stained face, scrutinized Zhou Dafeng, then glanced at Li Chu, before casting a disdainful look at Zhou Dafeng and turning away. Shaking off his unwelcome hand, she then grasped Li Chu's other arm, sobbing, "Then I shall tell the young Taoist. You must protect me." This brazen woman, even in such a state of fright, she did not forget to cling to the handsome man. Zhou Dafeng scolded inwardly, though it was merely impotent rage. "It is madam. I saw everything clearly last night." Shui Yangshi began to recount in fragmented sentences. "On my first day after marrying in, I was supposed to serve tea to madam. But she refused to accept me. The master said, 'Do not mind her,' and sent madam to the side courtyard. Who would have thought that the very next day, yesterday morning, there was suddenly a commotion, saying that madam had met with an incident. At dinner, I asked the master what happened, and he said that madam had suffered a mishap and died. However, I heard the servants say, they all said that madam had taken her own life. I was utterly terrified at that moment. I knew I was merely a concubine, but I never intended to compete for favor. What if she becomes a ghost and seeks revenge? Then last night, I awoke in the middle of the night that I was sleeping on the outer side of the bed. While the master was on the inner side, that I got up and noticed someone on my left. I intended to get out from the other side, only to discover that there was someone there too. I quickly rubbed my eyes to see, and found that on my left lay madam. Her face was completely pale, and her body was cold. At first, I thought someone had placed her corpse on the bed, and then she suddenly opened her eyes. After that, I fainted from fright." Zhou Dafeng nodded in understanding, trying to imagine the scene, which indeed seemed quite terrifying. "When I woke again, it was this morning, and the maidservants were rousing me. Only then did I realize that the master beside me was no longer human. He looked like a pile of rotten flesh. I truly did not see how madam tortured him. The maidservants said that all the men in the household had died. The housekeeper, the gardener, the coachman. Only we women remain. It is madam seeking vengeance on men. She must still be here. She died with resentment and will not have gone far. She spared us this time. Who knows if she will do so again? Do not worry. There will not be a next time," Li Chu said with certainty, finally allowing Shui Yangshi to finish her account. But he resolutely withdrew his arm and stepped back 5 paces to create distance. Shui Yangshi felt a void where his arm had been, casting a forlorn glance at Li Chu. Zhou Dafeng quickly moved in to offer his strong arm. Shui Yangshi blinked, turning to embrace a nearby maidservant, and began to weep anew. Zhou Dafeng, feeling out of place, awkwardly approached Li Chu and quietly inquired, "What do you think?" Li Chu stepped into the bedroom. and his eyes were immediately drawn to a bloodied screen, with bits of flesh scattered across the floor, the bed, and even the ceiling. Although most of the corpses had been cleared away, the sight was still unbearable. He countered, "Has Captain Zhou already examined the bodies?" "Don't even mention it," Zhou Dafeng grimaced. The servants were somewhat better off. They were bitten to death, with merely a few scratches. But the state of Xue Deyong's death was truly horrific. More gruesome than 1,000 cuts. It was as if the flesh was being methodically torn away with fingernails. It is impossible that a human could have done this. Even a wild beast could not commit such an atrocity. "I took a glance this morning and nearly expelled my dinner from yesterday." Li Chu nodded. As he leveled up through monster slaying, his senses had sharpened beyond the ordinary. He could distinctly perceive a nauseating chill permeating the room. Reminiscent of previous haunted locations, the residual aura left behind by the apparition. Listening to Shui Yangshi's account, it indeed bears the hallmarks of a vengeful spirit, Li Chu remarked. "I shall remain here tonight to observe whether she appears again." A vengeful spirit is a type of ghost that may manifest when a person dies harboring intense resentment. They persist in the mortal realm solely through their lingering malice. Most vengeful spirits are earthbound, unable to leave the site of their demise. After death, their consciousness gradually dissipates, causing them to forget most events, retaining only the memory of revenge. Even after slaying their enemy, they will remain in place to target more innocent souls that as the number of people harmed by the vengeful spirit increases. So too does the resentment it accumulates, necessitating its prompt eradication. However, there are still some doubts. Zhou Dafeng stroked his chin, pondering. Vengeful spirits do not arise so easily. In my decades as a constable, I have encountered only 2 or 3, all of which involved tremendous grievances. Logically speaking, this Xue family madam was merely a jealous woman. Even if she felt neglected, it should not have driven her to seek death as a declaration. Moreover, if she took her own life and was not murdered, how could she so easily transform into a vengeful spirit? His suspicions were reasonable. If vengeful spirits could be so easily generated, then any petty person who dies could wreak havoc. Are you suggesting that it is possible Xue Deyong killed his own wife? Li Chu inquired. I do not know. But it is no longer significant, Zhou Dafeng shrugged. In any case, Xue Deyong has descended to the underworld. Let the two of them settle their grievances. With that, the two exited the Xue family's bedroom. In the courtyard, with the midday sun shining down, the gloomy aura within the house seemed to dissipate, and Shui Yangshi's spirits lifted slightly. Upon seeing 2 individuals approach, she gazed at Li Chu with her swollen, tear-filled apricot eyes and implored, "Little Taoist, you must assist me in conducting a proper ritual that I require a divine altar, incense, candles, and talismans. Whatever you need, I shall prepare the finest for you." Li Chu hesitated briefly before responding honestly. "I am not adept at performing rituals." Shui Yang was taken aback. "A Taoist cannot perform rituals? Was Captain Zhou the one who summoned you to exorcise the late lady? Setting up the altar, reciting scriptures, conducting rites, these are indeed beyond my capabilities," Li Chu replied calmly. "However, rest assured, I possess alternative methods for exorcism." Chapter 6. Men Deserve Death. Originally, it was agreed that Li Chu would remain at the Xue residence alongside a group of constables, awaiting the manifestation of the vengeful spirit. However, the constables, displaying their gallantry, boasted loudly before the remaining female relatives of the Xue family, claiming they would undoubtedly banish the malevolent entities and restore their beautiful abode. After ensuring the Xue women were settled in a nearby inn, the sky began to darken, and the constables quickly found themselves preoccupied. Some had ill family members, others faced marital infidelities, and a few dealt with their mother's betrayals. In short, they dispersed like frightened birds. Ultimately, Zhou Defu, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "Damn it, I stepped away for but a moment, and this bunch of scoundrels slipped away unnoticed. Little Taoist Li, do not fret. I shall retrieve them one by one." With that, Captain Zhou strode out boldly, only to never return. Yet Li Chu had long anticipated their lack of commitment. He was content to conduct the exorcism without anyone meddling in his affairs. Inside the Xue family's secluded chamber, Li Chu sat quietly in a grand chair behind a screen, a sword resting across his lap. patiently awaiting the appearance of the vengeful spirit. The room was desolate and sparsely furnished, starkly contrasting the opulent main chamber, which elucidated the intense resentment the late lady must have felt upon being thrust into such a stark environment. A worn white mark on the bare beam indicated the spot where she had hanged herself, and it was from here that her vengeful spirit would emerge. The night in Yuhang town was eerily quiet. The evening breeze gently swayed the willow branches. Being summer, the doors and windows of the chamber were opened, allowing a refreshing draft to flow through, though it soon morphed into a chilling chill. With another gust of wind, the dim light within the room was extinguished. Li Chu, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Something was manifesting. Silently, a figure hung from the beam before the screen. Its neck elongated grotesquely, its tongue lolling out, and through the screen, one could discern the heavy ceremonial attire, resembling funeral garments. Li Chu directed his gaze toward her. He sensed that the figure was also scrutinizing him. After a protracted silence, a chilling voice echoed through the room. Men must die. Li Chu furrowed his brow and pondered briefly before saying, My lady, there is truly no need for such a disposition. If Shui Daong has wronged you, you have merely recognized a heartless man. But why must you sacrifice your own life for revenge? The remnants of the spirit's intelligence were scant, and he was uncertain if his words would resonate. But he felt it necessary to impart wisdom. Every vengeful spirit perished harboring resentment, and he hoped they would not continue to carry such bitterness into the afterlife. Yet the voice persisted. Men must die. This time. The tone was more anguished. The external wind howled fiercely, causing the doors and windows to rattle violently. Li Chu continued. I understand your grievances, but one cannot resolve hatred by harming oneself. Even if you were to take Shui Daong's life, you would not find peace. What purpose does it serve? The voice remained relentless. Men must die. With her third utterance of this phrase, the room had become icily cold, even a fine mist forming into frost. Li Chu began to perceive illusions. Faint sounds of wedding festivities echoed outside, while within the chamber, a heart-wrenching scene unfolded. A woman in despair, hanging in the dark, in the sweltering summer heat. It felt akin to being trapped in an ice cavern. Even if you transform into a vengeful spirit for retribution, it is unjust to cast blame upon all men. Li Chu pressed on. If there must be opposition in this world, it should be between the virtuous and the wicked. Never should men and women be pitted against each other. You may have harmed Shui Daong, but what offense have the servants of the Shui family committed? Having spoken his final words, the figure suspended from the beam began to sway, as if striving to break free from the noose around its neck. A piercing voice emerged from its throat once more. Men must die. Listening to this refrain, Li Chu sighed in resignation. Engaging in reasoning with a vengeful spirit was indeed futile. The essence of humanity often resembled a mere echo. Vengeful spirits, even more so. Boom! With a thunderous crack, the noose snapped, and the suspended figure fell without collapsing, instead standing firmly in place. The next moment it traversed through the screen. In an instant, Li Chu beheld the true visage of the late lady. She was clad in heavy white ceremonial attire, her face a ghastly shade of blue, rendering her former features unrecognizable, with the most striking aspect being her flickering red tongue. She advanced toward Li Chu, raising her arms as if to pounce, her elongated nails ready to strike, accompanied by her sole refrain. Men must. Li Chu's eyes narrowed, his right hand already grasping the hilt of his sword. The moment to vanquish the spirit was nigh. Yet, both the lady's voice and actions suddenly froze. Her elongated neck stiffened, her body bent, but rather than lunging at him, she retreated 2 steps hesitantly. With her arms raised high, initially poised to attack, she now appeared to be surrendering. Men! Men, she sobbed, and after a long pause, she managed to utter, such a handsome man. A wave of confusion washed over Li Chu. What was this unexpected compliment? Although he heard such remarks daily, it felt remarkably novel in this context. Men! Men all! The blood-red light in her eyes gathered and dispersed, as if she were embroiled in a torturous internal struggle that Li Chu allowed her the time to battle within herself, refraining from seizing the opportunity to strike. She swayed rigidly for an extended period, and ultimately, it seemed the depths of darkness began to prevail. The surrounding winds suddenly ceased. If Shui Daong were as handsome as you, perhaps I would not harbor such hatred. Her voice calmed, devoid of the previous wails. Although it felt peculiar, her resentment appeared to have diminished. My lady, have you truly released your grievances? Li Chu tightened his grip on the sword hilt, momentarily hesitating on whether to draw it. Humph. It is not so simple. The lady shook her head with a cold smirk, her red tongue flicking about. What should have been a simple action appeared horrifically unsettling coming from her upon hearing this. Li Chu instinctively reached for his sword again. Just then, he saw the lady lift her head, her terrifying blue visage fixed upon him. However, if you little Taoist would embrace me, I might be able to let go. What? A myriad of question marks danced above Li Chu's head that he had not encountered many experiences in life, and he genuinely did not know if exorcising spirits involved such a procedure. I have never embraced such a handsome man in my life, the lady added. Her tone seemingly tinged with shyness. Li Chu was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the lady's face, which was decidedly unappealing. Moreover, allowing a vengeful spirit to approach him was an undeniably perilous endeavor. Yet, if this could alleviate her resentment. With an impassive expression, Li Chu slowly opened his arms, relinquishing his grip on the sword hilt. The lady's face seemed to break into a smile as she lunged forward, yet she did not extend her claws. Her words were sincere. In truth, she did not manage to embrace Li Chu. Ghosts are ethereal, while humans are corporeal. The two can engage in a battle of spiritual forces, yet cannot physically touch. As she soared toward Li Chu, her form began to dissipate. Memories flooded her mind that in her youth, she had received proposals from handsome suitors, though none compared to this Taoist. Yet she had chosen the unattractive Shui Daong, believing that those who were less appealing would be more steadfast. Consequently, resentment brewed within her, feeling that after forsaking handsome young men for this ugly man, he ought to treat her well. With such a mindset, even the most loving of couples could find themselves at odds. Shui Daong's taking of a concubine was the final straw that broke the camel's back. She had never anticipated that the timid Shui Daong would defy her wishes and take a concubine, banishing her to the secluded quarters that in her heart. When her resentment reached its peak, the figure of that young man had appeared. Suddenly, the lady's eyes widened. She had something to convey to this little Taoist. But the words would not come forth, and as the vengeful spirit lost its final vestige of resentment, it would vanish in a thin ai or did I Chu observed the lady dissipating as she approached him, blinking in relief that he then touched his own face. Though he often heard others remark on his handsomeness, he had never held a clear concept of it in his mind that in fact, he had always considered himself quite ordinary in appearance. Primarily due to his face blindness. Chapter 7. It's your misfortune people jest that an unattractive person possesses a face that wards off evil that in reality, spirits fear not the ugly, no matter how unappealing a person may be. Can there be a ghost that is uglier? Today, Li Chu had proven through personal experience that it is handsomeness that wards off malevolence. Having resolved the vengeful spirit, he did not linger in the empty Shui residence, but rather departed promptly. As soon as I stepped out the door and onto the street, I heard a commotion coming from the opposite side. Zhou Dafu, accompanied by a group of constables, emerged hastily from a nearby alley, calling out, "Little Taoist Li, where are you headed in such a hurry?" Li Chu did not respond, instead casting a curious glance at them. After a moment of contemplation, he deduced that these officials were not attempting to sneak away. Rather, they were simply too frightened to enter, which is why they were lingering in the alley. Now that they had rushed out, it seemed they thought he might be fleeing as well. As he approached, Zhou Dafu felt his face flush under Li Chu's gaze and, with a chuckle, said, "I just gathered my brothers back, that I thought we could come together to support you. We can get started now." Li Chu shook his head, replying, "It is already concluded." "What?" The group of constables expressed their astonishment. Zhou Dafu exclaimed, "Little Taoist Li, you finished with the ladies so quickly?" "Yes, it went rather smoothly," Li Chu replied nonchalantly. Observing the expressions of the constables, he decided to summarize the exorcism process in a single sentence to spare them any heartache. "So where are you planning to go now?" Zhou Dafu, relieved to know Li Chu was not lying, smiled again. Li Chu stated, "It is still early. I plan to return to Shili Slope first, having just entered the night. If you return now to defeat monsters, He would likely not fall behind on his daily progress, which pleased him greatly. After a brief pause, he added, "However, since I have preemptively eliminated the vengeful spirit, the bounty should still be given, as we discussed. Right? Rest assured, the bounty is not an issue." Zhou Dufu waved his hand and leaned closer, tugging at Li Chu's sleeve, whispering, "How about we celebrate tonight? Head to the Flower and Grass." "Flower and Grass?" Li Chu asked. Puzzled that a nearby constable smirked and said, "It's just go to Chunman Tower, spending some money, you know." Li Chu felt embarrassed and politely declined. "No, thank you." Another constable laughed. "Is little Taoistly feeling shy?" "Don't worry. You'll get used to it. I just think—" Li Chu looked up at him and spoke slowly. "There is no need to spend money on such things." He then nodded to the group and turned to leave. Watching his upright silhouette, an older constable snickered softly. Who would have thought this young Taoist is such a miser? No spending, no pleasure. Yet he immediately felt something was amiss. Reflecting on Li Chu's expression, it seemed that even if the girls at Chunman Tower were to offer money, no one would refuse. Thinking this way, it was no wonder he felt there was no need to spend. The group of constables exchanged glances, suddenly sensing the night's chill. "Damn it," someone cursed under his breath. Though he was unsure what he was angry about that on this cool summer night, under the bright stars and moon, the journey from Yuhang Town to Shili Slope was merely a short 10-mile trek. Even at a leisurely pace, Li Chu would arrive shortly. Although the official road was wide, the surrounding areas were wild and deserted, devoid of any human presence. Although the curfew in Hualuo was not particularly strict, the city gates were still closely monitored. Moreover, this was a world plagued by evil beings. Unless there was an urgent matter, ordinary people would not venture outside at night. That, of course, this did not apply to practitioners. As he walked, nearing the half-Jiang pavilion, Li Chu sensed something was amiss. The surroundings were too quiet. A summer night in the wilderness should be filled with the sounds of life. Frogs croaking in the puddles, mice and birds chirping in the woods, cicadas buzzing in the trees, and the howls of beasts echoing from the mountains, all of which were now conspicuously absent. That a foul stench began to permeate the air. The four categories of evil beings, demons, monsters, ghosts, and spirits, each had their own unique essence. The stench of demonic energy could induce dizziness in mortals if inhaled for too long. The acrid scent of magic could incite anger in humans. The chill of ghostly energy could provoke nausea and vomiting. Monsters, being a collection of various strange entities, do not belong to any single category and lack a unified essence. That it could be said that their essence is the most distinct characteristic of evil beings and the most crucial basis for judgment. Because the vast majority of evil beings cannot conceal their essence, they are forced to operate outside human settlements. That if it were otherwise, these malevolent entities could infiltrate cities at will, and humanity would not enjoy such peace. Li Chu could ascertain that the odor he detected was indeed demonic energy, more intense than any he had encountered before. Cautiously, he decided against provoking any trouble and quickened his pace, eager to return to Yunguan. Yet, fate had other plans. After taking a few hurried steps, he suddenly felt a slight but resilient thread brush against his waist, and a jolt of resistance sprang back. He swiftly twisted away, discovering that his white belt had been corroded to a dark hue. This thread is poisonous. Under the bright moonlight, he squinted and scanned his surroundings, realizing that the threads ahead were arranged in a bagua formation, resembling an enormous spider's web. Not only was the official road blocked, but the dense woods on either side were also riddled with these black threads. Several animal carcasses lay strewn across the grass, evidently victims of the toxic threads. High and low, no birds could escape. What was the purpose of this? Were they hunting? This was the first time Li Chu had encountered such a situation, that he cautiously took 2 steps back, seeking an alternate route. That moment, a shadowy figure darted out from the half-Jiang pavilion by the roadside. Hearing the commotion, Li Chu immediately turned to look at a bald man clad in black attire, with his sleeves bound and legs strapped, stepped into view. Li Chu was puzzled by his choice of night attire, as it seemed rather pointless. His bald head was exceedingly conspicuous under the night sky. The moonlight illuminated him, casting a radiant halo around his form. Had Li Chu been a follower of Buddhism, he might have been compelled to kneel in reverence. Yet, Due to the brightness of his bald head, the surrounding darkness obscured his facial features. It was only because of this glaringly bright head that Li Chu noticed the most astonishing aspect about the man. He possessed 8 arms. Each arm appeared robust and muscular. Rippling with sinew as the figure emerged, the surrounding demonic energy intensified, creating ripples, clearly indicating he was the source that Li Chu stared at him. Remaining silent, he had encountered few demons. And without knowing the other's intentions, he was unsure how to initiate conversation. The 8-armed figure appraised Li Chu, noting his youth and the absence of any true energy fluctuations, leading him to conclude that Li Chu was merely an inconspicuous young Taoist. Thus, he emitted a series of strange chuckles. Just as Li Chu was trying to comprehend the reason behind the laughter, the 8-armed figure suddenly sprang into action. He swiftly raised one of his right hands. And with a crack, a dark fissure opened in his palm, releasing a stream of black light that was nearly invisible against the night. Had Li Chu not possessed exceptional eyesight, he would have scarcely seen this black beam. He hurriedly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the lethal projectile. The ground erupted with hissing sounds as the black light struck, instantly corroding the earth and creating a gaping hole. Should it have hit a person, it would have undoubtedly resulted in catastrophic injury. Furrowing his brow, Li Chu looked at him and questioned, "I bear no grudge against you. Why do you attack me unprovoked?" The 8-armed figure responded with a cruel grin. "Who told you to appear here tonight? Blame your own misfortune." As the 8-armed figure tilted his head back, Li Chu finally beheld the full horror of his face, which bore 2 rows of eyes. It was utterly terrifying. He spread all 8 arms beneath the moonlight. A fearsome sight, resembling an evil spirit. Chapter 8. Who is truly unfortunate? The 8-armed figure approached with an unsettling calm when he bared his monstrous visage with its 8 eyeballs at Li Chu. The latter was genuinely startled. "To die under my 1,000-spider demon poison is a blessing for you, mere insect. Your soul shall become a part of my 1,000-spider demon poison, continuing the slaughter alongside me. While you still live, let your fear run rampant. The more you fear, the purer the soul poison I will refine." The 8-armed figure declared with sadistic glee. His horrifying visage, terrifying voice, and dreadful words could easily reduce someone with a fragile mind to quaking in terror. Perhaps he thrived on the fear of his prey, and he was indeed succeeding. The more Li Chu listened, the more he sensed that this demon was formidable. Should he unleash his powers again, Li Chu might struggle to defend himself. Harboring such dread, Li Chu resolved to strike first. With a sharp, unsheathing sound, he drew his sword in one fluid motion in that fleeting moment, the 8-armed figure, still mid-sentence, suddenly found himself witnessing the most resplendent sight of his life, that a line from one of the few poems he had ever heard flashed through his mind, that a sword's light is as cold as. How many states, like a celestial dragon descending, as if a silk ribbon flowed through the air, could such a magnificent sword energy truly exist in the mortal realm? His face, adorned with 8 pupils, contorted in madness as his 8 eyes widened in disbelief, in that instant, an absurd thought emerged in his mind. I am merely a spider spirit of a few hundred years of cultivation. What virtue or capability do I possess to die beneath such a sword? Am I worthy? Besides that, he was filled with deep confusion. For instance, how could a human devoid of true energy emit such a formidable sword strike? Why was it that one could encounter such a being even on the roadside outside an inconspicuous little town? Even if this were a consequence of his own misdeeds, was it not a tad exaggerated? Who, after all, was truly unfortunate tonight? However, he would never have the opportunity to find out the answer, nor would he even have time to finish pondering the question in a moment of clarity. He could only utter 2 words. Misunderstanding, indeed. It was a misunderstanding. Having thought him to be an easily dispatched mortal, who would have known he was such a formidable entity? As if a bolt of lightning had struck, the forest sky was momentarily illuminated by a blinding flash. The 8-armed figure's dark form was instantly engulfed. Li Chu blinked, pondering whether someone had just called out a misunderstanding. Never mind, he decided to pretend he hadn't heard. After all, having overheard that he intended to harvest souls to refine venom. It was clear he was no benevolent creature, that a substantial gathering of experience points enveloped him, leaving Li Chu quite satisfied. Although he had delayed for some time, The rewards from this single strike were equivalent to several days' worth of effort. Yet the peril was undeniably great. Such encounters were best avoided. While slaying monsters did enhance his internal spiritual energy and bolster his mental fortitude, his external physique had not seen significant improvement, but he felt like a high damage, low defense character in a game, capable of vanquishing weaker, malevolent entities with a single blow, yet still susceptible to losing his life with the slightest misstep. Had that eight-armed demon not wasted so much time with idle chatter, he might have already been transformed into venom. What would he do if he encountered a mute next time? The thought sent a shiver of dread through Li Chu. Resolute, he vowed to find a way to make himself a bit more resilient. With the demise of the eight-armed demon, the intricate webs it had spun within 100 paces fell away, reverting to mere ordinary silks. As it had stated, the poison and souls entwined within those threads were linked, with its spirit dispersed. The magical properties and toxicity vanished as well. Li Chu strode forth, continuing toward the Diyun temple, that he intended to momentarily set aside the monster-slaying business. Tonight felt unusually precarious, and lingering outdoors might lead to unforeseen troubles. Fortunately, the rest of his journey was uneventful. Under the night sky, the modest temple glowed faintly with a warm yellow light, an emblem of home. Although Li Chu had informed his master that he would not be returning tonight, he found himself arriving much earlier than usual. Nevertheless, it mattered little to the old Taoist, whose routine was remarkably disciplined. Rising with the sun and retiring at dusk, as was his custom, Li Chu cautiously entered, nodded to the patriarch of the three purities, and returned to his chamber. Accustomed to hunting monsters at this hour, he found himself at a loss for what to do now that he had a moment of quiet. Life in ancient times offered scant entertainment. Perhaps it was his own perspective, reflecting on the vibrant life of Zhou Dafeng and others in Yuhang town, who must be surrounded by blooming flowers. He felt that their amusement was merely ephemeral. After that fleeting richness, a deeper emptiness followed, an emptiness profound and pervasive. That moment, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the front gate. Knock, knock, knock. Li Chu rose once more to open the door. Temples often served as lodgings for travelers, providing refuge for those unable to find an inn or afford one. That the Diyun temple occasionally welcomed such guests that he approached the courtyard and opened the door. Standing there was a middle-aged scholar clad in a brown robe, topped with a long scholar-esque coat. His fair complexion and lack of beard conveyed a genteel demeanor. Behind him stood a horse-drawn carriage. And to Li Chu's surprise, its adornments and insignia revealed it to be an official conveyance. Such carriages were typically reserved for officials of at least county magistrate rank, and since Yuhang County's seat was in Yuhang Town, Li Chu had seen such carriages before. Little Taoist, the middle-aged scholar greeted, clasping his hands in respect, that my daughter and I have arrived at this place, and seek to stay the night. Might you allow us this courtesy? Please come in, Li Chu nodded, ushering the scholar inside. Upon seeing his consent, the scholar called back, "Rower." The carriage curtain lifted, revealing a graceful young woman descending, clad in a cerulean gown. Her long hair flowed like seaweed, simply tied back. Her skin was as white as ivory, her face delicate yet striking, particularly her eyes, reminiscent of tranquil lakes. With her tall stature and elegant demeanor, she appeared as if a cloud had gracefully descended. As the young woman approached Li Chu, her beautiful eyes sparkled momentarily, that he nodded in acknowledgement, and then said, "However, our humble temple is rather modest, with only 2 guest rooms, that I shall speak with my master to see if we can manage to accommodate you both in one room." "That is quite all right. We are already grateful for your hospitality," the scholar replied with a smile. The two waited briefly in the front hall, as Li Chu poured them some water and tidied up the bedding, but he quickly arranged a new bedboard and fresh bedding in his own room. Returning to the front hall, he announced, "Thank you for your patience. The guest room is ready." "Thank you, young Taoist." The scholar expressed his gratitude once more, then addressed the young woman, "Rower, you may enter first." The young woman nodded and gracefully entered the room. Only then did the middle-aged scholar turn to Li Chu, saying, "I implore you to watch over my daughter for a time, at least until noon tomorrow, before she departs." Li Chu was taken aback, realizing from the scholar's tone that he did not plan to stay. The middle-aged scholar seemed to notice Li Chu's confusion and smiled, saying, "To be candid, I fear my time is short. Remaining here may bring you trouble, Thus I must depart regardless of the circumstances. That my daughter, however, is innocent. That I trust you do not appear to be a wicked man, which is why I leave her in your temporary care." Taken aback by the gravity of his words, Li Chu could only nod in agreement. Just then, a resolute voice rang out from the courtyard. "I will go with father." The young woman, who had just entered the guest room, had returned. That in truth, she had stealthily opened the door and tiptoed back to the front hall, a fact Li Chu had noticed. Yet he had not anticipated the severity of the matter the scholar had entrusted to him, and was too late to offer a warning to Roa. "Foolish child," the middle-aged scholar sighed as he saw his daughter return. "I received word that they have offered a hefty sum to the demon of the Qingyi Tower to kill me. The eight-armed Azura they dispatched has already declared that I shall not survive to reach Yuhang town. He will undoubtedly intercept me along the way, so why would you accompany me to your doom?" The 8th chapter, an awkward situation. The mention of the eight-armed Azura piqued Li Chu's curiosity, prompting him to inquire further. However, the young woman, named Roa, would not allow him to interject. She looked at her father, her voice trembling. "Father, knowing that demons obstruct our path, why do you persist in your journey? Could we not go elsewhere together? Just yesterday, did you not remark on the beauty of Jiangnan, a sight you have yet to behold? Why not forego Yuhang town and explore other sceneries together? Or even set sail to foreign lands, as you have always longed to do?" "Ha!" The scholar chuckled, shaking his head. "That I, Gong Sunja, am a court official. Even if I am demoted to this place, if I were to flee in terror from a mere demon's threats, what would become of the court's dignity? On the contrary, if I were to perish en route to my post, would that not expose the arrogance of that old scoundrel Yang? Even if I cannot topple him, I can at least shake the emperor's faith in him. Such occurrences, one by one, will eventually be sufficient to topple the lofty house of the Yang family. The court has countless officials. Yet a daughter has only one father," the young woman replied, her gaze filled with sorrow. "Father, cannot you set aside these feudal court disputes for my sake? I cannot abandon it. The court is a quagmire. But to genuinely serve the people, one must enter and contend within it. Unbeknownst to me, I have long since sunk into its depths." The scholar's gaze drifted beyond the front hall's door, gazing at the distant sky. "That if your mother were still alive, she would certainly understand my choice." "Very well." The young woman nodded. "That I do not wish to interfere with your decision, but if you are determined to march toward death, then I must accompany you." Roa, the scholar, grasped her hands tightly. "Why are you so foolish? I know that while you may appear delicate, your spirit is remarkably strong. Yet, this is a choice I must bear alone. You are still young, with much yet to experience. There is no need for you to sacrifice yourself for this. Though I am young, I understand the principles of life, thanks to your teachings." She replied, gazing directly into her father's eyes. "The do you look down on me, believing that a woman is unworthy of sacrificing herself for a noble cause?" Her voice was soft, yet resonant with conviction. "Alas," the scholar sighed deeply, "that my greatest pride in this life is not having topped the imperial examinations or held great office, but in having such a remarkable daughter as you, among the countless youths of Chaoga. How many can compare to you? Yet I understand your feelings, father." The young woman suddenly smiled gently. "You are my greatest pride as well. Therefore, there is no need for further words. My mind is made up. I, Gong Sunja, have lived my life without shame toward the emperor and without remorse toward the common people. I have never been unworthy of the people. Yet, regarding you and your mother, I am eternally in debt." He embraced his daughter tightly, while she smiled, and the scholar's tears flowed abundantly, rendering him speechless. "Father," Rose, seeing their conversation finally pause, Li Chu seized the opportunity to ask softly, "May I inquire, is the eight-armed Azura you mentioned indeed a demon with 8 arms?" "Huh." The scholar lifted his head, momentarily taken aback, while both he and his daughter exchanged bewildered glances at the young Taoist. Here they were, passionately discussing life and death, and he suddenly inquired whether the eight-armed Azura actually had 8 arms. Did he not feel there was something amiss? However, seeing Li Chu's earnest demeanor, the middle-aged scholar hesitated, wiped his tears, and replied casually, "Perhaps it does, or perhaps it doesn't. The Qingyi Tower specializes in employing demons as assassins. Having 8 arms would not be surprising. If it is merely a nickname, that is also possible. This is tantamount to having received no answer at all." Li Chu pressed further. "Is there anything else?" I have only heard that he is a bronze medal assassin from the Qingyi Tower, specializing in hunting and pursuing his targets, that if the target does not resist much, he will grant them a swift end. However, should the target flee and be captured, they will be subjected to brutal torment, and their soul may even be refined, ensuring they can never attain rebirth. The scholar replied carefully. After being interrupted by Li Chu, he sensed the atmosphere had shifted, and realizing he could no longer cry, he decided to divulge everything he knew. Once he finished speaking, he turned back to look at his daughter, preparing to gather his emotions to say something more. Just then, Li Chu remarked, "This 8-armed Azura may already be dead." "What?" The scholar was momentarily taken aback. "On my way back from Yuhang town, I encountered a monster that obstructed my path, forcing me to slay it," Li Chu stated calmly. "Now that I think about it, it is highly likely that it was the 8-armed Azura who intended to ambush you." The scholar was stunned once more. However, the young woman widened her eyes in disbelief. "Little Taoist, are you speaking the truth?" "Of course," Li Chu replied, his expression remaining unperturbed. Yet to their eyes, it seemed as if he were saying, "It's merely a monster passing by. I slayed it without a second thought. Nothing remarkable about it, despite the truth of the matter." "Little Taoist, are you a practitioner of the way?" The scholar scrutinized Li Chu in disbelief. "Indeed," Li Chu nodded, adding, "I suggest that the two of you rest here tonight. Tomorrow morning, I shall escort you to Yuhang town. Should any monsters approach, there is no need for concern, even if my own cultivation is insufficient to protect you. My master is present." Li Chu pointed toward the adjoining chambers, saying, "My master's cultivation is celestial and boundless." Both father and daughter stared wide-eyed, astonished to discover that such high beings resided within this modest mountain temple. Especially the middle-aged scholar, who felt a rush of conflicting emotions as he recalled the charade he had just performed before the young Taoist. Although this young Taoist had saved his life, he couldn't help but wish he had spoken such things sooner. Otherwise, it would have been rather awkward for him. The following morning, Li Chu prepared an extra portion of congee and side dishes, inviting the father and daughter to join him for breakfast. As Yu Qian, with his ethereal demeanor, stepped out, he was momentarily captivated by the graceful young woman, his face lighting up with a warm smile. At the dining table, Yu Qian skillfully engaged the two, extracting their backgrounds with just a few casual remarks. It turned out the scholar's name was Gongsunja, and his daughter's name was Gongsun Ro. Both hailing from Chaoga City, Gongsunja had once been a top scholar, serving in the court for over a decade, and had risen to the position of vice minister of the Ministry of Rights. While not particularly fortunate in his career, he was still held in high regard. Unfortunately, he was a disciple of the former Prime Minister Meng Yoxiong, who fell from grace when the powerful Yang Dingtian usurped his position, leading to the downfall of all officials associated with Meng Yoxiong. Gongsunja was subsequently demoted to Jiangnan, becoming a mere county magistrate of Yuhang. Nevertheless, due to his past favor with the emperor, Yang Dingtian feared he might regain his former position, and thus covertly hired an assassin from Qingyi Tower to eliminate him. The guards accompanying him had all been bribed by Yang Dingtian and fled midway. Only one guard, still possessing a shred of conscience, had managed to inform Gongsunja about the impending assassination. Even with this knowledge, he insisted on proceeding to Yuhang town to fulfill his destiny. Upon hearing that the middle-aged scholar before him was the soon-to-be magistrate of Yuhang, Yu Qian's eyelids twitched involuntarily. In remote places like this, the upheavals of Chaoga in the northwest bore little significance. However, a mere county magistrate, though scorned by officials in the capital, was a local sovereign here. Reflecting on how he had been eyeing the magistrate's daughter with such interest, Yu Qian's eyelids twitched again, causing his appetite to plummet by 80%. What puzzled him was that the father and daughter spoke to him with such reverence, their gazes imbued with a peculiar sense of awe. Chapter 10. Mastering the iron cloth shirt in 30 days. After finishing breakfast and exchanging pleasantries for a while, Li Chu personally drove the Gongsun father and daughter to the town. Along the way, they passed a spacious clearing filled with a large crowd, bustling with excitement. From their shouts, it seemed they had discovered the corpse of a gigantic spider, its size utterly terrifying. Some claimed it was a spider spirit that had failed to transcend, while others insisted it bore the marks of a sword, undoubtedly slain by some celestial being. Li Chu did not stop. Instead, He flicked the reins and sped past. The Gongsun pair were astute individuals who quickly grasped the situation as they passed by, deducing that it was likely the eight-armed Azura Li Chu had slain the previous night. Gongsun inquired, "Little Taoist, why not dismount and proclaim that it was you who vanquished the monster? Wouldn't that enhance the prestige of your Diyun temple? My master has always taught me that exorcising demons and safeguarding the way should not be for the sake of hollow fame," Li Chu replied. Gongsun was momentarily stunned, then sincerely bowed, saying, "Your master and you are indeed remarkable individuals." Li Chu merely touched his nose in response. The reason he chose not to explain was twofold. He deemed fame unimportant. And also, there used to be a pavilion there that in his haste the previous day. He had struck with excessive force. The pavilion, built by the villagers pooling their resources, would become a costly matter if he had to compensate for the damages. The carriage soon came to a halt before the county office, and the three disembarked to bid farewell. "I shall never forget the life-saving grace of little Taoist Li," Gongsun bowed deeply. "It is merely the duty of a practitioner, Mr. Gongsun need not concern himself with it," Li Chu replied lightly. Gongsun gazed intently at Li Chu, her lips pressed together before she said, "Little Taoist Li, thank you for your assistance." Only the father and daughter knew that what may have seemed a trivial act of help to Li Chu was a fortuitous escape from despair for them. Li Chu smiled faintly and then took his leave. Gongsun stood watching his retreating figure, her feet rooted in place for a long while. Her father turned back, noticing his daughter's expression, waved his hand before her eyes. "All right. He has gone far away in Chaoga City. There are countless talented scholars and young heroes, yet I have never seen you look at anyone like this." Gongsun felt embarrassed by his words. Lowering her head and shaking it, "None are like him." Gongsun chuckled mischievously. "Not like him in what way?" Gongsun bit her lip, hesitating before finally speaking. "Not as handsome as he is." "Oh!" Gongsun blinked. "Did I not recall you saying that when looking at men, you do not consider their looks?" Gongsun's cheeks flushed, and she chose to ignore him. There has never been a person who truly disregarded appearances. If such individuals exist, it is merely because they have yet to encounter a sufficiently handsome face. Moreover, the owner of this face happened to be your savior. Li Chu had not come specifically to escort the Gongsun father and daughter. He had his own affairs to attend to in the town. This morning, he had sought Yu Qian's guidance on any methods for body refinement. He could never forget the sight of Yu Qian, still half asleep, emerging from his room without having washed his face or bound his hair, casually spitting out mouthwash before raising his head to the heavens and declaring, "The Taoist is the origin of all things. The practitioner is the branches and leaves of the great path. To forsake the origin in pursuit of the branches and leaves, my disciple, you are caught in illusion." In that moment, he felt as though Yu Qian was enveloped by an indescribable aura, a presence so compelling that it filled him with a sense of shame for having posed the question. However, this did not change the fact that his own physical form remained fragile. He understood that he might never be able to comprehend his master's realm. Later, Yu Qian suggested that Li Chu visit the miscellaneous bookshop in the town, where he might find some valuable resources. The miscellaneous bookshop, as the name implies, was a collection of various texts. The interior was adorned with an antique charm, open at both ends for ample light. And the scent of paper wafted through the AI. IT housed a mix of new books and second-hand tomes collected by the proprietor, covering a wide array of subjects across 2 floors. After perusing the shelves, Li Chu found little resembling cultivation manuals. Thus, he approached the counter. The shopkeeper was an old scholar, in his 50s, still diligently preparing for the scholar examinations, nearly blind. Yet despite his poor eyesight, he was intimately familiar with the placement of every book in the shop. He could locate them even with his eyes closed. Li Chu inquired, "Shopkeeper, do you have any manuals?" "What kind of manuals?" The old shopkeeper looked puzzled. "Those concerning body refinement," Li Chu clarified. "My master mentioned you might have some." The old shopkeeper immediately wore a knowing smile. "Oh." He rose and led Li Chu to search. Walking and talking, indeed, like master, like disciple. Who would have thought you, with such thick brows and bright eyes, would also enjoy these? Li Chu was left bewildered. That it was only when the old shopkeeper brought him to a hidden cabinet that he opened it to reveal it stuffed with various illustrated volumes. The Golden Lotus Chronicles. Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio. The White Jade Cupping. I Want My Man. Li Chu gazed at these peculiar titles, momentarily lost in thought. Old shopkeeper, you may have misunderstood, he said, shifting his gaze away. What I seek are cultivation techniques. Methods for refining the body. I wish to strengthen my physical form, not to gaze upon it. Cultivation? The old shopkeeper frowned. You come from a Taoist temple to my bookstore seeking cultivation methods. I truly do not have any. However, I believe there are some martial arts techniques for body refinement. I am unsure if they will suit you. As he spoke, the old shopkeeper pondered for a moment before leading Li Chu to another side, where he unearthed a dusty cabinet filled with books on martial arts cultivation methods. Practitioners of both Buddhism and Taoism, historically known as chi refiners, traditionally engage in martial arts solely during their initial stages of training, as their true energy is yet to be cultivated and they require means of self-defense. Once they manage to refine their true energy, they typically cease their martial studies, for chi refiners aspire towards supernatural abilities. However, the threshold for becoming a chi refiner is considerably high. One must possess a spiritual root to embark upon this path, and those born with such a root are exceedingly rare. In contrast, martial arts training is devoid of such stringent requirements, allowing anyone to pursue martial prowess and thereby enhance their strength. Thus, throughout any era, martial practitioners outnumber chi refiners. Consequently, the transmission of martial arts is more widespread among the populace. Even in a modest town study, one might find an entire cabinet filled with martial arts manuals. However, such easily accessible manuals are unlikely to be very sophisticated. Perhaps due to their spiritual roots, chi refiners often look down upon martial artists. Despite the fact that those who reach the pinnacle of martial prowess are not at all inferior to the highest-ranking chi refiners, and their raw combat power may even surpass that of the latter. Indeed, among the 12 celestial sects, there exists a lineage that practices pure martial arts, Tianwang Mountain. Yet, irrespective of this, disdain persists. Therefore, a true practitioner of the Tao would certainly scoff at the notion of practicing martial arts. However, Li Chu is not a practitioner of the Tao. He lacks even a spiritual root, and thus harbors no sense of superiority. If he inquires, "Might I trouble you, esteemed shopkeeper, for any methods pertaining to body refinement?" "There are indeed," the old shopkeeper replies, bending down to rummage through the shelves, stirring up a cloud of dust. After a moment, he presents a thin, worn yellow booklet to Li Chu, thrusting it toward his face. The cover bears the bold inscription, "Master Iron Shirt in 30 days." Chapter 11. Our iron shirt is truly remarkable. When Li Chu returned to the Dayun temple, he happened upon several ants from nearby villages emerging from the entrance, each wearing bright smiles and radiating vitality. While they would smile when he received them, it was never with such genuine joy, reminiscent of seedlings thriving after a spring rain. It seemed evident that the gap between himself and his master was still quite substantial. With admiration swelling in his heart, Li Chu walked into the front hall. Yu Chi sat in for Li Chu, and upon seeing him return, he quickly stood up exclaiming, "Disciple, you have returned. I am utterly exhausted. Come, take these items to the kitchen. Let us prepare an additional dish for lunch." Surrounding him were 2 baskets of eggs, a bundle of green onions, a wild mountain chicken, and more gifts from the ants. As it were in the village, families often lacked wealth, so it was customary to offer food ingredients as a form of devotion, and the Taoists were equally grateful. Every morsel was a merit. Yu Chi stretched his back as he ambled to the backyard, with Li Chu following closely behind, carrying the offerings. After enjoying a sumptuous lunch featuring scrambled eggs with green onions, Li Chu returned to the front hall. On a summer afternoon, the floor swayed languidly, and the air was imbued with a drowsiness-inducing fragrance. Yet, Li Chu felt invigorated as he retrieved the booklet titled Master Iron Shirt in 30 Days and began to study it earnestly. Upon closer inspection, the principles contained within were remarkably simple. The first step involves concentrating all internal force to a single point, tensing the muscles to withstand attacks that if the force is sufficiently strong, it can even repel sharp weapons. Common practices in the martial world, such as the gold spear to the throat or rolling on a bed of nails, are predicated upon such training. The next level entails conditioning this resistance into a reflexive response, enabling one to tense their muscles instantaneously upon being attacked, without the need for prior accumulation of energy. Ultimately, the goal is to extend this defensive capability throughout the entire body, thereby mastering the iron shirt technique. When perfected, the claim of being impervious to blades and arrows is not mere boastfulness. Though this self-defense technique is common in the martial world, it is unlikely to be very profound. However, it is all Li Chu could obtain, and he bore no disdain for it. Having never practiced martial arts, he possessed no internal energy. However, he had an alternative potential, which he tentatively termed spiritual power. Contemplating this, he believed that utilizing spiritual power for training might yield similar results. After all, it was merely another manifestation of energy, and he assumed there would be little difference. Thus he began to channel his spiritual power, attempting to concentrate it on a specific point on the surface of his body. This was his first attempt at such an operation. Previously, his spiritual power had flowed steadily within him, and even during swordplay, he had never concentrated it extensively. After all, merely releasing a trickle of spiritual power sufficed to obliterate his foes. Out of caution, he refrained from experimenting on critical areas and instead chose an inconsequential part of his lower body, a long, seemingly useless, and somewhat unsightly hair that, should complications arise, he could easily sever. Indeed, he concentrated his spiritual power on a single leg hair. To his astonishment, as he gradually infused 50% of his spiritual power into this hair, it began to emit a glowing leg hair. For some reason, this sight struck Li Chu as oddly familiar. When the spiritual power reached 60%, the hair started to feel hot, akin to a red-hot iron wire. Li Chu suddenly recalled why this felt familiar. It reminded him of the old incandescent bulbs his family had once used. He had a premonition that if he continued to pour spiritual power into the hair, it might explode. To avoid injuring himself before mastering the iron shirt, he prudently halted the experiment. It appeared that 60% was the hair's limit. He pondered how his skin would fare. Furrowing his brow, he considered that every inch of his skin was flawless, leaving him unable to find a suitable area for experimentation. Ultimately, he settled on the palm of his hand, but he extended his left hand, palm facing upward, and began to gather spiritual power. This time, he quickly amassed 50% without incident. However, when the spiritual power reached 60%, his palm began to glow. 70%, the palm felt warm to the touch. It seemed the skin's capacity was slightly greater than that of the hair. With such a hand, equipped with its own heating function, life would become significantly more comfortable. Li Chu contemplated the inevitable need for sustenance while traveling. Cold food was hard on the stomach, and heating it was often impractical. With this hand, he could alleviate much of that inconvenience. Upon withdrawing the spiritual power, he noticed that the area that had been infused appeared somewhat different from its surroundings. While the change was subtle in the palm, he decided to test it on another area. Indeed, the spots briefly infused with spiritual power became notably fairer once the energy dissipated. Though his skin had already been fair, it now exhibited a porcelain-like luster, devoid of its previous rosy hue, appearing strikingly radiant and feeling considerably smoother to the touch. This unexpected transformation delighted him, that he quickly used his spiritual power to enhance his entire left hand, and then proceeded to the most critical part of his experiment. Grasping an iron sword with his left hand, he gently brushed it across his palm. With a soft hiss, he felt no pain. Upon opening his hand, he found only a faint white scratch, which quickly vanished, impervious to blades. A faint smile graced Li Chu's lips. The success came swifter than he had anticipated. It appeared that spiritual power might indeed be more formidable than internal energy. What was once thought to require 30 days to master, he had condensed into mere moments. Moreover, the iron shirt technique has its vulnerabilities, as certain areas of the body cannot exert force, rendering them fatal weaknesses for practitioners. Tales abound in the martial world of fighters whose weaknesses were discovered, leading to their defeat. Yet, Li Chu's spiritual power could converge anywhere he desired, allowing him to provide top-tier care to every single hair. This meant his iron shirt had no weaknesses, rendering it an unparalleled iron shirt. Nevertheless, Li Chu reminded himself not to become complacent. that it is essential to recognize that being impervious to blades and arrows is not without its limitations. Without the support of spiritual power, even a sword designed to vanquish demons would revert to being merely an ordinary piece of iron, easily purchasable for a mere 2 taels of silver at the local blacksmith. Should a martial expert wield a legendary blade, or a sword master command a flying artifact, they could likely penetrate his defenses with ease. Thus, he realized he had merely gained a slight edge in self-preservation, and diligent training remained imperative. With that in mind, he commenced his rigorous path of enhancement, channeling spiritual power to meticulously refine every inch of his bones, flesh, and skin. After just one afternoon, Li Chu felt as though he had been reborn, his entire body invigorated. Had he been able to gaze into a mirror at that moment, he would have surely noticed a remarkable difference. Standing still, he resembled a flawless porcelain figurine, with only his eyes shining with vibrant energy. Even his appearance had improved by a few degrees. One might underestimate this enhancement. Li Chu, whose beauty was already a perfect 10, now reached a score of 10 plus 3, that while this may seem insignificant, if one were to consider a person whose attractiveness was merely 5, an additional 3 could affect a qualitative leap. The iron shirt truly deserves its renowned reputation, Li Chu mused sincerely. Initially, he believed the iron shirt to be a pedestrian martial technique, merely augmenting his ability to withstand blows. Yet, upon practicing it and delving deeper into its effects, he discovered that its enhancement was indeed comprehensive. Not only did it render him impervious to blades, but it also seemed to cleanse the impurities within his body, akin to a thorough purification of the marrow. Our iron shirt is indeed remarkable. Of course, if the originator of the iron shirt were to hear such praise, they might well rise from their grave to exclaim, "What merit do you possess?" Others' iron shirts may falter, but yours is unparalleled. Chapter 12. The young lady wields a hand blade. The following day, Zhou Dafu returned to the entrance of the Yun Temple, which surprised Li Chu. He glanced at Zhou Dafu's lower half, speculating whether something was amiss, prompting him to donate money for incense in hopes of recouping his losses. Zhou Dafu's furrowed brow only served to confirm his suspicions. When a case arises in town, Zhou Dafu is not one to fret. His concerns lie solely with matters of his own household. Yet, to Li Chu's surprise, this time there is indeed a case in the town, and Zhou Dafu is genuinely troubled about his own affairs. Little Taoist Li, why am I so unfortunate? Zhou Dafu's unattractive visage is nearly contorted into a bun-like frown. The new county magistrate has just assumed office, and I spent several days tidying up in advance to create a good impression. Who would have thought that mere days after the Schweff family massacre, another heinous crime would erupt? It seems like we are once again dealing with vengeful spirits, although the number of casualties is not as high as in recent days. This is a massacre. There are hardly a few such cases in the entire He Luo dynasty each year, and this will undoubtedly attract the attention of the capital, Chaoga City. The magistrate will not inquire why there are so many ghosts in Yuhang Town. He will only question why I, as the head constable, cannot solve the case. Tell me, why does Yuhang Town have so many ghosts? Zhou Dafu's voice trembles with the brink of tears that Li Chu, too, is perplexed. Vengeful spirits are not as common as cabbages. They do not just appear at will. As the saying goes, chaos breeds malevolence. Yet conversely, in these peaceful times, one would expect the absence of such evils. Why then are there vengeful spirits appearing in succession? When considering the broader He Luo dynasty, one might encounter a resentful spirit among nearly 10,000 souls who have died with grievances. Yet within the small confines of Yuhang Town, 2 appear within 3 days. This is indeed peculiar. After a brief exchange, they ultimately agree that after dinner this evening, Li Chu will visit the county office to meet with Zhou Dafu, and they will go together to the scene of the crime. This decision stems from Li Chu's lesson learned from the previous incident. Since ghosts do not manifest during the day, it is better to wait until dusk to proceed, thus avoiding any inconvenience. Arriving too early would serve little purpose, as waiting would be tedious and might lead to unwanted interactions with the women at the scene. Although this is a massacre, and there will be no widow's tale to unfold, it is best to cultivate good habits, that he has an inexplicable feeling that Yuhang Town may not remain tranquil for long. As evening descends, the sky is splendid, adorned with radiant clouds. Zhou Dafu has already completed his rounds for the case, conducting investigations and reporting, anxiously awaiting Li Chu's arrival, hoping for a smooth process tonight. Should Li Chu's exorcism fail, Zhou Dafu's prospects may also be dimmed. However, instead of Li Chu, what he first receives is a plaque, a hefty iron plaque, 7 inches long and 5 inches wide. Engraved on one side with a towering pagoda and inscribed on the reverse with the bold characters. Chaotian, Quebec. The plaque crash lands on a Zhou Dafu's desk. The one who tossed it in is a young woman clad in a purple, fitted silk robe, appearing youthful. Her high ponytail is tied with a red ribbon, her skin fair, with willow-like brows and apricot-shaped eyes, a delicate nose and crimson lips, her beauty radiant like a dew-kissed peach blossom. Furthermore, her slender waist and long legs make her silhouette graceful as she walks. Her long legs sway elegantly, her slender waist twisting in rhythm, her ponytail bouncing in tandem, causing the constables in the office to tremble in awe. While the younger constables are captivated by her legs, Zhou Dafu is perturbed by the plaque that a young man attempts to approach her, wearing his usual brazen demeanor, and boldly states, "Miss, I find you somewhat familiar. Are you here looking for? I recognize your mother as well." Zhou Dafu interjects, swiftly kicking this indiscreet subordinate away. The young man tumbles outside, momentarily dazed, yet he hastily adjusts his hat and flashes a sycophantic grin at Zhou Dafu. "Head! My apologies. I didn't realize you had your eye on her first, heh." He chuckles foolishly, mistaking Zhou Dafu's ire for jealousy over a woman. Zhou Dafu's pupils constrict as he barks back. "I had my eye on your mother first. Scram!" The young man, struck as if by lightning, hesitates before stammering. "Well, my father might find that troublesome. Let me think of a solution." "What a filial son you are!" Zhou Dafu is tempted to rush forward and end his misery. However, the young woman is smiling at him, and he dares not move. While a novice might only see her lovely smile, an experienced hand would perceive the sharpness in her gaze. Zhou Dafu quickly wipes the cold sweat from his brow and smiles obsequiously. "I am Zhou Dafu, head constable of Yuhang Town. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mississippi. Miss." The office erupts in a clamor as the disheveled constables immediately straighten up, creating a cacophony of noise. There is no need for such formality. "Zhou Constable." The young woman dismisses with a smile, striding confidently to Zhou Dafu's seat and sitting down casually, reclaiming the heavy plaque. "I am Li Sini of the Chaotian K, stationed in Hangzhou. I am not your superior." Theoretically, this is indeed the case. However, in practice, Chaotian K is merely a sect within the martial world. Many matters depend on the actual circumstances. Chaotian K is mandated to oversee matters concerning spirits and the supernatural, possessing the authority to act first and report later when dealing with malevolent forces. Even the most junior members, like the purple-clad individuals, are formidable practitioners. Any ordinary official would treat them with utmost respect. This pressure is one of the reasons Zhou Dafu is reluctant to call upon Chaotian K for investigations. "Miss Li, your presence here must pertain to the recent massacre in Shaolu village." Zhou Dafu inquires cautiously. "Indeed, but that is not the sole reason." Li Sini smiles slightly. "I have also been tasked with asking you why Yuhang Town, under your jurisdiction, has been plagued by so many malevolent occurrences that in the past year. You have reported 6 incidents involving malevolent spirits, and now 2 cases of vengeful spirits have occurred within 3 days." She rises, her tall stature matching Zhou Dafu's, her commanding presence far surpassing his. "I am curious. What secrets lie within this small Yuhang town that attracts such malevolence? Or perhaps there are no spirits involved in these cases, and it is you, Zhou Constable, who harbors secrets and cannot solve the cases, instead attributing blame to the supernatural." What she states is not uncommon. There are countless unresolved cases in the world, but when distributed among every head constable in the Heluo dynasty, only a handful are truly perplexing. Sometimes, to placate higher authorities, constables would attribute cases to malevolent spirits, a common practice. After all, supernatural occurrences often leave no traces. Some spirits vanish without a shred of evidence, making it easy to obscure the truth. However, such occurrences cannot be too frequent. 6 cases in a year, as Zhou Dafu has, raised considerable suspicion. The occurrence of 2 vengeful spirit cases within 3 days is even more outrageous that if true. Chao Tian-Ke would undoubtedly conduct an investigation that if false, it would be an affront to intelligence, and Chao Tian-Ke would surely seek retribution. On my honor, Zhou Defu pleads with a pained expression. Miss Li, I too am bewildered by the frequency of malevolent occurrences under my watch. I am no fool. Even if I were to fabricate a story, I would not conjure 2 cases of vengeful spirits within 3 days. Yet my investigations have yielded these results. Surely, I cannot lie. Li Sini smiles, her expression cool and detached. If you have nothing to hide, why have you never sought assistance from us at Chao Tian-Ke? Instead, you always hire outside practitioners with court rewards to exorcise the malevolent spirits. I, too, wish to understand, in such a small place as Yuhang Town, is there truly a practitioner of such exceptional skill who can assist you in solving these bizarre cases? Zhou Dafu responds, in my years as head constable, I have always fulfilled my duties diligently. I would never dare to deceive my superiors that I have not sought the assistance of Chao Tian-Ke because there is indeed a local Taoist temple with practitioners, making it relatively convenient to request help without troubling your esteemed organization. Oh! Li Sini's gaze roams over his unattractive face. I will remain here for a while to thoroughly investigate the source of the malevolent occurrences in Yuhang Town. As for the practitioner you have employed, there is a suspicion of harboring malevolence. During this time, it would be best not to allow him here. Of course. Zhou Dafu nods repeatedly. With the arrival of Chao Tian-Ke's personnel, there is no need for Li Chu anymore. Despite his esteem for Li Chu, Zhou Dafu does not believe that a practitioner from a minor sect could match the prowess of Chao Tian-Ke's legitimate practitioners. As for Li Sini's remarks about harboring malevolence, such incidents have occurred before, where local practitioners would deliberately cultivate malevolent spirits to commit crimes and then offer their services to exorcise them for a handsome reward. Such schemes often thrive in places like Yuhang Town, which, while not too far from the capital, possesses a certain vibrancy. Such practices are anathema to Chao Tian-Ke. Zhou Dafu is inclined to defend Li Chu, asserting that the young Taoist is not such a person, but the words die on his lips. Given Li Sini's current impression of him, it would be unnecessary to speak up for another. As they converse, a clear voice rings out from beyond the door. Is Zhou Constable present? I have arrived. It is the Taoist I summoned. I shall let him return first. Zhou Dafu replies, turning to greet the newcomer. Li Sini follows him outside, curious to see this suspicious Taoist. Thus, she beholds a young Taoist with clear features and gentle eyes, clad in clean, simple garments of blue, standing beneath a poplar tree, his hair flowing in the breeze. His robe billowing gracefully, in that instant. It seemed as if all the radiant hues of the heavens converged upon him, resembling a celestial being descended from the skies. Zhou Defu calls out to Li Chu, little Taoist Li. My apologies, smack. A swift and decisive chop lands on his neck from behind, interrupting his impending words. I Chu raised his eyebrows in surprise as he witnessed Zhou Defu collapse to the ground, revealing a radiant young lady behind him. This maiden gazed at him gently, her smile as enchanting as a blooming flower. Chapter 13. A simple, kind-hearted, handsome swindler. The willow leaves spread widely across the sky, while the peach leaves pointed sharply. The girl bounced over to Li Chu's side. Greetings. I am Li Sini, a member of the Zi Wei from Chao Tian-Ke. Her voice was melodious and her tone soft, quite pleasant to the ear. The group of constables behind her were left utterly astounded, their jaws dropping in disbelief. How could someone who appeared so fierce, with a voice so dry and a tone so harsh, suddenly transform into a charming maiden? The speed of this transformation was nothing short of terrifying. Li Chu, however, was unconcerned whether he was facing a gentle maiden or a fierce tigress. What truly mattered to him was the name he had just heard, Chao Tian-Ke. He sighed inwardly and clasped his hands, saying, I am Li Chu, a Taoist from the Diyun Temple outside Yuhang Town. Since a prominent figure from Chao Tian-Ke is here, I suppose my assistance is no longer required. In his heart, he was truly thinking, then my reward must be gone too. Li Chu was certainly aware of what Chao Tian-Ke represented. Back in the day, the He Luo dynasty had conferred titles upon the 12 immortal sects. dividing them into 7 sects and 5 factions. Chao part of the Central Plains Imperial Court, was one of the 5 major factions. Among the myriad of illustrious sects, Chao stood apart, although an independent sect. It served the He Luo court. This involved certain high-level secrets that were not to be disclosed to outsiders that in essence, Chao could be regarded as an official institution dedicated to matters concerning spirits and deities. With establishments in various provinces and cities, the Li Chu was self-aware. It was precisely because Chao could not reach the town that he had the opportunity to assist the authorities in exorcising evil spirits. Now that the court had sent someone, it was only prudent for him to withdraw. "Why would you not need me?" Li Sini's eyes sparkled as she cheerfully replied, "I have just arrived and am unfamiliar with the circumstances. Having a local guide would aid me in resolving the mysteries of this case." Upon hearing this, a chorus of low coughs erupted from the constables behind her. She quickly dismissed them from her thoughts, deeming them unworthy of consideration. "Ah?" Li Chu's eyes brightened. "So the magistrate still requires my assistance?" "Of course, you shall accompany me shortly, for I lack an experienced aide," Li Sini stated. Meanwhile, in her heart, she firmly declared this was for the sake of the investigation. "I have always been suspicious of this Taoist. This is the perfect opportunity to get close to him and see if he is up to any mischief." Yes, precisely that, although he does have the appearance of someone who seems entirely innocent. After pondering for a moment, Li Chu inquired, "And my reward?" "It will be given as originally promised." Li Sini waved her hand grandly. Although it was customary for Chao to assume such matters and thus not require the reward, she reasoned that since the funds originated from the magistrate, it was acceptable to use it to hire someone who was merely pleasing to the eye. After all, can public funds truly be considered money? Li Chu smiled upon hearing this, feeling a twinge of fondness for this spirited young lady, that he nodded and replied, "Certainly, this is not merely a matter of money that as practitioners, we inherently bear the duty to exorcise evil and uphold justice." "You have a remarkable sense of duty, little Taoist," Li Sini praised with a beaming smile, while internally exclaiming how endearing it was that he appeared greedy yet refused to acknowledge it. It occurred to her that greedy individuals and those who are lecherous make quite the compatible pair. "Thank you for your compliments, my lord." "Ah, please do not call me my lord. I am still quite young." As they exchanged light banter, the two departed side by side toward the scene of the mysterious case, leaving the group of constables exchanging glances in confusion. Where was the young in that? Neither of them appeared particularly young, and furthermore, did this impressively large individual forget something? Were they not bringing any constables along to handle the case? Although they personally had no desire to go, at minimum, they expected to accompany the head constable, but the head constable had been knocked unconscious by her own hand, observing the graceful figures of the two as they walked away. The constables could not help but feel a sense of doubt. With such a demeanor, were they truly going after spirits? Li Chu and Li Sini walked along the riverbank for 2 or 3 miles until they arrived at the site of the incident in Shaolu village. The shimmering waves, the evening glow reflecting off the mountains, and the gentle breeze made for a rather pleasant stroll. During their journey, Li Sini carefully probed Li Chu's aura and discovered that he seemed entirely devoid of any energy fluctuations. Thus, she inquired, "Little Taoist, at which stage of the 7 realms of heaven and man do you currently reside?" Li Chu paused momentarily and honestly asked, "What are the 7 realms of heaven and man?" Just trivial matters," Li Sini dismissed with a wave of her hand, as if it were inconsequential, that at the same time, she completely relinquished her suspicions regarding Li Chu. The absence of any energy fluctuations and his ignorance of the 7 realms indicated that Li Chu was utterly unfamiliar with cultivation. He could not possibly be involved in a major case of spirit manipulation. It was evident. He was merely a simple, kind-hearted, and handsome swindler. Such matters did not fall under the jurisdiction of Chao Quebec. If it had been an ugly swindler, Li Sini would not have minded intervening on behalf of the constables. Moreover, it was rather impressive that one person could deceive the entire magistrate of Yuhang town for so long. How delightful. Before long, they reached Shaolu village. Li Sini's expression turned serious, regaining some of the poise expected of a member of Chao Quebec. As for Li Chu, he remained solemn, feeling that dealing with vengeful spirits was far easier than engaging in idle chatter with Li Xin. The tragic incident had occurred at the Fong family home in Shaolu village. A dilapidated courtyard with merely a few thatched cottages sat at the sparsely populated edge of the village. It seemed the Fong family not only lived in poverty, but also had strained relations with the villagers. The authorities had arrived early to tidy up, and the scene had already been cleared. It appeared to be an empty courtyard. Although the interior was chaotic, there were no signs of bloodshed. Li Xin had reviewed the case files several times before arriving and was thoroughly familiar with the details. The Fong family consists of 4 members. Fong De, age 33, his son Fong Gang, age 12, his wife Fong Lu, age 23, and their daughter Chen Yingying, age 4. Fong Da's daughter, Chen Yingying. Li Chu immediately seized upon a significant detail. While pacing back and forth in the courtyard, seemingly measuring something, Li Xin explained, Fong De and Fong Lu have both been divorced. Fong Da's former wife was killed by him, while Fong Lu's previous husband passed away from illness. Both remarried while bringing children along. Li Chu fell silent for a moment. Li Xin's voice lowered as she continued. It is said that last night, Fong Lu was seen searching the village for her daughter, claiming Yingying had gone missing, but she should not have found her. This morning, those who went to the fields noticed something amiss. The Fong family's door was closed, and all the poultry and dogs in the yard were dead. That a bold villager ventured inside, and was met with a horrifying sight. The coroner's examination revealed that Fong Lu was bludgeoned to death at the back of her head, and Fong Gang was poisoned. The determination of a vengeful spirit's involvement stems from Fong De. He strangled himself to death, his body cold as ice, with 2 ghostly handprints around his neck. Clear evidence of spirit possession. Li Chu stroked his chin, feeling a sense of complexity. That it appeared that Fong Lu and Fong Gang had been murdered by someone, as spirits could not employ poison or bludgeoning techniques. However, Fong De had evidently succumbed to a spirit's attack. That he inquired, "And what of the little girl?" Chen Yingying's body was discovered behind the mountain. She had fallen from the slope and died. Indeed, it was a massacre. However, the variety of methods of death left Li Chu puzzled. Nevertheless, it mattered not. He was not a constable and had no obligation to investigate the truth behind the case. All that mattered was that there were spirits present. That a cool breeze swept over from the mountains, effortlessly penetrating the walls of the Fong family's thatched cottage, rising with a mournful sound, almost as if someone were weeping. Unbeknownst to them, night had fallen. Li Xin gazed intently at Li Chu, stating, "Do not act recklessly without my command. Vengeful spirits differ from ordinary ghosts. If angered, the situation could become quite troublesome." In her mind, Li Chu had already been categorized as a complete swindler. Thus, her expectation was that he would not cause any trouble. This was a rare display of gentleness from Li Xin, the newly appointed Zi Wei of Chaodian, Quebec. Chapter 14. What illusions having cautioned Li Chu, Li Xin began to arrange talismans throughout the courtyard. This moment, the distant sky was darkening, marking the final moments of the setting sun. She retrieved a yellow talisman inscribed with cinnabar from her pouch, pinched it between her fingers, and cast it forward. The talisman soared through the air with a life of its own, adhering firmly to a wall. But she was not finished. She took out a small jade sword, exquisitely crafted and translucent, its value rivaling that of fine jewelry. Yet, Li Xin showed no hesitation as she flicked her fingers, and a beam of azure light darted forth, pinning the small sword to the yellow talisman. Subsequently, she produced another yellow talisman and repeated the process. Li Chu watched from the side. Though he did not fully comprehend her actions, he found them impressive. This was something he deeply envied. The world of these orthodox practitioners was filled with talismans, magical artifacts, elixirs, and supernatural abilities, all manner of astonishing wonders that dazzled the eye. He had never encountered any of it before. After all, he himself would not drop any equipment when defeating monsters. And as for the master, he has always been indifferent to such trivial matters. Li Xin strolled slowly around the courtyard, casting a talisman every 3 steps and pinning it down with her jade sword. After repeating this process 18 times, she finally completed a circuit around the small courtyard. Letting out a long sigh, she noticed beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Before Li Chu could ask, she approached him and said, "Do you know what I've set up here?" "It's the sword-activated talisman spirit array." Before Li Chu could respond, She provided the answer herself. I choose smiled. He realized he need not speak, for this young lady would unveil all her curiosities. Sure enough, Licini continued, these talismans were specially retrieved by me from the storeroom of the Chaotian Pavilion to deal with ghostly entities. When secured with the treasure, the talisman sword from the Dan Ding Pavilion, each talisman cast will carry a trace of my sword energy. This talisman technique is called the sword-activated talisman. And the 18 sword-activated talismans arranged according to the reverse 9 palaces form a relatively rudimentary sword-activated talisman spirit array. Dealing with a mere vengeful spirit will be a piece of cake. Licini displayed a smile that seemed to say, I've finished showing off, now praise me. Feeling a sense of admiration. This was what one called professionalism. In contrast, his own methods of exorcism seemed rather mundane. As Licini completed her spirit array, the setting sun finished its final journey. Indicating her impeccable sense of timing, a slender crescent moon emerged, having hung in the sky for quite some time, though its pale hue made it difficult to notice. The two lit a fire and waited in silence. Suddenly, Licini asked, Little Taoist, are you afraid? Li Chu gently shook his head. Why not? This is a vengeful spirit after all. Licini pressed on. Indeed. Isn't it a vengeful spirit? Li Chu countered. Although their words seemed similar, the meanings diverged significantly. A fleeting flicker of confusion crossed Licini's face. Li Chu always wore a serious expression, making it hard for her to discern whether he was feigning or genuinely composed. However, if someone inquired about your fear, it usually indicated that they themselves had already experienced it. Licini knew this well. This was, in fact, her first solo exorcism. Previously, she had always followed her mentors, but she had recently attained a breakthrough in her cultivation. Hence, she tugged at her master's sleeve to secure this opportunity to stand alone. As for why she was so eager to exorcise on her own. Because a certain sage once said, fame should be sought early. Following her mentor, regardless of how formidable the evil entity vanquished, the credit and renown would always belong to the leader. Only by standing alone could her achievements be attributed solely to her. At this point, she was still under 20. If she gained fame now, the martial world would hail her as a heroine, a fairy. With her charm, she could attract countless admirers wherever she went. But if she waited until her 40s or 50s to gain fame, like her master, what would others call her then? A nun. Licini quickly shook her head, dismissing this dreadful fantasy. Suddenly, Li Chu's gaze sharpened as he looked toward a dark, unknown area outside the door. Just as Licini was about to inquire, she sensed something amiss. There was a chilling aura in the wind. What they awaited had arrived. Surrounding them, a childlike voice began to drift, resembling the laughter of children, clear, ethereal, yet tinged with an unsettling eeriness. Be careful, Licini warned, only to hear the voice shift abruptly into a haunting nursery rhyme. Brother killed me. Mother killed him. Father killed mother. I killed father. The eerie rhyme floated hauntingly on the wind, yet it was strikingly clear, echoing repeatedly. Brother killed me. Mother killed him. Father killed mother. I killed father. As the melody reached her ears, Licini's surroundings suddenly transformed dramatically. Her body shrank abruptly, becoming that of a 3- or 4-year-old girl. Still within the same room, the scenery around her came alive in an instant. She saw her mother, a woman not much older, yet already hunched with age, pressing her head down, encouraging her to call out for her father. Yet she remembered having a father, one who had been sealed in a black box and buried in the earth. Unable to survive, her mother sought out a new father for her. This new father brought with him a brother, who always wore a mischievous grin. She thought this new father would protect her, just like her previous one had. But reality was frightening. When he drank, he would beat her mother fiercely. The brother imitated him, hitting her just as hard. Her mother taught her to endure, and so she obediently complied. Time passed, and their bodies bore the marks of abuse. Until one day, her brother suddenly stopped hitting her, that he wanted to take off her clothes. Finally, her mother could no longer bear it and jumped to defend her, attacking the brother of course, when the father returned that night. He severely punished her mother. Then, one day, her brother apologized to her, that he even took her to the market to buy a piece of red silk. Other little girls had red ribbons, which she had always envied. Now she had one too, and her heart soared with joy. She decided to forgive her brother. He took her to a hillside and tied her hair for her. She obediently sat there, only for her brother to suddenly push her down the slope. She tumbled down, pain shooting through her. Then everything went black. For some unknown reason, she suddenly transformed into this ethereal existence. She saw her mother searching the village for her, frantic and wild. She heard her mother calling her name. She responded, but her mother could not hear her. Eventually, her mother learned the truth. She had gone out with her brother and had not returned. Her mother remained silent, quietly pouring a packet of rat poison into the soup. Her brother died from the poison. Their father was furious. That was his biological son. He beat her mother mercilessly until she was dead. She was filled with rage. She was still so young, yet she didn't understand why the world was this way. She had always been obedient. Why had she been pushed down the hill? Why had such a wonderful mother been beaten to death? Thus, she emerged and easily killed her father. That it was then she realized how powerful she had become. She no longer needed to endure. Li Xin suddenly awoke from the illusion, finding Li Chu had nudged her shoulder. Apologies, I noticed something was off, so I pushed you, he said. It's nothing, Li Xin shook her head, still panting heavily as if awakening from a deep dream, murmuring, you were tightly closing your eyes, your complexion flushed, trembling all over, and repeatedly calling me father, Li Chu noted. Li Xin's face flushed a deep crimson in an instant. However, she quickly raised her head, looking directly at Li Chu. Why weren't you affected by her illusion? Vengeful spirits inherently possess the ability to influence others with their resentment, inducing hallucinations that Li Xin was aware of this and had taken precautions. Yet she hadn't anticipated that although this vengeful spirit had only recently died, its cultivation was quite formidable, that it had concealed its illusion within the nursery rhyme, making it nearly impossible to guard against. But why had she fallen victim while Li Chu remained unscathed, waking her with such composure? What gave him that right? A look of confusion filled Li Xin's eyes. Under her gaze, Li Chu paused for a second, then slowly replied, Illusion? What illusion? After speaking, he began to grow alert, raising his gaze, turning his head, cautiously scanning the surroundings. That he was steady. Watching his belated realization, Li Xin felt black question marks sprouting atop her head. 1, 2, 3 for, in truth, based on her understanding of illusions, she speculated two possibilities. The first possibility, illusions like a flood, overwhelm the mountain. One side represents water, the other a mountain, that if your flood is sufficient to submerge my mountain, then I will naturally be engulfed at your mercy. Sometimes, the flood may not be enough to drown the mountain entirely, but it could still reach a sufficient height to exploit any exposed weakness. A moment of carelessness could see me swept away by the tide. However, if your splash is trivial to me, akin to a child urinating at the foot of the mountain, it would be natural for me not to notice. But could Li Chu be that mountain? Pondering, Li Xin felt the second possibility more plausible. That was, Li Chu was deaf. Chapter 15. This sword is called a basic attack. The current situation left her no time for further contemplation. Just as they exchanged a few words, a sudden gust of cold wind surged, becoming fiercely powerful. The old thatched cottage in the courtyard swayed perilously in the wind, that a wave of intensely uncomfortable, chilling energy flooded in. That Li Xin's gaze turned steely. Vengeful spirits thrived on resentment, and their strength was tied to it. Such a powerful surge indicated that this vengeful spirit was drenched in resentment and would likely be difficult to deal with. Li Chu remained unperturbed, directing his gaze toward the courtyard's main entrance. The principal had arrived. There appeared a solitary figure of a girl, clad in a dress as red as blood, her hair cascading down to obscure her features. The frail silhouette evoked a sense of pity. That as they entered the courtyard, Li Xin reiterated, If I haven't spoken, you mustn't act. Li Chu nodded obediently. After all, there was money to be made, and he was more than happy to refrain from intervening. Eager to learn how professionals exorcise spirits. Brother killed me. Mother killed him. Father killed mother. I killed daddy. Although she did not utter a word, the child's haunting melody lingered in the wind. However, Li Xin, having previously fallen into a trap, now remained vigilant, offering no further opportunities for exploitation. She gazed at the vengeful spirit before her, her eyes tinged with a modicum of compassion. The illusion she had just experienced was a reflection of the girl's tragic fate. This little girl was indeed the greatest victim. Yet, Licini understood all too well that she could not afford to show any weakness. Regardless of how pitiable a soul may be, once transformed into a vengeful spirit, they cease to elicit sympathy. Generally, vengeful spirits linger at the sight of their demise. This girl's situation was somewhat peculiar. Her death occurred nearby, and her resentment had coalesced within this very courtyard, compelling her to return. Anyone passing through here at night could fall prey to her wrath. To show leniency towards a vengeful spirit is to commit an act of cruelty against countless innocents. With this thought, her gaze sharpened suddenly. Then, a soft inquiry floated through the air. "Do you have family?" It was the little girl asking. Licini realized that the spirit was selecting its target for retribution. Vengeful spirits do not indiscriminately kill. Like the previous matron, whose resentment was directed solely at men, this little girl's grievance lay with family. Answering a vengeful spirit's question cannot be cloaked in deceit. It can perceive the most authentic truths of one's heart. Thus, Licini shook her head and replied, "No." She was an orphan, having grown up within the confines of her master's sect, that if one were to count, her master and fellow disciples could be considered family. Yet, in the little girl's understanding, such connections likely did not qualify. The girl then turned to Li Chu, asking, "Do you have family?" Li Chu paused momentarily before answering. "In this world, they are all gone." "Oh!" The girl in red responded softly, turning away as if to depart. The howling winds that had raged around them began to dissipate. Here, there were none whom she sought to exact vengeance upon, so she intended to leave. That it was fortunate that they both lacked family. Had anyone answered affirmatively, the situation would have taken a different turn. "We cannot let her leave," Licini urged anxiously. This vengeful spirit had grown formidable. Should she be allowed to escape, she might unleash further chaos. Li Chu, possessing some understanding of resentment, recalled his previous attempt to assuage the matron's wrath with words, albeit unsuccessfully. However, if the circumstances were reversed, it might prove simpler. His mind raced as he contemplated how to provoke her resentment and retain her presence. After a moment's thought, he gently called out, "Little sister." The girl in red paid him no heed, continuing her solitary advance, her form gradually fading, on the brink of vanishing. Li Chu then declared, "Your mother is dead." Her steps faltered, and her form hesitated. Sensing his words had struck a chord, he continued, "You are an orphan." The chilling winds surged once more. A wave of cold enveloped them. The girl spun around, her red dress billowing ominously. At that moment, Li Chu added, "Your family has all perished." A trifecta of truths. Though it sounded like a poetic flourish, he merely stated the facts with calmness. With a thunderous crash, the barriers before the girl shattered. Her pent-up resentment had been ignited. Licini cast a glance at Li Chu, uncertain whether to commend him for his actions or chastise him for his severity, though the vengeful spirit remained. She had entered a state of uncontrollable fury. Fortunately, she had prepared for this, as the crimson figure lunged towards them. Licini swiftly formed a sword gesture, exclaiming, "Swift!" Whoosh! A streak of azure light, adorned with talismans, sliced through the air, striking the vengeful spirit. Bang! The spirit emitted a piercing wail, her hair whipping wildly, yet her visage remained obscured. Upon impact, a colossal talismanic silhouette manifested midair, ensnaring her diminutive form like a spider's web. What emerged was not blood, but a dense, swirling black mist. This talisman is known as the 6 Armor Suppression Talisman, designed to restrain her movements. With her first strike successful, Licini relaxed slightly, explaining to Li Chu. Then, she unleashed another sword gesture. Whoosh, bang. This is the Flame Sun Talisman, incinerating spirits with the fire of the sun. Bah! This is the Yellow Court Exorcism Talisman, specifically crafted to expel malevolent spirits. Bah! This is the Star Deity Overlord Talisman, using the power of cosmic force to vanquish. Bang, 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 bang. 18 sword talismans were unleashed in rapid succession, resembling shooting stars, relentlessly bombarding the vengeful spirit with dense black mist, nearly enveloping her entire spectral form. Li Chu watched in awe, a surge of admiration swelling within him. How magnificent, how resplendent, how imposing. Witnessing the spirit being held aloft, battered mercilessly, the visual spectacle was breathtaking. Though he couldn't fathom why Licini had yet to deliver a fatal blow to the spirit. Surely, she had her reasons. His understanding was limited. Perhaps he simply could not grasp the bigger picture, that in truth, Licini harbored her own doubts. Having unleashed all 18 sword talismans, why had the vengeful spirit not yet perished? Had this been an ordinary spirit, it might have succumbed after 3 rounds. The deployment of 18 talismans was merely a precaution. She had initially believed 7 or 8 would suffice. Although the talismans originated from the Celestial Hall, the Azure Sword had been her own costly acquisition. She had never anticipated exhausting all her resources here. To her astonishment, the spirit still clung to life. With a crash, the barrage of sword talismans subsided, their control waning, and the little girl's body plummeted to the courtyard center. Observing her weakened state, though she was not dead, she was perilously close that Licini felt a wave of relief wash over her. With a flick of her wrist, a brilliant silver light cut through the air, and a gleaming sword materialized, hovering before her chest, which she grasped firmly. Noticing Li Chu's curious gaze, she added, "This is the flying sword bracelet. Any ritual instrument that has undergone refinement can be transformed into an accessory to carry." Impressive. Li Chu offered his first genuine compliment. Genuinely impressed. Lugging around a heavy iron sword was indeed cumbersome. Had he not possessed such an amiable appearance, a less appealing Taoist bearing a sharp blade would likely have been turned away from many places. Upon hearing this, Licini performed a graceful flourish with the sword, advancing toward the little girl as she spoke. "This sword is named Autumn Rain Begonia, a creation of Master Mo from the sword forging city, without my master's connections. Even wealth could not procure it." As she approached the spirit, suddenly the girl cried out, "Sister, please don't kill me." The girl in red abruptly rose, kneeling on the ground, her head bowed deeply as she wept. "I'm so scared. Please don't kill me, okay? I will be good." The image of little Ying's timid expression flashed through Licini's mind, causing her to momentarily hesitate with the sword poised to strike, a flicker of sympathy igniting within her. Yet, this fleeting compassion was swiftly suppressed. The greatest mercy one could extend to a vengeful spirit was to facilitate a swift reincarnation. Yet, it was this very instant of hesitation that proved perilous. The kneeling girl suddenly lifted her head, her dark hair parting to reveal her face. Bang! Licini's mind was rocked by the sight. What a visage it was! Innocent and youthful, yet shattered and decayed. Resembling a crushed watermelon, her grotesque flesh marred by blackened veins, with some sinister entity writhing within, utterly horrifying. No, a flash of alarm coursed through Licini's mind. It was an illusion. Her face was real. But no matter how terrifying, she would not allow herself to succumb to fear. This was merely the spirit's trickery. Licini bit her tongue, striving to remain alert. Yet it was too late. Smack. The little girl reached out to her, her slender arms transforming into elongated azure claws, viciously grasping at Licini's throat. This was dire, that in that moment of suffocation, 2 words flashed in Licini's mind. She had grown overly complacent. She had not anticipated that this vengeful spirit, having endured the relentless onslaught of 18 sword talismans, still possessed such strength. She struggled with all her might. However, under these circumstances, she could not channel her true energy, nor could she contest with the formidable grip of those ghostly claws. The more she fought, the further her feet lifted from the ground. This was no mere newborn spirit's power. It felt akin to a malevolent entity that had cultivated for centuries. Just as she believed, she was on the brink of despair. A gentle voice inquired near her ear, "Miss Li, may I intervene now?" Li Chu stood calmly beneath the eaves, witnessing the sudden turn of events as Licini unwittingly fell prey once more. Despite her repeated admonitions to refrain from reckless actions, he felt compelled to assist. Otherwise, this enchanting woman might meet a tragic end in the line of duty. Out of courtesy, he posed the question first. The only reply he received was a desperate plea, "Save me." "Very well." Li Chu stepped forward with an air of calm, drawing his sword with a measured precision, tempered by the knowledge that a life hung in the balance. If there was any distinction from his previous encounters, It was that this time, a person was at stake. Hence, he wielded his sword with a gentler hand, fearing to inadvertently harm Li Sini. The tragedy at Half River Pavilion must not be repeated. Swoosh! A simple, yet unadorned blade of light swept through the air. The girl in red likely had not registered his movement. The instant the blade struck her, her form began to shatter into fragments that in the blink of an eye, she was reduced to ash. Before this sword, all sinister ploys lost their significance, that Li Sini collapsed to the ground with a thud. Clutching her throat and gasping for air, the chilling imprint of a ghostly hand upon her neck did not disturb her thoughts. She swiftly turned her head, astonished to gaze at Li Chu. The latter was casually sheathing his sword, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Being a sword practitioner herself, she could sense the immense power behind that strike. When the formidable sword energy had swept past her ear moments ago, her very soul had trembled involuntarily. It was a strength she found nearly indescribable. Thus she quivered as she inquired, "What is the name of this sword?" She believed such potent sword energy could not possibly be a mere commonplace technique. It might even be a legendary forbidden sword art. Name? Li Chu blinked, having never truly contemplated this. However, upon seeing Li Sini's earnest gaze, he felt compelled to respond, especially since she had just shared the names of her own talismans with him. After a moment of reflection, he slowly replied, "This sword is called Ping A." Chapter 16. The Master's realm is difficult to gauge. Ping A. Li Sini repeated, utterly baffled as to the meaning of this name. Li Chu preferred to say little more, merely observing Li Sini with an enigmatic smile. This was a tactic he had learned from Yu Qianan. A simple smile in response to the questioner would lead them to feel impressed, even if they understood nothing, thus abandoning further inquiries. Typically, when he posed questions to his master, he would often receive such a smile in return. The difference, perhaps, lay in the fact that his master was genuinely formidable, while he simply lacked the desire to explain. Indeed, although Li Sini was left in a fog, the mysterious smile on Li Chu's face led her to believe that it might pertain to unspeakable secrets. Consequently, she refrained from asking further. Brushing off the dust from her clothing, Li Sini exhaled, declaring, "I suppose we have successfully completed our task. Let us return." "Indeed," Li Chu responded, setting off alongside her. As they exited the courtyard, Li Sini suddenly halted. With the resentment dissipated, a gentle summer breeze began to stir. She gazed at the empty courtyard, removed the red ribbon binding her hair, and with a toss of her head, let her long tresses cascade down, marvelously smoothed. Li Chu turned to her, asking, "What is it?" "Nothing," she shook her head. Then she raised the ribbon and released it, allowing it to drift away on the wind. Li Chu observed her actions in silence. After a moment's contemplation of the ribbon's flight, she turned back with a smile, skipping joyfully to catch up with him. This moment, her hair cascading over her shoulders lent her a softer beauty, making her appear more approachable than before. Walking side by side with Li Chu, she beamed and playfully asked, "Little Taoist, do you prefer me with my hair tied up or let down?" Li Chu's instincts warned him of a trap in her question, and he declined to answer. Li Sini pressed on, "Little Taoist, why are you so formidable?" Li Chu replied earnestly, "I am not formidable." "Humph. To be able to unleash such powerful sword energy and yet deny your prowess," Li Sini scoffed. Then queried, "Did you intentionally conceal your true energy fluctuations?" "Not at all." Then Li Sini elongated her tone. "Do you prefer me with my hair tied up or let down?" On that moonlit night, the chorus of frogs, cicadas, birds, and dogs mingled together, creating a cacophony infused with the warmth of mortal life, dispelling the earlier gloom. Li Chu felt a sudden tranquility within. This world harbors many unpleasant occurrences and unfortunate souls. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, as long as we are fortunate enough to lead a serene life, we should strive to cherish it. Soon they arrived at Yuhang Town. Li Sini headed to the county office, where accommodations awaited her, while Li Chu was to return to Shili Slope. During their farewell, Li Sini clung to the little Taoist, urging him to take her for a proper exploration of Yuhang Town. Li Chu promised that he would next time. On his way back, he reflected on the day's events. Although the process of dealing with a vengeful spirit was straightforward, it imparted a vivid lesson. The path of the Jianghu is treacherous, and human hearts are intricate. Shini's strength was evidently superior to that of the vengeful spirit, yet a moment of weakness nearly led to her demise. Had he not been present, she might have perished unjustly. But upon further thought, if Shini had not appeared today, and he had gone alone to exorcise the evil spirit, would he have been able to suppress his compassion upon encountering such a small girl pleading for mercy? Perhaps he could not, that if no one were present, could it not have been his own life at stake? Contemplating this, he felt a wave of dread wash over him, that as he reached the entrance of the Diyun temple. He had already synthesized the insights of the day. The Taoist scriptures state, "Without ruthlessness, one cannot stand firm." The following morning, his master, exuding an ethereal aura, sat beneath a tree in a posture that epitomized simplicity. Remaining silent, his gaze, flowing from hair to toe, radiated an undeniable air of a transcendent being. That Li Chu approached respectfully, saying, "Master, I have a matter I wish to inquire about." "Oh." Yu Qian replied with a faint smile, "Speak freely." Li Chu seated himself opposite his master and asked, "I wish to ask, what are the 7 realms of the celestial being?" "The 7 realms of the celestial being?" Yu Qian paused momentarily. What prompted this sudden inquiry? "Yesterday, someone asked me which realm I had attained among the 7 realms of the celestial being, and I had no knowledge of it. Thus, curiosity led me to seek your guidance," Li Chu truthfully answered. Although Shini had deemed it inconsequential the day before, he was not foolish. Why would she inquire about something trivial? Thus, a lingering doubt remained in his heart. This is merely common knowledge among practitioners," Yu Qian slowly explained. "The 7 realms of the celestial being are the 7 major realms that practitioners typically experience. The term celestial being refers to the transition from human to celestial. These 7 realms represent the path to heaven. They are body refinement, qi, spirit fusion, dragon transformation, myriad forms, severing decline, and ascending to heaven. Among them, the body refinement realm cultivates a strong physique. The qi realm develops the dantian into an ocean. The spirit fusion realm ensures the soul's immortality. The dragon transformation realm transforms the physical body into a dragon. The myriad forms realm unites the celestial and the human. The severing decline realm transcends the mundane, and the ascending to heaven realm cultivates into a terrestrial immortal. So that is it. I Chu nodded in understanding. This delineation pertains to the cultivation realms of this world. But how should he classify himself? It seemed he possessed none of the characteristics of the realms listed. However, his cultivation method differed from theirs, so it was only natural that the grading would vary. Noticing his contemplative expression, Yu Qian added, "In truth, not all practitioners must follow this path. However, the mainstream practitioners, once known as qi refiners, advance according to the 7 realms of the celestial being. Other traditions, such as martial artists, poison masters, shamans, and so forth, have their own classifications of realms, demons, spirits, and monsters. Each has its own path to follow, so there is no need to be overly constrained by this. Consider it merely a rough reference." Li Chu nodded in appreciation, saying, "I would also like to ask, at what realm does one qualify as a master in the Jianghu?" This was a question he had long pondered. Ultimately, he sought to understand how far he had progressed in his cultivation to venture beyond the novice stage and explore the Jianghu. Yu Qian stroked his beard and smiled, saying, This depends on your understanding of mastery. In the world, those born with spiritual roots who embark on the path of cultivation are exceedingly rare out of those with spiritual roots. 90% will remain at the introductory body refinement realm for their entire lives. Compared to ordinary individuals, they are undoubtedly masters. Those who reach the qi realm can be considered exceptional. In the Jianghu, they may be referred to as high-level practitioners. If one attains the spirit fusion realm, it is truly a stroke of fortune. Within the Jianghu sects, they may serve as pillars, and in the court, they can manage a territory. Upon entering the dragon transformation realm, they can be called renowned figures in the Jianghu, capable of making a name for themselves anywhere. After dragon transformation, a new chapter unfolds. The first 3 realms of dragon transformation are closer to humanity, while the last 3 realms draw nearer to divinity. Upon reaching the myriad forms realm, one can command the laws and influence celestial phenomena. Sufficient to establish a sect, and become its ancestral figure. Should one enter the severing decline realm, they may be regarded as formidable beings of heaven and earth, rare in the world. And the highest realm, ascending to heaven, once attained, one becomes a terrestrial immortal, a being that is sought after yet elusive. This realm is deemed the pinnacle of humanity. Aside from the legendary transcending of mortality, there is no other pursuit. The 7 realms of the celestial being. Each realm represents an insurmountable chasm, blocking countless prodigies that it is akin to ascending a mountain. Each peak surpasses the last. Anyone can claim to be a master, yet there will always be someone who surpasses you. Li Chu was profoundly shaken by this revelation. The world of practitioners was indeed vast. Curiosity surged within him once more. "Master, I dare to ask," he tentatively inquired, "what realm do you currently reside in?" "My realm," Yu Qian replied with a mysterious smile. "What do you think? Given your many earth-shattering deeds from years past, you must surely be at least at the dragon transformation realm, right?" Li Chu ventured, hesitant to guess too highly for fear of embarrassing his master. So he began with what he considered a relatively low realm. Yu Qian shook his head with a smile. "Could it be the myriad forms realm?" Li Chu suggested again. Dao Yu Qian maintained his smile and shook his head once more. "Could it be that you have reached the severing decline realm?" Li Chu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yu Qian smiled again, shaking his head. "Ah!" Li Chu's heart raced with exhilaration. "Master, could it be that you have already attained the ascending to heaven realm, a terrestrial immortal?" Yu Qian chuckled, and just as Li Chu thought he had guessed correctly, he shook his head again. Li Chu was filled with perplexity. None of these possibilities seemed plausible. Yet, if his master were merely a practitioner of the first 3 realms, how could he possess such an extraordinary demeanor? Yu Qian wore a non-committal expression, his eyes fixed intently on Li Chu, revealing that familiar, inscrutable smile. This smile left Li Chu somewhat dazed, yet he dared not inquire further. After a brief silence, Yu Qian slowly remarked, "In our cultivation, we nurture the heart's realm rather than the physical realm, that if one becomes fixated solely on cultivation levels, what value is there in moving mountains and parting seas? Disciple, do not be so preoccupied." Li Chu Pomtili note. Affirming, disciple understands. In truth, he comprehended very little, that he only grasped one thing. His master's realm was absolutely beyond his estimation. Chapter 17. The wild foxes worship. Before long, a gentle rain began to fall from the heavens. Upon reaching the front hall, Li Chu was taken aback to discover an early visitor already prostrated in worship. That it was a slender creature, its fur a pristine white, lying there like a fluffy snowball. Its front paws were pressed together beneath its head, and its eyes were tightly shut, seemingly engaged in prayer. To his astonishment, the one kneeling in reverence to the 3 purities was none other than a wild fox. Li Chu refrained from disturbing it. Beasts possess spirit and should be treated with equal reverence. After a long while, the white fox opened its eyes, its warm, luminous gaze meeting Li Chu's, conveying a hint of gratitude. Li Chu nodded in acknowledgement, seemingly reassured by his indifference. The white fox rose, earnestly splayed its paws, and bowed deeply once more. This continued in a rhythm of 3 bows and 9 prostrations. After completing its worship, it cast a final lingering glance at Li Chu before turning to depart. Its bushy tail trailing behind, it moved with remarkable agility, vanishing in an instant like a flash of white light. The courtyard, dampened by the rain, was somewhat muddy, yet the fox navigated it with such grace that not a speck of mud clung to its fur. While Li Chu found the encounter intriguing. Having witnessed many extraordinary events in recent times, he was not overly astonished. At lunch, he recounted this incident to Yu Qian. The wild fox worships. It seems poised to transform, seeking the blessing of the 3 purities. We may encounter it daily from now on, Yu Qian mused. Transformation is a significant threshold in the cultivation journey of demonic beings. Without it, they remain mere mountain spirits or wild creatures, devoid of divine favor. One must endure the trials of heavenly tribulation and succeed in transformation to contain their demonic essence and take on human form. Humans, being the apex of all beings, enjoy numerous advantages in cultivation. Is that acceptable? Li Chu inquired. To come and worship the three purities indicates it is a righteous spirit, having never committed any malevolent deeds. Let it be. Should it succeed in transformation and prove benevolent, it would be a merit for us as well. Yu Qian replied. The challenges of transformation for demonic beings are numerous, he lamented. Some creatures, born devoid of spirit, such as those formed from grass, wood, or stone, may take millennia for a chance at transformation. However, foxes are innately attuned to the spirit world and can transform within a mere 100 years. Yet this also significantly heightens the risks associated with heavenly tribulations. Approximately 50% of demonic beings perish during their transformation tribulations. Thus, the wilderness is not short of ancient beings that remain in their original forms, fearful of facing the lightning tribulations. Yet without transformation, their realms are stunted, and their lifespans cannot extend. Those who accept heavenly tribulations often seek various means to increase their chances of success. Common practices include worshiping at temples or shrines, which may enhance their fortune marginally, but do not guarantee success. Some demonic beings, in pursuit of successful transformation, align themselves with celestial sects or follow powerful practitioners. Those under the protection of sects or mighty beings receive considerable support during their tribulations, significantly increasing their odds of success. As the saying goes, it is advantageous to lean against a large tree for shade. Among the 12 celestial sects, there exists a faction known as the Sealing Righteousness sect, which attracts demonic beings through ancient rites of sealing. Demonic beings sealed by the chi refiners of this sect possess an astonishing 80% chance of success during their tribulations. However, the conditions of the Sealing Righteousness sect are exceedingly stringent. Any demonic being wishing to be sealed must sign a blood contract, serving as a slave within the sect for a century post-transformation, after which they may gain their freedom. Most demonic beings, naturally nurtured by the heavens, prefer a life of freedom. Yet, numerous beings willingly submit to the Sealing Righteousness sect in hopes of overcoming their tribulations. Illustrating the allure of transformation as the persistent rain fell, few ventured to the temple. Indeed, even on sunny days, visitors were scarce. The Yu Qian thus shared further insights with Li Chu, amidst the gentle patter of raindrops. Li Chu listen intenti. The Sealing Righteousness sect annually sends demonic beings to Chaoga City, presenting them as tributes to the powerful elite, thereby exchanging for privileges not accessible to other celestial sections. Consequently, their influence has grown tremendously in recent years, attracting more disciples and worshipping demonic beings with each passing day. Thriving in prosperity, Yu Qian observed, gazing into the distance while stroking his beard. I cannot speak to their cultivation prowess, but they certainly possess a knack for business, sending demonic beings. Li Chu tilted his head, puzzled. Yu Qian chuckled. The prominent figures of Chaoga City have seen every treasure imaginable, yet they cannot resist such offerings. A gust of wind swept the rain into the kitchen, bringing a refreshing chill. Cat-eared maidens, fox spirits, mermaids, Yu Qian mused, who could remain unmoved. Li Chu blinked. Cats, foxes, fish? Not to mention rabbit maidens and butterfly fairies. Each trend seems to sweep through like a tide. Recently, winged beings appear to be all the rage. During my youth, I witnessed a surge in the popularity of snake-women that I in those years. Any noble in Chaoga who did not keep a snake spirit was almost embarrassed to step outside. Li Chu shook off the raindrops from his attire. He had always found the notion of keeping snakes as pets rather bizarre. Yu Qian seemed to perceive his thoughts, gesturing in the air with a wave of his arm. Not a mere snake, but one transformed into human form, with a body so soft and slippery, lacking any bones, its tongue extending nearly 8 inches long. He elaborated, adding, and it even had a forked tongue. At that moment, Li Chu heard footsteps approaching from the front courtyard through the rain. He rose to his feet. Yu Qian, having not noticed the footsteps, only became aware of the visitor when he saw his disciple stand. However, he did hear Li Chu muttering as he walked away, the snake's tongue is forked. Isn't it? The implication being that it was not particularly unusual. In a snake's mouth, a forked tongue is unremarkable, but upon transforming into human form, a forked tongue becomes Sai. Observing Li Chu's retreating figure, Yu Qian let out a soft sigh. His disciple was commendable in many regards, respectful, dutiful, polite, and resembling him closely. Yet his intellect seemed somewhat peculiar. That as a child, it had not been so pronounced. He had hoped maturity would bring clarity, yet it had only intensified in recent years. Yu Daozhong pondered. Perhaps it is time to arrange a marriage for him? Merely crossing a courtyard, Li Chu felt no inclination to use an umbrella. The dense stitching of his Taoist robe and its sturdy fabric ensured that upon reaching the front hall, only a few droplets clung to him, which he quickly shook off. However, the yellow earth of the back courtyard had left his shoes somewhat soiled. He glanced down, catching the attention of the arriving visitor, and thus remarked with a smile, "Later, I shall cover the back courtyard with blue bricks at my expense." Li Chu raised his eyes to meet the visitor's gaze, nodding in acknowledgement. The newcomer settled onto a mat. Clad in an intricately woven dark robe, adorned with a waist belt inlaid with jade and a collar embroidered with golden threads, his appearance was commendable, with thick brows and large eyes, and a complexion fair and clean, exuding a certain gallantry. This individual was the seventh young master of the Wang family from Yuhang Town, named Wang Longqi, and was also an acquaintance of Li Chu. Wang Longqi was regarded as one of the more benevolent scions among the affluent youth in the area, though lacking ambition. He was not particularly unruly. This background, combined with his appearance, made him quite appealing to the maidens. His acquaintance with Li Chu was forged through the bonds of romantic interest. Chapter 18. Can this world be saved? This tale began on a tempestuous night 6 months prior. Wang Longqi had attended a gathering with friends at a brothel in Hangzhou, reveling until the witching hour before hastily riding home. As he journeyed, a sudden onslaught of wind and rain compelled him to seek refuge in a nearby pavilion. To his surprise, he discovered a young maiden dwelling there, possessing a beauty that was both enchanting and captivating. This maiden, radiant and warm-hearted, not only invited him to bathe and change, but also offered him sweet syrup to drink at a tea that moment. Having just indulged in revelry at the brothel, he felt like a saint, harboring no impure thoughts. Yet upon entering the maiden's chamber, he felt as if he had lost his soul, inexplicably entangled with her. When he awoke, he found himself beside a desolate grave, panic-stricken, his face turned pale. And he vividly recalled the maiden instructing him to return the following day to marry her. During that time, rumors of a ghostly bride had circulated in Yuhang Town, claiming that this spectral bride lured young men to her grave. And after intimate encounters, they must marry her, lest she pursue them and bring ruin to their families. But how could a living person marry a dead one? The deceased cannot be revived, leaving the living with only death as an option. Several robust men had already met mysterious ends, prompting the authorities to investigate this eerie case. Wang Longqi concluded that he had encountered the ghostly bride and hurried to seek counsel from Zhou Dafeng, who then introduced him to Li Chu. The following evening, Li Chu accompanied him to the ghostly bride's grave that, as anticipated, the ghostly bride materialized, adorned in bridal finery, riding in a spectral carriage, floating gracefully towards them. Upon her arrival, she glanced at Wang Longqi, then at Li Chu, and without hesitation, declared to Li Chu, "At last, you have come to marry me." Wang Longqi was momentarily at a loss, uncertain whether to feel joy or dread. The tale concluded with Li Chu's unyielding sword ending the ghostly bride's plight. Thus, Wang Longqi forged a friendship with Li Chu. Though their encounters were infrequent, in Wang Longqi's heart, Li Chu had saved his life, securing his status as a lifelong friend. In Li Chu's heart, Wang Longqi had generously contributed a substantial sum to the Diyun Temple and was undoubtedly a good friend. On this rainy day, this dear friend hastily arrived at the temple. Knowing Li Chu's disposition, Wang Longqi wasted no time on pleasantries and got straight to the point. "The reason I have come to see you today is that I have recently developed feelings for a young lady." Li Chu instinctively inquired, "Is she human or ghost?" "Of course, she is human," Wang Longqi retorted reflexively, his frustration evident as he exclaimed, "I have always been attracted to humans, not ghosts. That incident was merely an accident." As he spoke, he realized he was overreacting and sheepishly chuckled, returning to his seat, a look of grievance etched on his face. "You have no idea what my life has been like these past 6 months." It was indeed understandable for him to be so sensitive after his encounter with the ghostly bride. It took him a whole month at home to restore his vitality, and he had initially been filled with joy at re-entering society. But upon venturing out again, he discovered that his predicament had somehow become common knowledge. Every time he ventured outside, there were whispers and pointed fingers behind him. Close friends, the undead knight. It was one thing for his dubious companions to mock him with such nicknames. The most despairing revelation was that even the ladies of the brothel had begun to shun him. He had even eavesdropped on a conversation between a courtesan and the madam at Chunmanlu. Isn't it bad luck for someone who has been with a ghost? Certainly, if a person consumes what a ghost has eaten. Isn't it akin to stealing offerings from a grave? How could that possibly end well? Oh, please stop. It's quite unsettling. Whoever wishes to engage with him may do so. I certainly won't entertain such business. What a pity for a fine young master to be so sullied by a ghost. Sigh. What clean woman would dare to accept him now? Flies do not alight on an unblemished egg. He must have been decked out in finery late at night to attract the attention of a female ghost. Upon hearing these remarks, young Master Wang Qi was so enraged that he trembled, cold sweat breaking out on his brow in the sweltering heat, his hands and feet icy, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Do you think this world has any hope left? Days later, as he recalled the ordeal, tears welled in his eyes once more, stinging with grievance. After listening to his torrent of complaints, Li Chu nodded and regarded him with a calm expression. Wang Longqi widened his tear-filled eyes, indignantly exclaiming, "Do you not sympathize with me? I haven't touched a woman in a full 6 months." Li Chu nodded again, maintaining his tranquil gaze. Wang Longqi wished to articulate more, but upon observing Li Chu's handsome visage, which seemed to bear the weight of 18 years, his ire gradually subsided. "You are truly squandering your potential. If I possessed your looks, those courtesans would never dare to disdain me." Wang Longqi mumbled, then paused, adding quietly, "I suppose even sharing a bed with a female ghost would be acceptable." Li Chu, expressionless, replied, "You should articulate the purpose of your visit." "Oh, I almost forgot." Wang Longqi, seizing the rare opportunity to unburden his heart, became momentarily lost in thought that he regained his composure and resumed. "I have been forced to withdraw from the world of martial arts, and upon reflection, I have had my fill of indulgence over the years. It is time for me to seek a virtuous woman to marry. However, while playing is easy, marriage is far more complicated. The Wang family is one of the foremost households in Yuhang town. The woman I wish to marry must hail from a scholarly family, embody virtues of propriety and wisdom, and possess both grace and intellect. None of these qualities can be lacking. I search high and lo and behold, just the other day, I encountered someone fitting this description." At the mention of this, a spark reignited in Wang Longqi's eyes. The moment I laid eyes on her, she was like a celestial being. Her lineage, beauty, eloquence, and grace were unparalleled, that I resolved then and there that she would be my bride. But, curse that Zhao Liangkai from meddling. He, too, has taken a fancy to this young lady. He ought to take a good look at himself before daring to compete with me. In the past at Chunmanlu, he always engaged in such antics. In Hangzhou, I had allowed him to have his way. That time, Wang Longqi's agitation grew as he recounted the events. Zhao Liangkai was none other than the young master of the Zhao family, a prominent household in Yuhang town. The reason Wang Longqi mentioned that the Wang family was merely one of the top 2, rather than the sole standout, was due to the existence of the Zhao family. The Wang family was first, the Zhao family second. If the Zhao family was first, then the Wang family was second. He digressed into recounting the grievances between the two families, while Li Chu, feeling bored, tucked his hands into his sleeves. Noticing this, Wang Longqi promptly straightened up and continued his tale. "Earlier today, I crossed paths with him, and he had the audacity to bring up my scandal with the ghost. What an infuriating fellow! I nearly came to blows with him, and had it not been for the presence of others, I dare say his family would have been lamenting his fate by now. Do not think I am exaggerating. Back in the day, Li Chu, growing impatient, furrowed his brow. In our mutual ire, we made a wager." Wang Longqi quickly returned to the main topic. "Isn't there a haunted house by the Liu family archway? His family has secured that land, and the haunted house has remained untouched. He challenged me to spend a night there and see who could emerge unscathed. Whoever is too frightened to stay would lose." and neither of us would be allowed to vie for any woman from that point on. And should we encounter each other on the street, we must give way. In the end, it was he who backed down. Not I. We added a condition that we could each bring one person along, and naturally, you were the first to come to my mind. Li Chu, we are friends, are we not? Wang Longqi grasped Li Chu's sleeve. Only you can assist me now. Li Chu, maintaining his composure, withdrew his sleeve. The Liu family's haunted house. As a resident of Yuhang Town, he had certainly heard of this infamous location. It seemed rather troublesome that these two affluent heirs intended to venture there and court danger. Sensing Li Chu's hesitance, Wang Longqi promptly declared, "If you help me this once, I shall renovate the entire Diyun temple and double its scale." Li Chu lifted his gaze and replied slowly, "It is not a matter of money. We are friends after all." Chapter 19. All the perils of the mortal realm are written upon this countenance. Zhao Liangchen gazed distantly at the small building, which, despite the bright daylight, exuded a faintly sinister aura. His expression devoid of emotion, even managing a cold smirk internally that it was merely a tale from the countryside. What formidable evil could possibly reside within? Such trifles hardly warrant my intervention. He had intended to scold Zhao Liangkai loudly. Yet the latter's generous offer was far too tempting to be by careful calculation. The two were likely distant cousins, with Zhao Liangkai being a few months his senior. According to their family lineage, Zhao Liangchen hailed from a branch of the Zhao family that had relocated to Hangzhou to manage business affairs, while Zhao Liangkai was the legitimate eldest son of the main family. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhao Liangcai's status should indeed surpass that of Zhao Liangchen. However, everything changed when, at the age of 6, Zhao Liangchen was discovered to possess spiritual roots. Those with such roots were exceedingly rare. In recent decades, Zhao family had produced only this one potential cultivator, making him the focus of the family's cultivation efforts. The main branch invested considerable resources to secure him a chance to participate in the selection process of the Jingdao sect. The Jingdao sect was one of the 12 immortal sects, a preeminent sect in the realm. Anyone who could enter its ranks would naturally have a bright future ahead. However, the elder responsible for the selection dismissed Zhao Liangchen's prospects with 2 phrases. He disdainfully glanced at him, and after a cursory examination, remarked, "This child has mediocre roots and is rather unattractive. Let us forget about him." For young Zhao Liangchen, this was a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Fortunately, he had the backing of his family, and the Zhao family sought assistance from various quarters to send him to the Falai sect in Hangzhou. The Falai sect was also a respected sect in Hangzhou, possessing considerable heritage, and was regarded as a leader among sects that were 2 tiers below the 12 immortal sects. From the moment Zhao Liangchen entered the sect, he silently vowed to make the Jingdao sect regret their decision. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth simply because of his appearance. Thus, he devoted himself tirelessly at the Falai sect, training relentlessly while others practiced, while they dined, while they reveled. And even while they slept, he trained day and night, without respite for over a decade. Through such unwavering determination, he became the fastest progressing disciple among his peers at a tender age. He reached the pinnacle of the Qi realm, a level that would command respect even if he returned to the Jingdao sect among a portion of the disciples. However, when the selection for the chief disciple at the Falai sect approached, he believed his success was assured, only to be informed that the selection involved more than just cultivation level. Several elders convened behind closed doors, ultimately deciding on a junior disciple who was merely at the early stage of the Qi realm. The reason? The junior disciple was handsome. Zhao Liangchen was taken aback. His master advised him, "The chief disciple is not only the most outstanding disciple, but also the face of the sect, representing us among mortals. You truly are not suited for this role." The master's words were gentle, but the meaning was clear. You are unattractive. The junior disciple, already receiving much attention, quickly rose to prominence after being appointed chief disciple, garnering a multitude of admirers and becoming the most talked-about newcomer in Hangzhou's immortal sect circles. The reputation of the Falai sect, indeed, rose alongside his fame. The more he outshone others, the more Zhao Liangchen's resentment festered. What if he was unattractive? What if he was unattractive? Did being unattractive mean he was entitled to your family's rice? All he could do was respond with even more diligent training to counteract it all. He firmly believes that one day he will make those who have belittled him regret their actions through his own strength. Regardless of everything else, they are cultivators, and the most crucial aspect is the pursuit of the great Tao, the extermination of demons and malevolent spirits. Can those who are handsome rely solely on their looks to drive away evil? Humph. Cousin? Zhao Liangkai called out in an obsequious manner. It was only then that Zhao Liangchen emerged from his reverie and turned to look at his cousin. Zhao Liangkai had a round face, beady eyes, a bulbous nose, and a complexion marred by pockmarks and acne. Every time Zhao Liangchen beheld his cousin's visage, it sparked a surge of ire within him. What vexed him the most was the striking resemblance between them. Indeed, although they were cousins, their appearances bore an uncanny resemblance to that of twins. The only difference lay in Zhao Liangchen's well-nurtured essence and spirit due to prolonged cultivation, which rendered his demeanor somewhat aloof and cold, giving him an overall impression of being unattractively frigid. In contrast, Zhao Liangkai, who indulged in frivolities, appeared more insipid and vapid, exuding an air of unattractiveness. "What is it?" Zhao Liangchen inquired coldly. "I wanted to say that we are not only tasked with dealing with the malevolent spirits in the ghost tower. When that Wang fellow arrives later, do you have any supernatural abilities, cousin, that could assist me in dealing with him? In other words, if there are no ghosts inside that tower, we still need to scare him away." Zhao Liangkai chuckled slyly. Zhao Liangkai nodded. "I recently captured a few minor spirits, which should suffice against mere mortals." However, he shifted his tone. "Since you mentioned that he comes from a prominent family, he must also possess some cultivation talents that if he has cultivators to protect him, these minor tricks might prove ineffective. Rest assured, the Wang family lacks the connections we possess." Zhao Liangkai leaned closer. "I suspect he has merely invited a local priest or monk, perhaps even a charlatan. Even if he were to summon cultivators, could they possibly surpass your prowess, cousin?" Zhao Liangkai was well aware of his cousin's penchant for flattery and knew that it wouldn't take long before he would indulge in it. Nevertheless, his words held a kernel of truth. Zhao Liangchen was indeed regarded as a formidable figure within the jurisdiction of Hangzhou. To surpass him, one would need to be a master of the divine convergence realm. Such formidable beings were not easily summoned. Zhao Liangchen nodded slightly in agreement. Sensing encouragement, Zhao Liangcai's tongue loosened. "In my view, our Zhao family must surely be blessed by our ancestors to produce someone of your caliber within the entire Hangzhou jurisdiction. I have yet to encounter a more talented cultivator than you. I dare say there are few in the entire realm of Iluo. The candidates for next year's celestial examination must be quaking in their boots at the thought of competing against you. I genuinely worry for them." Zhao Liangchen endeavored to maintain his stoic demeanor, yet he couldn't suppress a slight upward twitch at the corners of his mouth. It had been quite some time since he had received such praise. In the Falai sect, his relations with his peers had always been tenuous. Although he had once outshone them with his cultivation prowess, he had still attracted a couple of sycophants. However, following his failure to secure the position of chief disciple, those same individuals not only withdrew their flattery, but also frequently mocked him behind his back. As a result, he had remained in seclusion for a year, intending to deliver a resounding retort after breaking through his bottleneck. Yet progress had eluded him. His current outing, aside from collecting a substantial reward from Zhao Liangkai, also served as a means to clear his mind. Now it seemed that Zhao Liangkai could still bring him some joy. Just as Zhao Liangkai was caught up in his flattery, two figures emerged from the slope point. One was clad in a brocade robe, with thick brows and large eyes, while the other donned a blue Taoist robe, exuding an otherworldly charm. His expression changed instantly, a cold smirk escaping his lips. "Wang Longqi, you truly dare to show your face." The newcomers were none other than Wang Longqi and Li Chu. Hearing Zhao Liangchen's taunt, Wang Longqi was not one to back down. If someone seeks death, this young master naturally must witness it firsthand. "Very well, let us see who meets their demise. Whoever flinches is a coward." After exchanging barbs, Wang Longqi and Li Chu approached closer. Tio maintained his cool facade. Zhao Liangchen had been standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance. Only at this moment did he slowly turn his head, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the faces of Wang Longqi and Li Chu. His pupils suddenly constricted sharply, as if ensnared in a quagmire, his features freezing in a daze. Sensing something amiss, Zhao Liangkai elbowed him gently. Whispering, "Cousin," Zhao Liangchen regained a semblance of composure. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Li Chu, his lower lip quivering involuntarily. Li Chu maintained a calm demeanor, his expression mirroring Zhao Liangchen's indifference, his aura equally exuding a cold detachment. Presenting an overall impression of being strikingly handsome, yet frigid as for why Zhao Liangchen was staring at him. He paid it no mind. Countless individuals had scrutinized him on the streets. It was hardly feasible to inquire of each one. "What are you looking at?" After a prolonged silence, Zhao Liangchen let out a heavy snort, as if wronged by some great injustice, before sweeping his sleeves and turning away. Zhao Liangkai hurriedly approached. "Cousin, what troubles you?" "It's nothing." Zhao Liangchen shook his head, but he forcibly suppressed the tumult within his heart. Yet a voice within his mind roared in fury, resounding with the question, "Why?" Indeed, why? In that moment, Zhao Liangchen felt that all the malevolence of the world was encapsulated within that singular face. Chapter 20. Entering together from the hillside. One could see that the entire Lu family archway had fallen into disrepair, with remnants of the former village reduced to a few dilapidated houses and wooden fences that creaked under the weight of the wind. Surrounding Yuhang town, there were numerous villages bearing the name Lu, such as Daliu Village, Shalu Village, Shangliu Village, and Xiaoliu Village, among others. However, if one were to inquire further, they would discover that there were almost no individuals with the surname Lu remaining in the town. Even if there were, they were surely newcomers in recent years. This situation arose because there once existed a Lu family that was the foremost clan in Yuhang town, boasting a long history, a large number of descendants, and even members serving in the court of Chaoga. Yet, this once prominent rural clan became embroiled in a conspiracy for rebellion some 70 to 80 years ago. The Lu family archway, which housed the direct descendants of the family, was completely wiped out in the ensuing chaos. Any villagers bearing the surname Lu were exiled to the northern frontiers that in a single night. The family was eradicated and their lineage obliterated. The brutality of that scene was likely so harrowing that many elderly villagers still trembled at the mere recollection, hinting at the profound shadow it cast over their youth. From that day forth, the small building once inhabited by the Lu family patriarch transformed into a foreboding haunted house. It is said that anyone who dared to enter that building would not survive the night. Even officials from the Chaodianke had ventured to investigate, yet they too departed with ashen faces after a single night, leaving behind a decree forbidding anyone from approaching, since the place had long been deserted. And given the widespread knowledge of its haunting, no one would dare to venture close. Thus, the authorities merely issued a notice and did not station guards to keep watch. It is likely that no one anticipated that decades later, two wealthy heirs would come to this place, driven by jealousy and rivalry. After their brief encounter, Zhao Liangchen felt as though his Dao heart had sustained a grievous blow and turned his back to regain his composure for a while. Zhao Liangkai tugged at his sleeve. "Cousin, what do you think of Wang Longqi's little pretty boy? What is his cultivation level?" Zhao Liangchen lifted his head, suddenly roused. Indeed, as a cultivator, it sufficed for him to be stronger than his adversary. With this thought in mind, he turned back and approached the two once more, disregarding Wang Longqi and fixating intently on Li Chu, inquiring, "I am Zhao Liangchen of the Falai sect. May I ask?" "Esteemed friend, where do you practice your cultivation?" Although he found the person somewhat peculiar, Li Chu still responded with great courtesy. "At the Yun Temple on Shili Slope, I am Li Chu." Zhao Liangkai couldn't help but burst into laughter. He turned away from Zhao Liangchen to inform him, "Just a run-down temple here, with only an old priest and a young acolyte. This must be the latter." Zhao Liangchen's eyes regained a glimmer of confidence. Upon closer inspection, I sensed no fluctuation of true qi emanating from him. "Truly a charlatan," Zhao Liangkai exclaimed, thumping his right fist against his left palm, his expression one of delight. "Very well, I shall assess his cultivation prowess." Zhao Liangchen sneered and prepared to turn. His words implied that he intended to publicly expose Li Chu's deceitful nature. What could be more exhilarating than striking the face of a pretty boy? In his worldview, such an event should be non-existent. "Cousin, do not be hasty." Zhao Liangkai suddenly seized him. "What is it?" Zhao Lianchen asked, casting him a sidelong glance. If you expose him now, Wang Longqi will become frightened and the agreement will be nullified. Zhao Liankai said with a sly grin. Let us first allow him to enter the ghost tower with this charlatan. Come nightfall, we shall slowly concoct a plan against them. Sounds feasible. Zhao Lianchen nodded. Li Chu, standing there, observed the two of them frequently turning away to whisper to one another and found it somewhat strange. Thus he said to Wang Longqi, Do you find these two rather odd? Wang Longqi tapped his forehead with his index finger. They're from the Zhao family. They always stir up trouble around here. After a while, Zhao Liankai turned back, saying, Wang Longqi, let us not waste any more words that we should hurry and enter before nightfall. Yes, agreed. Each of us will choose a room to spend the night. Whoever flees will be deemed the loser. Very well. After tonight, let us see if you dare to vie for my woman again. Wang Longqi scoffed coldly. Are all women yours? You're delusional. I care not for others. I have already formed a bond with Miss Gongsun. When did this happen? How come I was unaware? I have already agreed, which constitutes half of the matter. Now, we merely await her consent for the other half to materialize. Were it not for the concern of allowing you to savor the sweetness of victory, I would genuinely wish to awaken you. As the two engaged in verbal sparring and were about to descend the hillside, a voice suddenly rang out from the summit. You two halt. Looking in the direction of the voice, they beheld a tall figure standing there. She was adorned in a flowing blue and white long dress, draped with a tasseled jacket, her features picturesque, her skin as flawless as snow, standing in the gentle breeze with her garments billowing, exuding an aura of ethereal solitude. This was someone Li Chu had encountered before, none other than Gongsun Ro. Wang Longqi broke into a smile. Gongsun, miss, what brings you here? Zhao Liangsai's face also transformed into an ugly yet fervent grin. Ah. Gongsun, miss, have you come to seek me? Oh, little sister, why are you here as well? Behind Gongsun Ro, there was a young girl, appearing around 15 or 16, with her hair styled in a youthful bun, dressed in a vibrant green skirt, exuding a charmingly clever allure. However, compared to Gongsun Ro, she seemed somewhat juvenile, to the extent that she initially went unnoticed. Bouncing forward, she addressed the group with a smile. Brother, cousin, I told Gongsun's sister about your affairs, and she seemed quite upset. Oh dear, are you causing trouble? Zhao Liangsai's expression changed dramatically. Gongsun Ro then approached gracefully, her demeanor indeed less than favorable, her brows slightly furrowed, her eyes betraying a hint of displeasure. Yet, even in her ire, her beauty was captivating. As she walked, her gaze flitted between Wang Longqi and Zhao Liankai, as if she wished to articulate something, but soon her attention was drawn to another figure. Her expression momentarily froze. Gongsun Ro blinked rapidly, seemingly caught off guard, yet pleasantly surprised. Little Li Taoist? The indignation she had been cultivating melted away like ice and snow in the warmth of spring, instantly transforming into an uncontainable Joy.Li Chu nodded in acknowledgement. Gongsun, Mississippi. Wang Longqi felt a jolt in his heart. He was all too familiar with this scene. It mirrored the emotional betrayal he had witnessed with the ghostly bride. He silently cursed under his breath, realizing the impending trouble that he forced a smile. Li Chu, Gongsun, miss, are you two acquainted? We have a slight acquaintance. Little Li Taoist is my savior. Both replied in unison. Upon hearing Li Chu's response, Gongsun Ro cast a glance at him, her eyes tinged with a hint of hurt. Li Chu maintained his calm demeanor. Even Zhao Liankai, despite his dullness, sensed the dissonance in the atmosphere. How it seemed Gongsun miss had forgotten everyone else the moment she laid eyes on the young Taoist. He hastily inquired, Gongsun miss, did you come seeking me for some matter? He emphasized the words, seeking me. Gongsun Ro snapped back to reality, refocusing her attention on the two of them. I heard from Xiao Miao that you two are wagering to spend the night in this haunted building because of me? Wang Longqi stammered, pointing at Zhao Liankai. It was a suggestion. Zhao Liankai immediately protested. He provoked me first. The girl before them let out a soft snort, causing them to fall silent, heads bowed like chastened pups. Gongsun Ro had intended to lecture them thoroughly. Her father had just been appointed as the magistrate of Yuhang County, and their reckless venture here could spell disaster. What if something were to befall the heirs of the two most prominent families in town? It would undoubtedly bring her father great trouble. Moreover, they claimed their wager was because of her. If anything were to happen, people might gossip about her, if the rumors surrounding the Liu family's haunted building were false. It would be one thing, but if they were true, the consequences were unimaginable. She had come with the intent to firmly dissuade them. However, she lifted her gaze to Li Chu, and an unexpected thought struck her. Gongsun Ro then spoke with resolute determination. Since you claim to have wagered because of me, very well, I shall accompany you inside. Chapter 21. The Ghost Without Garments. From a distance, the Liu family's haunted building appeared modest. But upon closer inspection, one discovered that the four-story structure occupied a considerable expanse, its design intricate yet unassuming. Each floor contained more than a dozen rooms arranged in a circular fashion, with a well-preserved rain canopy and netting in the central courtyard. Channeling rainwater above while preventing children from the upper floors from falling, that in stark contrast to the dilapidated Liu family archway outside, this building appeared remarkably well-preserved. Decades of rain and wind had left no door or window damaged, nor a trace of decay. This in itself was peculiar. The girl accompanying Gongsun Ro was named Zhao Xiaomiao, the half-sister of Zhao Liangkai. She tugged at Gongsun Ro's sleeve, persistently pleading, "Gongsun sister, please let me accompany you." Gongsun Ro remained unmoved, simply shaking her head gently. "If you come along, I will be responsible for you. The situation inside is uncertain. What if there is danger?" Zhao Liangkai also wished for Zhao Xiaomiao to return home, but she never paid him any heed. Seeing him about to speak, she shot him a glare, causing him to promptly close his mouth. Zhao Xiaomiao was unafraid of him. He feared her, he had no idea how many secrets she held over him. And with their elders doting on her, her mere complaint could lead to his downfall. Zhao Xiaomiao continued to plead. "If there is danger, wouldn't you be in the same predicament?" "Indeed." Wang Longqi chimed in, attempting to persuade. "Gongsun miss, perhaps you too should refrain from coming here. This place is certainly not safe." Gongsun Ro glanced at him, yet her gaze seemed to drift past him toward Li Chu, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "I am not afraid." Zhao Xiaomiao's eyes darted. "Gongsun's sister, think about it. Once inside, they can share a room, while you would be alone. How frightening, without anyone to look out for you. What if those ghosts target the solitary?" Gongsun Ro pondered for a moment, seemingly reluctant to acquiesce, yet she remained silent. Zhao Xiaomiao smiled mischievously and wrapped her arms around Gongsun Ro's. "You cannot abandon me." Meanwhile, Zhao Liangkai was silently calculating in his heart. It seemed Gongsun Miss was indeed afraid to knowing she was frightened made things easier in such an environment. If he employed a few minor tactics to terrify her, wouldn't she instinctively seek refuge in his embrace? Gongsun Ro cast another glance at Li Chu's profile, her heart inexplicably racing twice. She contemplated whether, in such an atmosphere, if she were to feel fear, could she rightfully seek solace in little Li Daoist's embrace? Wang Longqi moved slightly closer to Gongsun Ro, catching the faint scent of her fragrance, his heart fluttering that he too began to ponder how to ensure that Gongsun Miss would fall into his arms rather than anyone else's. Each person harbored their own thoughts, while only Zhao Liangkai and Li Chu remained composed. One ugly and aloof, the other handsome and detached, each maintaining their respective demeanor. The group first strolled around the empty space on the first floor, discovering not only was there no sign of snakes or pests, but not a single plant could be found. The green bricks of the courtyard, eroded by years of rain, were slick and devoid of any moss. It was only then that Zhao Liangkai spoke. "A solitary yin cannot thrive. This building is saturated with yin energy, devoid of yang. It appears the tales of ghosts are not mere fabrications." Having said that, he fixed a cold gaze on Li Chu. Typically, a common charlatan would seek an excuse to flee at this juncture. Wouldn't they? Li Chu, however, did not even glance at him, merely nodding in agreement. In truth, he had sensed the oppressive yin energy of this small building even before entering. More potent than that of the chaotic burial ground on Shili Slope, if this place were devoid of any ghostly presence. It would indeed be strange. However, since the ghosts here had never departed, they likely weren't formidable entities. His assessment held some merit, as most of the earthbound spirits he had encountered were indeed lesser beings, such as lantern specters and vengeful spirits. Yet, there was also a counterpoint, for to many cultivators, vengeful spirits could indeed be considered formidable. After surveying the surroundings, Zhao Liangkai pointed to a particular room with a servile demeanor. Addressing Gongsun Ro. Gongsun Miss, I have observed that this room is the best in the building. Spacious and clean, and conveniently located near the entrance to ITS on the second floor, sheltered by eaves, should any emergencies arise. You could simply leap out without injury. Gongsun Ro nodded, neither affirming nor denying. Wang Longqi remarked, So you've been keeping an eye on the entrance all along. It seems you've always harbored thoughts of escape. Humph. I am merely considering Gongsun Miss's welfare. And then you seek an excuse to stay next to Gongsun Miss, making your own escape convenient. Is that not true? Wang Longqi scoffed. You speak nonsense. Zhao Liangkai blushed. His secret thoughts laid bare. Very well. Do you dare to stay on the highest fourth floor, the farthest from the stairs? Wang Longqi pointed upward. What is stopping me? Zhao Liangkai declared loudly. Excellent. Then we shall stay next to Gongsun, Mississippi. Wang Longqi turned and eagerly pushed the door open. Gongsun Ro had not intended to agree to the room he selected, but upon seeing Li Chu already entering the adjacent room with Wang Longqi, she smiled and nodded at Zhao Liangkai, gently walking in as well. Zhao Liangkai stood frozen for a few seconds, realizing he had seemingly fallen into a trap. He looked at Zhao Liangchun with a pitiful expression. Cousin, you must support me. Zhao Liangchun regarded the darkening sky overhead, a cold smile escaping his lips. Let them be. This night, the moon hung full and bright. Yet for some reason, gazing at the moon from the Liu family's haunted building felt as though it were shrouded in a layer of gray mist, rendering even the brightest moon devoid of luster. The room was impeccably clean, with the bed, screen, and table all arranged in pristine order, as though someone had been diligently tidying up each day, and no matter where one touched. The surface felt cool, imbued with an eerie chill that, upon prolonged exposure, became somewhat nauseating. Zhao Liangkai sat in a chair, a shiver creeping up his spine. As night descended, his unease intensified. Unable to contain himself, he remarked, Cousin, could it be that ghosts are the ones cleaning this place every day? Zhao Liangchun, seated on the bed and cherishing each moment for cultivation, a habit cultivated over many years, finally opened his eyes after completing a full cycle of meditation. Regarding Zhao Liangkai with a bemused expression, what else could it be? Surely not humans. Ah! Zhao Liangkai exclaimed, startled, rising in a flurry. Words aside, let's not jest about such matters. Though I intended to frighten them, I never wished to actually encounter a ghost. With me here, what is there to fear? Zhao Liangchun replied with a dismissive glance. It is likely just the lingering souls of those from the Liu family, still unwilling to depart, should they dare to manifest. Clearing this haunted residence would pose no challenge for me. Hearing this, Zhao Liangkai felt a flicker of reassurance. After all, he had long known of his cousin's formidable prowess. With newfound confidence, he began to entertain other thoughts. Cousin, he leaned in, what methods did you mention to scare them? Now that darkness has fallen, might we not take action? Zhao Liangchun, upon hearing this, produced a small black bottle from his sleeve. To deal with them, these little spirits will suffice. He removed the talisman-sealed cork from the bottle, pouring forth a dense, creamy mist reminiscent of sheep's fat, which swiftly enveloped half the room. As the white fog gradually cleared, several diminutive figures came into view, appearing both real and ethereal, huddled together with their heads resting on their knees. Zhao Liangkai, his heart racing, gasped, What is this? These are Wufu ghosts, also known as child spirits, which I captured not long ago, Zhao Liangchun explained. Zhao Liangkai recalled hearing whispers of Wufu ghosts, children who died before the age of 8, known as Wufu's sorrow. Such young souls, having scarcely tasted life's joys, often linger with a sense of unfulfillment. Yet, being of innocent disposition, their grievances tend to be mild and less harmful. As the mist dissipated, the figures became distinctly visible, for boys and one girl, all clad in thick garments resembling paper effigies. In that moment, As the fog vanished entirely, the child's spirits lifted their heads, and in unison, Zhao Liangkai was met with a resounding, clear, and excited inquiry. Have we eaten yet? Chapter 22. Fear not, for it is but a ghost. What is there to eat? You only think about food. Zhao Liangshan frowned and scoffed. The child's spirits, sensing his displeasure, immediately straightened up from the mist. Count off. 1. A girl's voice rang out. 2, 3, 4, 3. When the mist finally cleared, 5 small figures stood before Zhao Liangkai. Leading them was a little girl in a bright red cotton coat, her hair styled in 2 towering horns. Though her face was pale, her chubby cheeks rendered her somewhat endearing, even cute. Behind her were 4 boys, all clad in dark garments, each sporting a single thin braid at the back of their heads. The eldest appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, while the youngest looked to be about 3, all plump and cherubic. The 5 children, with their 6 braids, formed a line. The little girl turned and glared at the smallest boy. How many times must I tell you? After 4 comes 5, it is 5. The youngest boy pouted, looking a bit frightened yet too timid to retort, his expression one of grievance. That a boy from the middle chimed in. Little 5 can only count to 3, sister. Why not let him stand third? The little girl retorted loudly. He is little 5. How can he stand third? I don't mind. The boy who had counted to 3 murmured softly. Then, can he stand in front of you when it's time to eat? The little girl was unyielding. Upon hearing this, the boy who had counted to 3 shook his head, falling silent. Among siblings, conceding a position was acceptable, but yielding when it came to food was out of the question. Ahem. Zhao Liangshan coughed lightly. The little girl immediately turned around, and the 5 child spirits fixed their round eyes upon him, resembling a flock of chicks eager for food. I require your assistance with a task. Complete it successfully, and there will be a reward awaiting you, Zhao Liangshan stated. No problem, the 5 spirits replied in unison. Zhao Liangshan cast a glance at Zhao Liangkai. You may instruct them. Very well, Zhao Liangkai nodded, standing before his cousin without daring to approach too closely. There are 2 tasks I would like you to perform. Initially, his plan was to utilize Zhao Liangshan's abilities to frighten Wang Longqi away and secure victory in their wager. However, with Gongsun Ro's arrival, a bold idea took root in his mind. In the 2 rooms on the 2nd floor, there are people. To the left are 2 men that go frighten them. You must drive them away. Remember, be ruthless. The little spirits bared their teeth, displaying their shiny fangs, signaling their readiness to be fierce. Then, proceed to the right room, where 2 girls are. This time, do not be too harsh. Just give them a light scare. I will wait outside that as soon as they scream, I will rush in. He grinned mischievously. At that moment, pretend to be frightened of me, allowing me to rescue them. Understand? Understood. A hero saving a damsel. The little girl shot him a knowing glance. Off you go. With the instructions given, the 5 children lined up, floating effortlessly out of the room. They approached the wall and, without opening a door, zipped right through it. Zhao Liangkai swallowed hard, yet a grin crept onto his face at the thought of Wang Longqi and Li Chu being thoroughly terrified. Soon after, the 2 descended the stairs, hiding around the corner on the 2nd floor, awaiting the anticipated screams from Gongsun Ro and her companions. That moment, Zhao Liangkai would rush in to save them, issuing a few shouts, while Zhao Liangshan would retrieve the little spirits with his magic. That a flawless plan. Zhao Liangkai's pursuit of Gongsun Ro was not solely his own desire, but also the counsel of the Zhao family elders. In this era, wealth could not rival the influence of 2 types of individuals, officials and cultivators. The former wielded power, while the latter possessed magical abilities that the vision articulated by the Zhao family elders. With Zhao Liangshan around, the Zhao family would be safeguarded by cultivators for the next century. If Zhao Liangkai could forge a connection with Gongsun Ro, the family would also gain a foothold in the realm of officials. With these 2 pillars of support, the family's rise would be imminent. What of the Wang family? They would not even be worthy of carrying the Zhao family's shoes. Wipe your drool. Zhao Liangshan's disdainful voice interrupted Zhao Liangcai's daydream. The first time I met Gongsun girl was at a banquet 2 days ago. She was clad in flowing white, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. From that moment on, I vowed that she would be my bride for life. To this day, I find myself infatuated with her for a full 2 days. It was only upon meeting her that I grasped the meaning of affection, the essence of love. Li Chu furrowed his brow, observing Wang Longqi pacing like a lovesick tomcat, and sensed that this night would be a long and arduous one, that perhaps an apparition would provide a welcome distraction. Allowing him a moment of peace, that it was rather coincidental that Gong Sun Ro was the object of pursuit for both Wang Longqi and Zhao Liangkai. However, upon reflection, it was not surprising. After all, Wang Longqi had likely encountered all the maidens of Yuhang town over the years, making it improbable for one to suddenly appear and captivate him. Only Gong Sun Ro, hailing from Chaoga City, possessed such allure. Yet Li Chu remained uncertain of his connection to this affair. He had only met Gong Sun Ro once, and they had no bond. She had never donated a single coin to the incense at the Diyun Temple. Yet since entering the room, Wang Longqi had incessantly prattled in his ear, ostentatiously recounting the depth of his feelings for Gong Sun Ro, as though hinting at something. Did he wish for Gong Sun Ro next door to hear him? If so, he ought to speak by the wall. Just as Li Chu contemplated whether to knock the loquacious Wang Longqi unconscious, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. Could it be Gong Sun girl seeking me? Wang Longqi hastily rushed to the door. However, upon opening it, he found nothing but emptiness. Strange, he murmured, closing the door and turning back. Yet, just a few steps later, the knocking resumed. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Wang Longqi shouted, but received no reply. That he opened the door once more, only to find the threshold still devoid of presence. He inhaled sharply. Turning to return, he slowed his steps. Knock, knock. Just as the knocking sounded again, he swiftly turned back and flung open the door. Gotcha. Even with his quick reflexes, he still saw no one at the door. That a sense of unease washed over Wang Longqi as he shut the door, glancing at Li Chu. Could it be that something malevolent is truly afoot? Li Chu silently gazed toward the corner of the room, where a wisp of shadowy energy swirled. Ha ha ha. The room suddenly erupted with the laughter of children. Not just one, but a chorus, as if a group of youngsters were frolicking about. It seemed as though someone had tripped Wang Longqi, nearly causing him to stumble. Wang Longqi cried out, leaping to Li Chu's side, trembling as he asked, What is that, Li Chu? Did you see it? Li Chu replied nonchalantly, Do not be afraid. It is a ghost. Wang Longqi sensed something was amiss with this statement. But before he could contemplate further, he saw Li Chu suddenly rise and stride toward the center of the room. Then, a cry of pain echoed, as if someone had tripped Li Chu, followed by a dreadful scream. In the next moment, he was horrified to see, in the previously empty center of the room, the abrupt emergence of 4 or 5 eerie little ghosts. They appeared to be children, yet their faces were deathly pale, and they hovered in mid-air. Bite him, a little girl's voice commanded. A figure clad in a red cotton jacket was the first to dart onto Li Chu's shoulder, baring its gleaming fangs and biting down with force. Then crack. Immediately after, 4 more tiny figures rushed forward without hesitation, clinging to Li Chu's arms and thighs, opening their mouths wide to bite down ferociously. Their expressions were exceedingly fierce. Then, 5 simultaneous cracks resounded. Chapter 23. The bewildered infant spirit ghosts employ a myriad of tactics. Yet when it comes to any specific ghost, their methods may be rather limited. Techniques such as illusions are something various spirits might possess to some degree, but fundamentally, these are mere tricks of the eye. Using illusions to kill is indeed quite challenging. Only higher-tier spirits wield those terrifying and formidable supernatural skills that instill dread in the hearts of many. For the majority of ordinary spirits, their attacks on humans still require the manifestation of their ethereal forms into corporeal entities through spiritual power. For weaker spirits, their spiritual energy is insufficient to materialize their entire being. Thus, they can only manifest parts of their bodies. For instance, the vengeful little girl spirit from Sheyo village manifested only a pair of ghostly claws, while the 5 child ghosts before him had only recently transformed into ghosts and had not diligently absorbed enough yin energy, rendering their abilities weak. The only part they managed to manifest was their teeth. This was merely for the sake of convenience in consuming things. However, from this day forth, it may no longer be so convenient that Chu had initially intended to slay these little ghosts following the trail of Yin energy. For the aura was not particularly strong, roughly equivalent to that of 15 lantern monsters, so he did not take it to heart. Little did he expect these diminutive spirits to possess such audacity, charging directly at him and revealing their sharp teeth to bite him. With the simultaneous sound of 5 crisp cracks, the little ghosts released their hold. They covered their mouths in disbelief, retreating as they touched the wounds where their broken teeth had been. Then, wow, they began to wail in unison. Observing the heart-wrenching cries of the little ghosts, Li Chu blinked, a thought flashing through his mind. Are they trying to extort me? I haven't even laid a finger on them. The little girl covered her mouth, sobbing. Why? Why are you so hard? The surrounding boys were equally perplexed. Their teeth had not only failed to penetrate Li Chu's skin, but they also felt as if something had rebounded their biting force several times over, causing their teeth to shatter instantly. Although it didn't hurt as much after becoming ghosts, the thought of future difficulties in eating and the prospect of wasting years to regrow new teeth rendered them quite sorrowful. Noticing their grievances were not too intense and their intelligence seemed rather high, Li Chu decided to inquire about their origins. Thus, he said, "Do not cry." The little children paid him no heed. Once children begin to cry, it is not easily quelled, especially when surrounded by others who are also crying, creating a chain reaction that exacerbates the situation that Chu had to repeat, "Do not cry." He was not one to shout loudly, so his tone remained calm, which of course had no effect on these little ones. Wang Longqi, cowering behind, was contemplating joining the commotion when he suddenly felt a shift beneath his feet, and a startling change occurred. Boom! A heavy wave of fiery heat erupted from beneath the floorboards, accompanied by a pair of terrifying arms. These arms were covered in deep crimson scars tinged with blackened flesh, grotesque and devoid of skin, emanating a foul odor of charred flesh. So hot, it cried out, suddenly reaching from beneath the floorboards to seize Wang Longqi's ankle. Wang Longqi immediately shouted, "Li Chu, save me!" before he could finish his plea. Sensing a surge of potent Yin energy from behind, Li Chu turned around. The left hand of the fiery ghost grasped Wang Longqi's ankle, emitting a hissing sound akin to meat sizzling on a hot grill, causing Wang Longqi to scream in agony, unsure whether it was from the heat or fear. Behind those hands was the most hideous face Wang Longqi had ever encountered in his life. He had seen ghosts before, not just seen them, but the ghostly bride had conjured an enchanting visage to deceive him. The 5 little ghosts in front of him, while ominous, were plump and not particularly frightening. Yet the face of this fiery ghost could not even be called a face. It was a piece of charred, dried flesh with sunken eye sockets, leaving one to wonder how it could even perceive its surroundings. So hot, it continued to shriek, and after its face emerged, it attempted to crawl out entirely. All 5 little ghost braids perked up in unison, exclaiming, "A ghost!" The other 4 children instantly huddled around the little girl, attempting to seek warmth together. However, the little girl soon recalled something and disdainfully pushed them away, saying, "We are ghosts too. Why should we fear it?" Just as they questioned their ghostly existence, something even more terrifying unfolded. The young Taoist priest in front suddenly drew the iron sword from his back and, in a swift motion, struck downwards. The sword rose and fell, a flash of brilliance slicing through the RDIT was as if the entire world trembled in response. The fiery ghost, still half emerging, vanished in an instant. Completely gone. This single strike rendered the 5 little ghosts utterly silent, their 6 braids pointing skyward. Indeed, ghosts are not to be feared. It is humanity that evokes terror. Ouch! Wang Longqi, at the eye of the storm, could not comprehend what had transpired. He merely perceived a flash of white light, and the hand gripping his ankle released him, causing him to tumble to the ground. Upon closer inspection at his ankle, it appeared as if it had been seared by a branding iron, with his pantyhose burned into his skin. Yet he paid no mind to this and hurriedly raised his head, scrambling to Li Chu's side. Asking in terror, "What happened?" "I do not know. This room is rather peculiar," Li Chu replied, gazing at the large hole cut into the floorboards, revealing the room below, indicating it did not lead to elsewhere. However, what had caused the ghost to appear so suddenly After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly remembered the 5 little child ghosts still behind him. Turning around, he found those 5 little ghosts, previously unresponsive to his pleas, now sitting neatly in a row, gazing up at him with their large, dark eyes, obedient and docile. Ah! Just as Li Chu was about to inquire, he suddenly heard a shriek from the adjacent room. The 5 little ghosts exchanged glances. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Huh. Who was in the next room? Hearing Wang Longqi's consecutive screams from the adjoining room, Zhao Liangkai, crouched in the corner, felt a surge of excitement, silently praising the reliability of those little ghosts. After waiting a moment longer, just as the commotion in this room began to subside, a woman's scream erupted from the next room. It was time. Zhao Liangkai glanced back at his cousin, receiving an encouraging look, and then dashed out shouting, "Miss Gongsun, I am coming." Bang! He kicked open the door to Gongsun Ro and Zhao Xiaomiao's room, only to find the 2 girls anxiously rushing out. "Sister, Miss Gongsun, what happened?" He feigned concern. "Over there. There is a ghost." Zhao Xiaomiao pointed towards the floorboards, exclaiming. Zhao Liangkai cast a glance and saw a small hand emerging from beneath the floorboards, seemingly groping for something. "Mother, mother, mother, do not kill me," in the dimly lit room. The innocent cries evoked not sympathy but rather a chilling unease. Heh, quite adept at setting the mood, isn't it? Zhao Liangkai smirked subtly, then immediately donned an expression of righteous indignation, proclaiming loudly, "Halt! You ghostly creature! How dare you disturb Miss Gongsun? It is truly detestable." With that, he boldly strode forward, seizing the chubby arm. "Brother!" Zhao Xiaomiao exclaimed, her expression one of shock. Gongsun Ro's expression mirrored hers. Zhao Gongzi. They could hardly fathom that Zhao Liangkai possessed such audacity to attempt to seize a ghost with his bare hands. "Come out!" Zhao Liangkai felt a sense of unprecedented bravado. Roaring loudly, standing tall with his chest out, gathering his strength, stepping forward, twisting his waist, and moving his shoulder in sync with his elbow, whoosh, the ghost beneath the floorboards was yanked out by him. Dangling from his grasp, that IT turned out to be a newborn, entirely crimson, with a small frame, blood streaming from its body, and its wrinkled, grotesque face bore an expression of confusion. Eh! Zhao Liangkai furrowed his brow. Puzzled, among the 5 little ghosts, there had not been one so small. The infant spirit also frowned, equally bewildered, contemplating the identity of the person before IT, that is a relatively fierce spirit among ghosts. It was the first time in its long existence that it encountered such a moment of being so thoroughly disrespected. The aura emanating from the individual before me was so arrogantly imposing that, for a moment, I hesitated to make any rash movements. To be candid, I found myself somewhat bewildered that I end the 24th chapter, titled The Night March of the 100 Ghosts, as Zhao Liangkai and the infant spirit stood in mutual confusion. Zhao Yangchen, who had deliberately lagged a few paces behind, finally arrived at the doorway. Upon raising his gaze, he discovered that what Zhao Liangkai clutched in his hand was not the child ghost he had nurtured, but rather a blood-soaked infant spirit. This entity, an infant killed in the womb, had transformed into a vengeful spirit, one of the most malevolent kind, abandoned by its mother before birth. One could only imagine the depth of its resentment. Witnessing Zhao Liangcai's demeanor, his eyes widened in alarm, and he bellowed, "Release it at once! That is an infant spirit." An infant spirit? Zhao Liangcai's pupils contracted, his mind previously clouded, now jolted awake by the force of the warning. The fleeting confusion instantly morphed into a profound terror. Encapsulated in a single expletive, without a moment's hesitation, he discarded the ghostly entity and turned to flee, his earlier bravado giving way to a most undignified retreat. Realizing that he was afraid, the infant spirit seized the opportunity, flipping in midair and lunging towards his retreating figure. Slash! Zhao Yangchen would not stand idly by. He formed a hand gesture, and with a flick of his wrist, a brilliant flying sword materialized, shooting forth like a beam of light directly toward the infant spirit. The infant spirit was struck squarely by the sword's radiant arc, impaled against the wall behind it. Yet its fearsome reputation was not unfounded. Instead of succumbing to the blade, it grasped the sword's edge with its tiny hands and, with a swift motion, pulled it free. Blood gushed forth, and with a chilling wail, The gaping wounds transformed into a torrent of blood that surged forward. At that moment, Zhao Liangkai had barely reached the doorway when the rushing blood river closed in behind him, eager to consume him. Zhao Liangchen seized Zhao Liangkai by the shoulder and hurled him backward, while his left hand conjured a talisman, thrusting it forth. With a thunderous boom, the roiling blood river collided with the talisman, erupting in a flash of crimson light. Yet, this was not the end. From the depths of the blood river, the true form of the infant spirit surged forth, its body drenched in foul blood, its countenance twisted in rage. Slash! Zhao Liangchen shouted again, and the flying sword, previously discarded by the infant spirit, flared back to life, hurtling toward the creature. With a swift flash, the blood-red light severed the infant spirit's diminutive form in two. The extermination complete, Zhao Liangchen grasped the sword once more, observing the flickering glow upon its blade, a pang of sorrow gripping his heart. The sword, now tainted with the infant spirit's blood, had suffered damage to its spiritual essence, necessitating considerable effort and resources to reforge it that in a moment. This sorrow transformed into ire, and he shot a furious glare at Zhao Liangkai. "You fool! You have the audacity!" Zhao Liangkai, seeing the infant spirit vanquished, puffed up his chest and sheepishly remarked, "I was merely startled by Miss Gongsun's fright and acted in haste." However, Gongsun Ro paid little heed to his contrite words, upon spotting Li Chu and Wang Longqi emerging from the adjacent room. She hurried over. "Miss Gongsun, are you all right?" Wang Longqi inquired. "I am fine," Gongsun Ro replied, shaking her head, and noticing Wang Longqi's limp, she asked, "Are you injured?" I just had a tussle with a ghostly entity, but in the end, Li Chu and I managed to slay it." Wang Longqi replied that as Li Chu contemplated this, he silently forgave Wang Longqi's shamelessness. "Shameless," the five little ghosts chimed in unison, trailing behind Li Chu in a line. Spotting Zhao Liangchen, they hurried over, seeking refuge behind him. These little ghosts, Wang Longqi sensed something was amiss, pointing at Zhao Liangchen. Ignoring him, Zhao Liangchen quickly captured the little ghost in a black vial and solemnly stated, "This building harbors significant danger. We should leave at once." "What? The ghost has already been slain, hasn't it?" Zhao Liangkai protested reluctantly, for he had a wager with Wang Longqi and was loath to depart. Zhao Liangchen shot him another glare, insisting, "The atmospheric energy here is overwhelmingly dense. There are certainly more than just a few ghosts. Each room may very well harbor one." "What?" The others gasped in astonishment. That Li Chu, however, was not surprised. As night deepened, he too sensed the growing malevolence. Yet he found it curious that he could not discern the source of this ominous energy, as if it had manifested out of thin air. Wang Longqi turned to survey the myriad buildings, each housing nearly 100 rooms, each potentially concealing a ghost. Was that not over 100 spirits? He swallowed hard and looked at Zhao Liangkai. "Let us nullify our wager and leave together, shall we?" Zhao Liangkai, with a stiff neck, felt compelled to utter some defiant words, yet fear held him back. And he conceded, "Since you have reconsidered, I shall grant you this opportunity." Zhao Liangchen took the lead, descending the stairs. The others followed closely, with Wang Longqi limping the slowest. Li Chu matched his pace to accompany him, while Gongsun Ro, wishing to stay near Li Chu, also slowed her steps, resulting in the group gradually splitting into two. That the Zhao siblings advanced ahead, and Zhao Liangchen cautioned, "Be quiet, do not disturb them." "Understood." Zhao Liangkai quickly nodded in agreement. No sooner had he spoken than a withered, pallid face suddenly emerged from the door to his left. "Ah!" Startled, Zhao Liangkai stumbled back, colliding with the railing, and in a panic fell over. Fortunately, there was a net below, but it had been neglected for decades, rendering it fragile. His weight caused it to tear with a couple of sharp sounds, and he crashed to the ground. The commotion was considerable. Zhao Liangchen, with a decisive hand gesture, directed a spell at the ghost's head, simultaneously casting a fire talisman. Boom! Before the black-faced ghost could comprehend what had transpired, it was engulfed in flames, retreating back into the room. When Zhao Liangchen turned back, his expression shifted dramatically. The once closed doors began to tremble, and in an instant, over a dozen ghosts emerged, floating eerily into view. Among them were gaunt, white-haired elders, actors singing in a high-pitched tone, a muscular figure clad in armor with a blue face, an elegantly dressed female ghost from a bygone era, alongside many other entities that defied human form. The commonality amongst them was their formidable prowess. None were trivial adversaries. Zhao Liangchen furrowed his brow, grasping Zhao Xiaomiao's arm as he leaped down, landing beside Zhao Liangkai, who was still rolling in the remnants of the broken net, wailing incoherently. Zhao Liangchen delivered a swift kick to his rear, commanding, "Stop your wailing." He hoisted both individuals and swiftly made for the front entrance, eager to escape this perilous place. Just then, a monstrous roar echoed, and a colossal creature sprang forth, blocking their path. Meanwhile, Li Chu remained steadfast, protecting Wang Longqi and Gongsun Ro, who continued to proceed at a measured pace. As Gongsun Ro observed the increasing number of apparitions surrounding them, her complexion turned ashen, yet her resolve remained unshaken. She bit her lip. Remaining silent, I Chu couldn't help but glance at her. Despite her delicate appearance, her spirit was remarkably resilient. Conversely, Wang Longqi, already limping, felt his legs cramping in fear, inhibiting his movements, especially when he looked up to see nearly all the ghosts from the rooms emerging, converging toward them. The sheer variety of these entities left him utterly dumbfounded. Suddenly, the night was alive with the march of 100 ghosts. It was a scene steeped in despair. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Li Chu, take Gongsun Ro and leave first. Do not let me hinder you. After you escape, please look after her. I will surely bless you from the underworld. Do not concern yourself with me. I will emerge unscathed in 18 years." He intended to sound noble and selfless. However, at that moment, a three-headed night creature descended from the sky, unable to contain its bloodthirsty instincts. Each head bore a blue face and menacing fangs, a fearsome visage capable of terrifying even the most faint-hearted. Its 6 muscular, clawed limbs were formidable enough to crush the skulls of lions and tigers. The sudden wave of terror rendered Wang Longqi speechless, his heart nearly ceasing to beat. Then, without a glance back, Li Chu effortlessly unsheathed his sword and swung it. Whoosh bang! The razor-sharp light pierced through, and before the sword's arc could complete its path, the three-headed creature's ghostly form shattered into fragments. Only then did Li Chu turn to Wang Longqi, inquiring, "Did you just call for me?" I was just warning you to be cautious," Wang Longqi stammered. "Oh." Chapter 25. Why aren't you leaving? Yeyue. Zhao Liangchen's expression darkened, as if faced with a formidable adversary. Blocking their path was a gigantic ghostly entity, its entire body cloaked in red fur, with a human head, an ox's body, and horse-like legs, its enormous eyes reflecting a chilling glimmer. According to legend, in ancient times, Yeyue was once a deity, but was betrayed and killed by humans, plunging into the weak water, subsequently transforming into a fearsome beast of the ghost clan. Since then, this bloodline has only been passed down in the underworld, with the only potential remnants of Yeyue in the mortal realm being found in one specific location. Is this place truly connected to the realm of human ghosts? Cold sweat trickled down Zhao Liangchen's pallid face. Any association with this term was enough to instill a sense of dread in even the most youthful cultivators. Yet, he need not contemplate the distant implications. The immediate concern was to escape that a Yeyue at the pinnacle of its power would possess strength beyond that of gods and ghosts alike in ancient times. It was only through the intervention of the great archer, Ho-I, that Yeyue was vanquished upon emerging from the ghost realm. The Yeyue before them, a mere remnant, would certainly lack such formidable strength. However, Zhao Liangchen is not high. It is futile to dwell on such thoughts. A glint of sharpness flashed in Zhao Liangchen's eyes. Behind him, 100 ghosts lurked menacingly, while before him, the formidable Yaga blocked his path, leaving him no choice but to carve a bloody trail through them. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, hasten! If he refrained from action, it would be one thing. But once he struck, he unleashed his most potent technique. When he was not selected as the chief disciple, his master, in an attempt to console him, bestowed upon him a thunderbolt exorcism talisman. Heavenly thunder represents the righteous path in this world, and this artifact is particularly effective against malevolent spirits. Boom! Thunder rumbled. although he later learned that his junior brother relied on multiple Thunderbolt exorcism talismans to vanquish his foes, thereby diminishing the talisman's perceived value in his eyes. Its innate power remained undiminished. In an instant, a brilliant azure light illuminated the entire ghostly tower, and the countless specters above shrieked in terror, retreating hastily. Meanwhile, the Yagu at the gate, bombarded by the talisman-activated 12 bolts of heavenly thunder, emitted a fearful howl. Now is the moment. Zhao Liangshan leapt into the air with sudden vigor. Although the flying sword, tainted by the blood of the infant spirit, had suffered a loss of sentience, it could still unleash his most formidable killing move, the secret sword technique passed down through generations in the sect. Flying sword technique, Zhao Liangshan involuntarily exclaimed, as if this would amplify the sword's might. A beam of rainbow light, as thick as a barrel, descended from the heavens, a sword soaring from the west, akin to a celestial being descending from the sky, in the massive pupils of the Yagu. A flicker of tension passed, and with a thunderous roar, its crimson fur suddenly bristled, as if ignited. No, it truly was ablaze, in flames as crimson as blood. Hiss! A streak of sword light pierced the Yaga's body, simultaneously subjected to the searing heat of the blood flames. 3 feet. Zhao Liangshan gritted his teeth in quiet resentment. The flying sword had only penetrated the Yaga's back by 3 feet, and the rainbow light upon it was nearly extinguished before it became embedded within. Had he wielded the divine sword Night Dragon, gifted to his junior brother by their sect, with his current cultivation, he could have surely pierced through the Yaga's ghostly form and utterly vanquished it. If not for the earlier taint of infant spirit blood, his flying sword could have advanced at least another 3 feet, enough to inflict a grievous wound upon this ghostly creature. Alas, fate and destiny. 3 feet penetrated. For the Yagu, this was a depth sufficient to elicit pain. It was just enough to enrage it without significantly impairing its combat capabilities. A perfectly disastrous outcome. Man. Zhao Liangshan experienced for the first time a sense of urgency intertwined with melancholy. If only it could have gone deeper. Yet the Yaga had a different perspective. It had initially believed the sword could only graze its exterior. To its astonishment, it had truly breached its protective blood flames, causing genuine pain, igniting a fierce anger within. Its pupils turned bloodshot, and its blood flames erupted. A potent sense of impending death enveloped Zhao Liangshan and his younger siblings, leaving him utterly paralyzed. He had never anticipated that a reckless thought would lead to such dire consequences. How could such a small town as Yuhang harbor a malevolent entity that even his cousin could not contend with? It baffled him. Zhao Shimiao cried out, "I want to go home." Zhao Liangshan could sense the despair of his younger siblings. Yet at this moment, he found himself utterly helpless. In truth, he still held a trump card that could ensure his escape. But doing so would mean abandoning the others. However, this Yagu had undoubtedly reached a ghost general's level of strength, which he could not contend with. And as for the others, the Buddha once said, "When a father dies and a mother remarries, one must look after oneself. Forgive me. Once I return, I shall surely seek retribution for you." Just as he silently began to chant a spell to employ his escape technique, a calm voice suddenly rang out behind him. "Why aren't you leaving?" Turning around, Zhao Liangshan saw that Li Chu and the others had arrived. Li Chu's inquiry momentarily stunned Zhao Liangshan. The seriousness of his expression was so profound that it left Zhao Liangshan momentarily dazed, questioning whether the fault lay with him or with Li Chu. "Why aren't I leaving?" "Indeed, why the devil are we not leaving? Do you not see the massive Yaga before us? Even if you do not recognize it, surely you can discern its fierce nature. And yet you ask, let us see you leave first. Wait, hold on." As Zhao Liangshan mentally critiqued, Li Chu leisurely approached, seemingly oblivious to the rampaging Yagu. In that moment, Zhao Liangshan could not fathom whether Li Chu was a deceiver or a fool. Meanwhile, the Yagu, engulfed in flames, bared its vicious fangs at him, its silhouette faintly reminiscent of its ancient ancestors' grandeur. Roar! The Yaga howled in fury. Zhao Liangshan envisioned Li Chu being torn asunder by the Yagu, and upon picturing that extraordinarily handsome face being chewed by the creature, he felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. What does it matter if one is handsome? Surely it would not taste any better. Yet in the next instant, all his emotions were replaced by astonishment. There stood Li Chu, sword in hand, lifting it high before bringing it down, sending forth a magnificent and domineering sword aura. What a sword it was! Zhao Liangchen suddenly recalled his master, a formidable cultivator at the pinnacle of the divine harmony realm. He had once unleashed the most powerful sword aura Zhao Liangchen had ever witnessed while they were vanquishing a two-headed river serpent. Obliterating one of its heads in a single stroke, in that moment, he resolved to choose the flying sword as his core artifact, aspiring to become a sword cultivator as formidable as his master. Yet now, he found himself thinking not of Li Chu's sword being equal to his master's, but instead realizing that, after witnessing this strike, his master seemed utterly insignificant. For reasons unknown, he suddenly felt an urge to point at his master's nose and exclaim, "How dare you teach others to wield a sword?" "Pah!" The Yaga's body could not withstand the tremendous sword aura and shattered instantly. When a ghostly form endures overwhelming damage, it disintegrates on the spot. Achieving such a feat is indeed challenging. When Zhao Liangchen slew the infant spirit, he merely severed it. This Yagu, however, was likely 100 times stronger than that infant spirit, especially as an ancient lineage. Its form remained astonishingly resilient even in ghostly form. Yet under Li Chu's sword, it crumbled as if it were nothing more than a fragile object easily pierced that can only be described in 4 words. Utterly terrifying. Zhao Liangchen watched as Li Chu casually walked out of the small building. Even his silhouette exuded an air of elegance and strength. Handsome and powerful. Unbeknownst to him, tears began to flow from the corners of his eyes. Wait, why am I crying? 300 miles northwest of Yuhang town, there lies a mountain of bones. Within this mountain, a cave of corpses exists. Suddenly, 2 hoarse and muffled voices echoed from within. Something has occurred at the ghost tower. Someone entered and emerged alive. What? The seal of our king is on the verge of breaking. We must not allow any disturbances there. They likely did not uncover too much. But what if? Did you not release the Yagu? After a brief silence, the second voice resumed. I did release it. It was slain in a single strike. What more is there to say? Ah? It was a small Taoist priest of unknown origin. Quite formidable. Had I intervened personally, they might not have returned either. In any case, we must keep a close watch on the happenings in Yuhang town. Once our king returns to the mortal realm, no one shall obstruct our progress. Let us hope so. Night, deep and silent. Chapter 26. Setting a small goal first. The sun shone brightly beneath the old locust tree. Yu Qianan sat by the well. Enjoying a watermelon. As Li Chu approached, he observed how his master, even while eating watermelon, exuded an ethereal quality, every gesture imbued with an indescribable charm. Hey, want a piece? Yu Qianan cheerfully asked. Thank you, master. Li Chu replied as he sat down. Yu Qianan regarded Li Chu, reflecting on how even his disciple looked so handsome and poised while eating watermelon. Each head tilt and mouth wipe reminiscent of his own youthful demeanor. He stroked his beard and chuckled. Thank you for what? These fruits were sent over by that Miss Li yesterday. She came looking for you, and I merely benefited from her kindness. Miss Li, a rather obscure name. I've forgotten it. She's a girl with a slender waist, long legs, and a well-proportioned figure. Li Chu shook his head, unable to recall. Oh, she has a mole over her left heart. Yu Qianan added. Li Chu seemed even more puzzled. By the way, she left behind 50 taels of silver. Li Sini. Li Chu immediately recalled. She is a disciple of the Chaodian Pavilion. We previously collaborated on a case. That 50 taels is my rightful reward. As he spoke, he blinked. Did Li Sini have a mole there? No, his confusion lay in why such a trivial matter as delivering money would fall to Li Sini. In the past, Zhou Dafeng would have dispatched a constable directly. Moreover, she should have returned to Hangzhou by now. Yu Qianan interjected. It seems she had other matters to discuss with you, but seeing you were absent, she had to leave. Oh! Li Chu nodded. Yu Qianan nibbled on another piece of watermelon, wiped his mouth, and glanced at Li Chu. Aren't you going to ask her what it was about? If it were important, she would return. Li Chu shrugged nonchalantly. Sigh. Yu Qianan looked at his disciple, exhaling a breath of disappointment. Master, I have something I wish to inquire about. Distracted by Yu Qianan, Li Chu nearly forgot his original purpose. Oh, what is it? I have a question. If there exists a group of ghostly beings that remain peacefully in one location, causing no harm as long as humans do not disturb them, then may I go and exterminate this group of ghosts? Li Chu inexplicably. Haven't you been doing such things all along? Yu Qian countered. Over the past year, Li Chu had been grinding low-level monsters at Shili Slope. Although he was unaware of the purpose behind it, he was certainly aware of the activity. However, these ghosts possess greater powers and have already attained sentience, which distinguishes them from the lantern monsters. Li Chu remarked that Yu Qian pondered for a moment before responding slowly. There exists a saying among us practitioners who traverse the world. Monsters can be taught, but demons are difficult to manage. Leaning forward, Li Chu adopted a posture of humble inquiry. What it signifies is that these four types of evil beings, monsters, demons, and ghosts, are in fact different from one another. Monsters are beings that have undergone cultivation, representing a form of life as transcendence. Monsters themselves are devoid of intrinsic morality. Those who do good are benevolent monsters, while those who commit evil are malevolent ones. Benevolent monsters can be enlightened and guided, much like the little fox that comes to pay homage daily. We can coexist peacefully, while only malevolent monsters require eradication. As for creatures, they are inherently different species that have come to exist in this world, essentially akin to birds and beasts. Likewise, if they abide by their nature, humanity should not intrude upon their existence, for they possess their own paths to follow. Their own paths, Li Chu murmured, appearing to contemplate. Demons, however, are formed from the corruption of other beings. Yu Qian's expression turned slightly grave. Once one succumbs to demonic influence, it is exceedingly difficult to revert that if allowed to persist among mortals. It will inevitably lead to great bloodshed and slaughter, and thus must be eradicated. Ghosts, too, are the manifestations of the souls of other beings, remaining in the mortal realm for various reasons without embarking on the cycle of reincarnation. Yet, regardless of the reason, this is not a path they ought to tread. From the moment of their inception, they have already deviated from the right path. Therefore, under any circumstances, exterminating ghosts equates to aiding them in returning to the righteous way. For both demons and ghosts, moral considerations may be set aside. Upon encounter, they must be eliminated. It is precisely for this reason that the act of exterminating ghosts is referred to as enlightenment, a process through which one can accumulate merit. Regardless of whether they possess sentience, it cannot be regarded as taking life. Thus, the criterion for determining whether one should be slain is whether the being is walking the righteous path, correct? Li Chu asked. That is one way to articulate it. Yu Qian replied with a gentle nod. Li Chu seemed to grasp the concept. Returning the gesture, as he rose to depart, Yu Qian muttered to his retreating figure, I wonder which unfortunate ghost has found itself in such a predicament. That night, at the Liu family's ghost tower, the tumult from the previous night seemed to have left no discernible impact here, as the atmosphere remained eerily tranquil yet foreboding. However, as a figure clad in a cerulean robe approached slowly, the scene transformed, acquiring a touch of aesthetic grace. In truth, Li Chu had been contemplating recently that the experience points offered by the lantern monsters were dwindling. It would be splendid if there were a new, slightly higher-level grinding spot. Yet he was unfamiliar with the farther reaches, and trouble might ensue. The emergence of the Liu family's ghost tower perfectly aligned with his needs: sparse human presence, abundant ghosts, and proximity to home. Moreover, it appeared that the ghosts here could manifest seemingly out of thin air. This suggested a potentially endless supply, as if the place had been prepared for his leveling endeavors. His only concern was that these ghosts had originally lived here peacefully. They would not venture forth to cause harm unless provoked. Would his actions, in coming here to level up, be somewhat inhumane? Today, Yu Qian's words had assuaged his apprehensions. He was not merely leveling up or slaying these ghosts, that he was enlightening them, assisting those who had strayed from the right path to return to it. Much like a doctor who heals the sick or a teacher who educates the young, it was a noble and lofty endeavor. I extinguish your existence for your own benefit. Of course, in the process of healing or learning, some discomfort might accompany it. Yet he assured himself that it would only be a fleeting pain. After enduring that moment of hurt, they could embark on a new life, with such noble sentiments in his heart. Li Chu stepped once more through the gates of the Liu family's ghost tower. That moment, the light of righteousness shone upon the ghostly edifice. Adhering to the order, he began to knock on the first door. "Is there a ghost present?" Within, dissonant cries echoed, indicating that indeed, there was that. Li Chu pushed the door open and beheld a ghost adorned in the attire of a performer, clad in flowing sleeves, indiscernible whether male or female. Upon noticing Li Chu's entrance, it screeched in a high-pitched voice, "Pain, pain, pain." Gently push the youth. The sound trembles. A faint blush arises listening to this theatrical ghost. Li Chu found his demeanor somewhat inappropriate. Nevertheless, he maintained his politeness, saying, "Greetings, I have come to enlighten you. It may be a bit painful. Please endure for a moment. It will soon pass." The singing ghost seemed to comprehend his words and attempted to express its dissent. However, Li Chu did not afford it the opportunity. With a swift flash of sword light, the ghostly form vanished, leaving its dissonant tone lingering in the room. Enlightenment achieved, that Li Chu felt himself elevated in virtue once more, consequently drawing nearer to level 72. Exiting the room and gazing at the four-story tower brimming with potential, Li Chu resolved to set a modest goal: to reach level 100 before anything else, 300 miles northwest of Yuhang Town. Bone Mountain. Hidden Corpse Cave. Point 2. Raspy voices resonated again, this time clearly laced with panic. That little Taoist has returned. He is knocking on doors, seeking ghosts, and slaying them one by one, in just one night. He has cleared the entire ghost tower. What? You are utterly helpless against him. If you had witnessed the manner in which he wields his sword, you would not utter such foolishness. We must take action. Otherwise, when our king's seal is lifted, you and I shall both face dire consequences. Another voice fell silent for a moment before resuming. I've been praying that he does not return tomorrow. Chapter 27. The coy girl who came knocking. It has been observed that the waters of the Blackwater River are becoming clearer. Once murky and black, the water has transformed into a shimmering blue over the past few days. Some attribute this to passing immortals punishing the water ghosts, while others claim that the water ghosts have transformed into river gods and begun their redemption. Nevertheless, the former theory enjoys greater support, as the populace is reluctant to see malevolent spirits attain salvation. Yet, due to the water ghost's long-standing notoriety, no one dares to test the waters that they teem most. A few daring youths might dash over for a fleeting glance at the river's surface. On this midday, as the grass flourished and the orioles sang, a young girl with twin ponytails approached from the riverbank. From a distance, she appeared clad in a cloud robe adorned with colorful tassels. Her skin luminous and translucent, her features exquisite like that of a porcelain doll. With her hair styled in twin ponytails, she walked with a charming sway, exuding an endearing innocence that as she ambled along. Her large, bright eyes curiously surveyed her surroundings that as she drew nearer. One could hear her softly muttering phrases such as, "Hello, my name is Yuer, may I ask?" and other similar sentiments. After a brief walk, she spotted a farmer wielding a hoe and promptly quickened her pace to catch up. "Hello," she exclaimed, skidding to a halt in front of the farmer, nearly losing her balance. The farmer, initially frowning at the sudden appearance of the girl who nearly collided with him, relaxed his brow upon realizing she was a fair-skinned and beautiful young lady, his lips curving into a smile. "Little girl, what brings you here?" he inquired warmly, setting down his hoe. The girl took a few breaths to compose herself before swiftly asking, "Hello, my name is Yuer, and I am searching for a very handsome young Taoist. Do you know where I might find him?" "Ah, you must be referring to the young Taoistly," the farmer replied without hesitation, patiently indicating the direction. "Just follow this willow embankment straight ahead. Do not cross the river. Once you descend the embankment, turn left and walk 3 miles. You will see a small hill, and the Dayun Temple is situated atop it. Young Taoist Li is usually found there." "Thank you." The girl named Yuer expressed her gratitude earnestly before cheerfully continuing along the riverbank. The farmer watched her joyous figure recede, chuckling to himself as he resumed his journey with hoe in hand. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after he turned away, Yuer, having traversed less than 100 steps along the embankment, suddenly halted, gazing in confusion at a bridge before her. She scratched her head, pondering, Should I cross the river?" Just then, An elderly man descended from the bridge, prompting Yuer to hurry over. "Hello, my name is Yuer, and I am searching for a very handsome young Taoist. Do you know where I might find him?" She reiterated her inquiry. "Oh, you mean young Taoistly? Just follow the riverbank straight ahead, descend the embankment. Turn left, and you will soon arrive at the Yun Temple," the old man chuckled, patiently guiding her once more. "Thank you." The young girl bowed to the elderly man and merrily continued along the riverbank. Before long, she reached the end of the embankment, but suddenly paused, staring blankly at the fork in the road ahead. Which way should I go?" She glanced left and right, spotting a farmer's wife with her head wrapped in a scarf, prompting her to run over again. "Hello." Wang Longqi moved swiftly. Having returned from Liu family's ghost tower the previous day, with his injuries still unhealed, he had already set the workers of the temple to task. All structures of the Yun Temple required repair. Both the front and rear courtyards needed renovation, and an additional guest room was to be constructed, so that in the future, when guests arrived, Li Chu would not need to squeeze in with his master. The entire courtyard was abuzz with activity, forcing the master and disciple to take their small stools outside the main gate. Sitting side by side as they observed the bustling scene within, their faces adorned with matching smiles of happiness, that it was as if he were gazing upon the empire he had built. For the past few days, the temple had been closed for renovations, and Wang Longqi had originally invited the master and disciple to stay at the Wang residence until the work was completed. Yu Qian initially declined, for although there was little of value within the temple, he had certain cherished possessions that he was reluctant to expose to the world, or rather, fearful of losing. Thus, he felt compelled to remain as a supervisor. Li Chu, on the other hand, had always kept a respectful distance from unnecessary social interactions that, in his view, Wang Longqi's financial contribution was sufficient evidence of their friendship. The intangible courtesies and enthusiasm, he believed, were best avoided whenever possible. Hence, they found themselves in the present scene, the master and disciple seated side by side on the threshold, idle yet content. Suddenly, the air was pierced by hurried footsteps approaching from behind. Li Chu turned to see a dazzling young girl sprinting toward him. Her expression was one of fervent excitement, arms outstretched, her tassels dancing in the wind, hair tousled and disheveled, as if she had just emerged from a tempest. Li Chu calmly rose to his feet. This was not his first encounter with an exuberant girl. Just as she was about to leap into his embrace, he gracefully extended a finger. Zap! His index finger met her forehead. Effectively halting her advance, she collided with his finger, momentarily stunned, her body rebounding as a small red mark blossomed on her forehead. "Ouch! That hurts!" she exclaimed, cradling her forehead as she crouched down. The Li Chu resumed his seat on the small stool and stated, "I apologize, but the Diyun Temple is closed for the next few days. I specifically came to find you." The girl rubbed her forehead and tilted her face upward, blinking her bright, sparkling eyes at Li Chu. "You must be the handsome little Taoist my grandfather spoke of, right?" Li Chu blinked, unsure how to respond. Beside him, Yu Qian smiled warmly at the girl, saying, "While I am unaware of your grandfather's identity, the most handsome Taoist within a radius of several hundred miles can be found at our Diyun Temple." "Yes, it must be you." The girl scrutinized Li Chu's face carefully, then nodded vigorously. "Is there something you need?" Li Chu inquired. "My name is Yuer," she said earnestly, "and my grandfather instructed me to come to Yuhang Town to find a very handsome little Taoist and recognize him as my master. For only he can save our kin." "Save them?" Li Chu tilted his head, feeling somewhat bewildered. "Master?" Yu Qian quickly seized upon the key point, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. The girl continued, "My grandfather said he had seen you after you vanquished that water ghost. It came to express its gratitude." "You are not human." Li Chu suddenly recalled who she was referring to. After he had eliminated the water ghost, an old man transformed from a koi had come to him in a dream to express thanks that it was her. "Indeed, my grandfather is the leader of the koi clan, and I am the most beautiful seven-colored koi of our lineage," Yuer declared, puffing her nose with a hint of pride, though her mood soon soured. "Koi." Upon hearing this, Yu Qian's eyes gleamed even brighter. "Our entire clan has been captured by villains. I was the only one who managed to escape. My grandfather sent me to find you, saying you are the only one who can save them, that I beg you, I recognize you as my master. Please help us. Yue pleaded, her expression pitiful. Let's not rush into anything. First, tell me where they are, Li Chu replied. I don't know. They were taken by bad people. Yue shook her head. Who are those who captured them? Li Chu pressed on. I don't know. I don't recognize them. She shook her head once more. Then, how am I to save your kin? Li Chu finally asked. I don't know, but my grandfather said only you can save them. Yue said, her tone filled with desperation. Li Chu fell silent, but Yu Qian also shook his head, thinking to himself that while the girl was indeed lovely, she seemed rather foolish. Chapter 28. How wonderful it is to have koi. A gentle breeze fluttered the hem of Li Chu's robe. As if a crow had flown past the Diyun temple, the air grew still. After a moment, it was Yu Qian who broke the silence. Little girl, think carefully. Did your grandfather give any hints on how to rescue them? Are you truly unaware, or is it simply a moment of forgetfulness? Yue gazed vacantly with her innocent and beautiful eyes, trying hard to recall. However, she soon realized that the more she searched her mind, the less she could remember. I only recall that I slipped out to play, and then my grandfather suddenly contacted me with spiritual power, telling me a lot, saying they had been captured and instructing me to find a little Taoist. When I returned, I found that indeed, my kin had vanished. Beyond that, I can't remember anything else, she stammered. That is no trouble, Yu Qian said cheerfully. In that case, why don't you stay here for now? Once we have any leads on your kin, we shall rescue them. Rescue the fish, if that is agreeable? Yu's gaze flitted between the master and disciple, a hint of hesitation in her expression. But ultimately she nodded. Well, after all, my grandfather did tell me to recognize him as my master. Yue, Li Chu began to say something, but Yu Qian tugged at his sleeve, giving him a meaningful look, urging him to turn away. To have a koi recognize a master is a grand opportunity, fraught with numerous benefits. You should simply accept it, Yu Qian advised. But Li Chu furrowed his brow, still feeling uneasy. He had always believed in the equality of all beings. The notion of enslaving a creature had never crossed his mind. The concept of recognizing a master among koi does not imply servitude. Rather, it signifies a binding of fortunes, Yu Qian elucidated. Once she recognizes you as her master, she can aid in enhancing your fortune. The stronger your fortune, the greater her cultivation will benefit. Her grandfather likely sent her to find you because he sensed your promising potential as a host. Understanding dawned on Li Chu, and he nodded in agreement that he turned back to Yue, saying, Then, Yue, you may stay here for the time being. There is no need to call me master. Simply refer to me as Li Chu as soon as I receive any information related to your kin. I will make it my utmost priority to rescue them. Yue blinked. All right, master. For the first time, Li Chu felt the inadequacy of language. One cannot blame the little girl. Yu Qian chuckled softly. She has yet to fully transform, although she appears human. She likely cannot yet adapt to human memory. That as her cultivation improves, she will gradually adjust. Koi possess a rare intelligence among the generally simple-minded aquatic creatures. They not only possess an innate ability to change fortunes, but can also grasp the intricacies of transformation earlier than other beings. However, in her current state of limited cultivation, even if she could take on human form, she remained merely a shell, with a long journey ahead that Yue, in her current guise, could be likened to a fish with a human head, or a human with a fish's essence. With a new member added to their ranks, the master and disciple were about to discuss how to accommodate her when they suddenly heard a commotion among the workers nearby. Before long, the foreman approached, cradling a small box. Taoistly, we found this beneath the old wall. It must belong to the previous occupants of your temple, right? The workers hired by the Wang family were local laborers familiar with the Diyun temple, thus lacking any intention of pilfering, especially under the watchful eyes of the three pure ones. Li Chu glanced at the box he was handed. It appeared aged, its cover tattered and caked with dirt, as if it had lain underground for ages. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find it filled to the brim with silver, nearly 100 taels, if not more. Wow! The master and disciple were overjoyed. The Diyun temple had been established for some time, and while they had excavated the ground previously, this was the first time they had unearthed money. Yu Qian regarded little Yue with a benevolent gaze. It seems our Diyun temple is truly destined for a turnaround. Do you like such things? Yuer asked, her innocent and beautiful eyes fixed upon them. Ahem, Yuqian coughed lightly. As cultivators, we naturally do not place much value on material wealth. Li Chu added earnestly, wealth is but an external possession. Yet, well, one should be happy to find money. Shun Ti1. Yuqian continued. Indeed, Li Chu concurred. Really? Then you should take all of this, Yuer proclaimed, pulling a small pouch from her unassuming chest and spilling forth a pile of scattered silver, copper coins, and even a gold fish the size of her finger. You, a creature of the water, possess so much wealth. I found it, Yuer replied nonchalantly. I'm not sure why, but every time I go ashore to play, I seem to come across these things that I think they are quite pretty, so I've been saving them. Li Chu regarded her intently and then solemnly stated, please ensure it remains in the Diyun temple. In the evening, Li Chu visited the ghost tower of the Liu family and made it a point to check on little Yuer. She had taken refuge in a large water tank in the kitchen, the bottom lined with fine sand. Her slender form, over 4 feet long, was adorned with brilliantly colored scales, exuding an exquisite beauty. Upon noticing Li Chu's face reflected on the water's surface, she playfully blew a stream of bubbles. Although she could maintain her human form for a considerable duration, there was one issue. She could not sleep. That Li Chu observed closely and discovered the reason. She simply did not know how to close her eyes to sleep. This problem, while seemingly uncomplicated, posed a challenge for a fish accustomed to sleeping with its eyes wide open, akin to asking a human who habitually sleeps with eyes closed to do otherwise. As night fell, she had no choice but to revert to her original form and return to the water. The tank felt rather constricted, Li Chu mused, and the next objective in constructing the Taoist temple would be to create a dedicated pond for her. The cost would be of no concern. Koi are worth every penny. Countless affluent families have excavated ponds solely to rear koi, yet they merely nurture ordinary feng shui fish devoid of any spiritual essence. A koi like Xiaoyur, endowed with spiritual awareness and being a rare multicolored variety, is a treasure that is both sought after and seldom found. Further down this path might lead one to a creature potent enough to influence the fate of a nation. Additionally, it was imperative to cultivate her affinity for leisurely strolls, a task entrusted to Yuqian, who would take the young lady out for walks each day. Taking a fish for a stroll was an activity the elderly cherished, especially when the prospect of finding money awaited them outside. Moreover, the fortune brought by the koi not only aided in financial gains. Upon Li Chu's arrival at the Liu family's haunted manor, he discovered that the experiences gained from the spirits he had guided that night were remarkably high. Having just surpassed the 72nd level the previous night, he was nearing the 73rd by evening's end. He couldn't help but reflect on the fortune of having a koi. At White Bone Mountain, within the corpse cave, 2 faces reminiscent of Sima stared back, their voices low and somber. Tonight, I organized a group of elites to mount a resistance. Yet the outcome remains unchanged. A single sword strike obliterates them that I suspect the little Taoist may not even recognize any disparity in their strength compared to before. At this rate, within 2 months, my king's subjects will be entirely annihilated. Is it possible to temporarily avoid confrontation, allowing the spirits in the ethereal realm to remain dormant? Once the ethereal realm loses the support of my king's power, the spirits within will also perish due to the lack of yin energy. Then what shall we do? We must expedite the process of breaking the seal. As long as my king returns to the mortal realm, all enemies shall pay in blood for their debts. Chapter 29. The copper coins bought with lives cannot be spent. The mountain breeze was gentle, rustling through garments, among the flowers and grass. Fluttering butterflies resembled the skirts of young maidens, lively and animated. Outside the Diyun temple, 3 small stools were lined up in Yuqian led Li Chu and Xiaoyur, all striking the same pose with their left hands propping up their chins. Gazing vacantly inside, that on the first day, it felt blissful. The second day, fulfilling. Yet by the 3rd day, it had grown rather tedious. Only Xiaoyur remained spirited, frequently inquiring about the purpose of various objects around them, likely repeating questions she had asked the previous day. Sometimes she recalled having asked the same question, yet still sought an answer, as she could not remember what the response had been. Life at the temple was akin to the languid white clouds drifting beyond the mountains, serene and unhurried. The arrival of Licini shattered this tranquility. Her attire was strikingly eye-catching, a rosy hue with a diagonal opening at her left shoulder, exposing her pristine, rounded shoulder and deep collarbone on one side. Her bosom was prominent, and her slender waist accentuated her alluring curve that a pair of snow-white legs peeked through the slit of her skirt. Her long hair was still elegantly tied up, and her enchanting eyes sparkled like waves. Locking onto Li Chu's languid form from afar, that as she approached, the workers laying bricks in the front yard became utterly entranced. Yet they were not reprimanded, for even the foreman stood mesmerized as she drew nearer. Licini finally noticed Xiaoyer sitting beside Li Chu. The girl's delicate features and bright eyes sparked a sudden tension within her. However, as her gaze fell upon the girl's chest, the tension dissipated significantly. Since ancient times, heroes have adored lofty mountains. Seldom have they heard of gallant steeds traversing the plains. Taoist you, Taoistly, Licini greeted. Li Chu observed Licini striding forward with confidence, discreetly glancing in her direction. Indeed, there was a mole. This candid gaze did not go unnoticed by Licini, who smiled subtly. Men, after a round of mutual, unknowing psychological musings, she finally elucidated the purpose of her visit. In short, the case of the vengeful spirit was far from resolved. I sought you out the other day, but you were absent. Trouble had already begun brewing. The incident occurred the day after the exorcism in Shaolu village, while Licini was yet to return to Hangzhou. Two constables, en route to the magistrate's office that morning, stopped to purchase sesame cakes. Little did they know that as one of the constables turned around after receiving his cake, he suddenly collapsed and died. His demise came without warning, leaving the other constable utterly stunned. He shouted for a long while before remembering he was, in fact, a lawman. Once the body was taken to the magistrate's office for examination, the coroner was left questioning his very existence. For the corpse bore no signs of distress. The constable had been robust and healthy, free from illness, poison, or injury, and not even a hint of emotional turmoil. That a perfectly living man had simply perished in a thin it seemed only a bizarre case could explain such a phenomenon. Just as Zhou Dafeng found himself at a loss, a particular detail caught his attention. The vendor selling sesame cakes had handed over all the money received from the constable to the magistrate, claiming he dared not keep the money of the deceased, merely a few copper coins, nothing significant, and Zhou Dafeng would typically not pay it any mind. However, at that moment, feeling at an impasse, he stared at the coins for a while. Upon closer inspection, he suddenly realized something was amiss. Normally, the copper coins bore the inscription He Luo Tong Bao, yet among these coins was one that read In Si Tong Bao, an inscription he had never encountered before. He immediately handed the case over to Licini. Licini reported to the court, and the message received was that In Si Tong Bao was currency from the realm of spirits, the realm of the living and the realm of spirits. As legend has it, is a domain established by countless spirits lingering in the mortal world, ethereal yet undeniably real. Since ancient times, each appearance has heralded catastrophic calamities. This was no trivial matter. When Zhou Dafeng further investigated the source of this ghostly currency, he was taken aback that it turned out that this coin was linked to the two previous cases of vengeful spirits that on the day of the Shaolu village tragedy, the deceased constable had been tasked with collecting the bodies. And the little girl's body was the one he had found at the foot of the mountain. This coin had been clutched in the girl's hand during the collection of the body. The coin had fallen to the ground, and he had carelessly pocketed it without a second thought. Another colleague had even remarked upon his act of picking up the dead person's belongings, warning that it might bring misfortune. Yet his penchant for petty gain led him to chuckle, declaring it a reward for helping her with her burial. Later, he unwittingly used that coin to purchase sesame cakes. And the moment he spent it, his life was forfeit. Zhou Dafeng, being a seasoned captain, still possessed the necessary instincts that he promptly sought out the body of the lady of the Shui family. After her suicide, her remains were collected by her family. Zhou Dafeng and his men pried open her coffin, only to discover that she too had a coin in her mouth. That it was indeed the In Si Tong Bao. Piecing it all together, the hidden threads finally surfaced. Why had Yuhang Town been plagued with frequent eerie occurrences, with rare, vengeful spirits appearing one after another? A formidable spirit was at play behind the scenes, though the case had yet to be resolved. This discovery thoroughly vindicated him, proving that he had not acted ineffectively nor falsely reported the eerie occurrences, that it was not I who lied. I have been targeted. Do you understand? Zhou Dafeng felt a wave of relief. Afterward, it was Li Sini who began to worry. She consulted her master and confirmed that this coin was indeed a tactic employed by the spirits, known as life-buying money. This was a particularly sinister trick, designed to entice those harboring grievances to use this coin to purchase lives, resulting in the deceased transforming into vengeful spirits. As for the constable's death, it was an unfortunate twist of fate. Having spent someone else's life-buying money, he unwittingly forfeited his own life. Fortunately, he bore no resentment, thus avoiding becoming a vengeful spirit. She realized that a significant case lay before her, and should she resolve it, it would undoubtedly be a monumental achievement. Yet, she also worried whether her abilities were sufficient to tackle such a mysterious case, especially considering her near failure in dealing with a single vengeful spirit last time. This was why she had sought Li Chu's assistance previously. However, upon finding him absent, she had to devise her own strategy. Reflecting on the previous cases of vengeful spirits, she deduced that the troublesome spirit must possess the ability to sense grievances whenever abundant resentment arose. It would intervene, enticing individuals to sell their lives in exchange for the opportunity to become vengeful spirits seeking revenge on their enemies. Before a vengeful spirit manifests, there must first be a death. Thus, she instructed Zhou Dafeng and his team of constables to keep a vigilant watch, ensuring that any reports of disappearances or deaths within Yuhang County were relayed immediately. Sure enough, within just 2 days, news of another death reached them. As she recounted these events, the men, women, and children at the Yun Temple gathered around, as if listening to a gripping tale. Upon finishing, Xiaoyu shivered in fear and whispered, "So picking up someone else's money can lead to death." Yu Qian quickly patted the little girl's shoulder, reassuring her, "Do not fear, Yuer. We shall only pick up, not spend, that I guarantee we will be fine." If Xiaoyu were to become too frightened to pick up money after hearing this story, it would be a great loss, for she was now a pivotal figure in revitalizing the Yun Temple. Li Sini regarded the handsome profile of the young Taoist and asked, "Can you assist me?" Having found the past few days somewhat dull, Li Chu did not hesitate and nodded. "All right." A smile bloomed on the woman's face, akin to flowers blossoming. She proactively mentioned, "The reward will be as it was before, and if we can uncover the true culprit behind it all, there will be an additional bonus." Li Chu nodded, appearing unfazed. With Xiaoyu providing a stable source of income, he no longer had to concern himself with the magistrate's unpredictable bounty. Earning money was far too troublesome. Picking it up was far more convenient. His agreement to assist was partly fueled by a desire to maintain the peace of Yuhang Town. Yes, at least a small part of it. Very well. Let us proceed to examine the remains of the deceased. Li Sini swiftly stood up. "Where to?" Li Chu inquired. "To Chunman Tower," Li Sini replied. Chapter 30. The Good Girls of the Brothel. Chunmanlu is the only brothel in Yuhang Town. Previously, even if Yuhang Town had courtesans, they were merely hidden and inconspicuous figures, unworthy of attention. However, since the opening of Chunmanlu, with its exquisite ambience and top-notch service, it swiftly became the gathering place for the local literati and refined gentlemen. This establishment serves as a haven for the men of Yuhang Town, while simultaneously becoming a thorn in the side of the local women. As twilight descends, every wife ensures her husband remains in check, lest he find an excuse to stroll down the street where Chunmanlu resides. Most individuals cannot gain entry, yet many meander nearby, hoping to catch a glimpse of the scantily clad good girls leaning against the doors, flaunting their charm. That on occasion, one might even be fortunate enough to receive a flirtatious glance, which is indeed a delightful prospect. The seasoned scholar Wang Longqi, known as Young Master Wang, once remarked that Chunmanlu is in no way inferior to the renowned brothels of Hangzhou. Here, he is naturally referring to the most essential aspect of a brothel. The good girls that a large brothel must possess a diverse array of talents, from Navi young maidens new to the trade to experienced and alluring women. Those who merely satisfy the various whims of patrons can only be deemed the lower tier of good girls. Above them, there must be capable and exquisite courtesans. The requirements for courtesans extend far beyond mere beauty. to gain fame in the brothel. One must possess remarkable skills that leave patrons in a WTO be cherished like a treasure. One must excel in both allure and artistry. Chunmanlu is fortunate to have several such courtesans. The deceased from last night was one of them. The deceased is named Wan Hongmei, known by her stage name Mei Xiong, and she was a courtesan at Chunmanlu, introduced Li Sini, standing outside the elegantly adorned pavilion. She specially pouted her lips to remind, once we enter, keep your eyes to yourself. Mama, Li Chu not that. The literati and refined gentlemen have always favored nocturnal gatherings. During the day, Chunmanlu appears desolate, with sparse foot traffic, and the two small doors remain unvisited. Inside, a languid scent of cosmetics permeates the air. Occasionally, one or two disheveled women would open a window, stretch, yawn, and then promptly close it again. However, today, those closed windows were immediately flung open that a drowsy good girl rubbed her eyes and suddenly turned around. Shrieking, sisters, Li Sini had underestimated the situation. For Li Chu, entering the brothel, it was not merely a matter of keeping one's gaze in check, but rather, it was about being scrutinized, while women elsewhere might cast shy glances at an attractive man. The girls in the brothel paid no heed to such modesty. In an instant, a throng of flirtatious girls surrounded Li Chu, chattering excitedly, almost reaching out to touch him, which incensed Li Sini greatly. Li Chu blinked, lacking experience in handling such attention, and could only convey his disinterest through a cold expression. Fortunately, he had Li Sini, whose stern demeanor helped ward off the crowd. "What are you doing?" Acting as if you've never seen a man before, came a lazy voice from the back of the throng. The girls immediately restrained their exuberance and stepped back, recognizing the authority of the newcomer. Li Sini then sighed in relief and turned to see the direction from which the voice had emerged. It was Chun Sanyang, the proprietor of Sichun Manlu. It is said that Chun Sanyang was once a prominent figure in Shinluo City, and after amassing enough wealth, she redeemed herself and established Chunmanlu in Yuhang Town. Shinluo City is the second largest city in the Hua dynasty, known for its thriving entertainment industry, often referred to as the City of Flowers, where pleasures abound. The annual Hua Du Conference is the grandest event in the Hua dynasty. Chun Sanyang, undoubtedly a product of Shinluo City, has trained her girls to be exceptionally skilled, allowing Chunmanlu to gain its reputation in a remarkably short time. At present, she donned a simple home outfit, a white silk blouse with a plain lining and trousers. The attire was unremarkable, yet her voluptuous figure was impossible to conceal, with a chest akin to towering peaks and hips like a full moon. She retained a willow-like waist despite her years as a proprietor. Tall and graceful, she walked with an inherent charm that, in contrast, the surrounding girls appeared rather ordinary. Having seen Li Sini earlier, she smiled like a crescent moon and said, "Lord Li, hasn't the government already investigated and confirmed that Mei Xiang took her own life? The body has been collected. What brings you here again? Oh, and you brought along such a handsome young Taoist. Is he here to perform a ritual for Mei Xiang?" Li Sini regarded her flirtatious demeanor with a less than friendly gaze. His expression stern as he replied, "The conclusion regarding Miss Mei Xiang's demise has been reached. We are here for other matters. This is Taoist Li from the Yun Temple, specifically invited to exorcise any malevolent spirits. Kindly show some respect." "Oh, what other matters? Take us to Miss Mei Xiang's room. I wish to speak with you in detail. With so many people gathered, this is hardly appropriate." Li Sini cast a quick glance around. Frowning, compared to those girls, her attire today made her resemble a refined young lady. "Very well, follow me," Chun Sanyang replied, waving her hand to disperse the crowd. "Enough of this. You all look as if you've never encountered a man before." "Indeed, not one as handsome as this," a girl muttered under her breath. "Tomorrow, I'll send you off to the Yun Temple to become a monk." Chun Sanyang shot her a glare, scolding her while playfully slapping her ample backside. They ascended the stairs together, and after a few steps, Li Chu earnestly remarked, "Our temple does not accept new disciples at present." Chun Sanyang glanced at him, narrowing her eyes with a smile. "This young Taoist is quite amusing." Li Sini observed her smile, then glanced at her bosom, feeling a sense of unease. The second floor housed the courtesans' quarters, each room significantly larger than those below and adorned with elegant names. Upon ascending, they were greeted by a melodious sound of a guqin. gentle and flowing like a stream, yet deeply resonant, instilling a sense of tranquility that as they passed through the courtyard, they arrived at a terrace in the center of the loft, where they encountered the musician. She was a woman clad in light gauzy attire, her figure partially concealed by 8 folding screens, casting a delicate silhouette. Behind her was a backdrop of flowing clouds and distant skies, with a beautiful Guqin before her, a scene rich in artistic allure. Li Chu suddenly paused, sensing something unique about this woman. Though he could not pinpoint what it was, upon closer inspection, he noticed a veil covering her face, obscuring her features. Chun Sanyang added with a smile, "This is Miss Biluo, our newly inducted courtesan. However, Miss Biluo only sells her art and not her body. She refuses to reveal even her face." "Oh," Li Chu replied, intending to proceed. Just then, the music ceased, and Miss Biluo withdrew her slender fingers, asking, "Young Taoist, would you like to see my face?" Her voice was soft and melodious, captivatingly pleasant. "That would not be appropriate," Chun Sanyang interjected, shaking her head. "You know the rule. Whoever sees your face must be the one you marry." Miss Biluo rose gracefully, flowing like a breeze, and smiled. "If the young Taoist is interested, I suppose it would not hurt to show him." Her words hinted at a playful invitation. Immediately, Li Chu replied earnestly, "There is truly no need." Li Sini couldn't help but smile, pulling him away, leaving Miss Biluo in a state of bewilderment amidst the wind. The layout of Chunmanlu was expansive, and they walked for quite a distance before reaching Mei Xiang's chamber, as one of the courtesans. Mei Xiang's room was both spacious and elegant, featuring a hall and inner chambers. The maidservant attending to Mei Xiang was summoned. She was merely 12 or 13 years old, and, despite having calmed down after about a fright, still sobbed uncontrollably when questioned. "I slept in the outer room last night while the young lady was in the inner chamber. She was perfectly fine before sleeping. Who would have known? How could she have hanged herself without a sound?" Chun Sanyang comforted the young girl, patting her shoulder, then shot a glance at Li Sini, exasperatedly saying, "We already asked her this morning. Why must we trouble the child again?" "Because Mei Xiang's death is suspicious," Li Sini replied calmly. "She was holding a coin when she died." "Correct?" "Yes. The coin was also taken by the officials." The maidservant answered that Li Sini fell silent for a moment before stating, "We can ascertain that Mei Xiang will transform into a vengeful spirit after her death." "Ah!" Chun Sanyang exclaimed in shock. Being well-versed in such matters, she understood the implications of a vengeful spirit. After a moment of astonishment, she shook her head, saying, "That cannot be. Mei Xiang has not been wronged in her daily life. Even if she has faced some dissatisfaction, where could such intense resentment arise?" "That is precisely what I wish to inquire," Li Sini said. "Who did Mei Xiang harbor grievances against? Who was the person she wished to seek revenge upon? This is the crux of the matter." Though Mei Xiang perished within Chunmanlu, the source of her resentment would determine where her vengeful spirit would linger. To prevent her from causing harm, it was imperative to identify the root of her anger first. She fixed her gaze on the young maidservant, who trembled under her scrutiny, shaking her head vigorously and unable to articulate anything. Chun Sanyang embraced the young girl, responding, "The girls in our establishment interact with a limited number of individuals." Mei Xiang was proud and aloof, not particularly close with the other courtesans. However, if she were to become a ghost seeking revenge, it hardly seems plausible. Li Sini pondered for a moment before rephrasing her question. "Did Mei Xiang ever complain about anything to you? Did she curse anyone before taking her life last night? You have been by her side, so you must have heard, right?" The little maid sobbed a couple of times, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Last night. The young lady indeed scolded someone for being heartless and ungrateful, lacking in loyalty to the past." "Who?" It was the 7th young master of the Wang family. Chapter 31. "Of course, the choice is to forgive her. Do you think I am simply out of luck? I venture outside only to encounter misfortune, and each ghost is different. Now, it seems that even when I remain at home, I still find myself embroiled in such matters," Wang Longqi said with a pained expression, looking at Li Chu and Li Sini, filled with sorrow and indignation that Li Chu contemplated, thinking that if vengeful spirits were to seek him out at home, it might not be so bad after all. Leveling up by battling monsters would be quite convenient. However, upon further reflection, he realized that one must first navigate the intricacies of dealing with such spirits, and decided against it. That sounded too troublesome. Yet, it is true. In this world, there are no rewards without effort, that if Wang Longqi could discern his thoughts, he would surely be in awe of his profound logic of cause and effect. Li Chu remained lost in thought, while Li Sini disdainfully remarked to Wang Longqi, if it weren't for your cold-heartedness, abandoning her when she needed you most, how could you end up in such a predicament? From the standpoint of the Chaotian Ke, she must protect Wang Longqi's life, lest any common folk suffer from the vengeful spirit. However, from a woman's perspective, she held Wang Longqi's shameless behavior in utter contempt. By heaven's conscience, I do not understand why Mei Xiang harbors resentment towards me. It was not I who abandoned her. Wang Longqi swore vehemently. Li Chu, do you remember a couple of days ago when I told you that there were courtesans and madams at Chunman Tower speaking ill of me? That person was Mei Xiang. Li Chu nodded in acknowledgement. Alas, Wang Longqi sighed again. In the past, she and I shared sweet moments, our love blossoming, and we even pledged our lives to one another. Yet after I was ensnared by a female ghost, she not only neglected me, but also deliberately avoided me, mocking me behind my back. It was then that I saw her true colors and distanced myself from her. She only approaches you when she needs something, and casts you aside when she does not. Just yesterday morning, she suddenly summoned a little maid to call me to Chunman Tower. Perhaps she was in need of money again. After all, we are, at this point, he cast a sidelong glance at Li Sini. The cultivators of the Chaotian Ke carried an air of authority, so he retracted some of his more vulgar words and formulated his thoughts. After all, we have been close friends for many years. She is unfeeling. Yet I am loyal. But just as I was about to agree, I suddenly recalled that Zhao Liangkai fellow. If he were to learn of my visits to Chunman Tower during this time, he would undoubtedly slander me before Miss Gong's son. Thus, I said we could meet another day, sending the little maid back with 100 taels of silver for her. Given my treatment of her, one could argue that I have been exceedingly kind. Yet, she dares to complain about me even after her death, transforming into a vengeful ghost to seek revenge. That truly is quite unreasonable. After listening to his words, Li Chu contemplated and said, if she comes to find you at night, you might attempt to explain to her. Perhaps you could alleviate her resentment. In his view, since the lady was able to dispel her grievances over a mere unfamiliar face, perhaps the act of purifying resentment was not as difficult as it seemed. Let us forget about that. Wang Longqi recoiled slightly. You should just give her a swift resolution. I will explain slowly at her grave another day. We cannot afford to let our guard down at Chunman Tower either, Li Sini remarked. From what you've said, it seems that Miss Mei Xiang's resentment towards you may not be that strong. Perhaps her vengeful spirit will still appear at Chunman Tower. Li Chu agreed with her assessment that Li Sini proposed. How about we split into two groups? One person stays here to protect him, while the other remains at Chunman Tower. What do you think? Li Chu pondered for a moment, feeling that this arrangement was somewhat inappropriate. Last time, Li Sini had encountered unforeseen complications with a vengeful spirit. Before he could voice his concerns, Wang Longqi eagerly interjected. Great! Then let Li Chu stay with me. His tone was marked by eagerness. Li Sini arched her brows. What do you mean by that? Wang Longqi blinked innocently. What do you mean? Are you so eager for little Taoist Li to stay because you believe he is superior to me? Li Sini Castiuna. Of course, that is precisely what I think. Wang Longqi silently affirmed in his heart. What a bold thought. Yet such dangerous sentiments should remain unspoken, that he smiled politely and said, It's not that. To protect me, we would inevitably have to share a room late at night. And considering we are a man and a woman alone, that would undoubtedly be inappropriate. My father taught me from a young age that reputation is more precious than life itself. Only then did Li Sini nod in satisfaction. She was acutely aware that Li Chu indeed surpassed her in strength. However, how could this be known to outsiders? If word got out that the esteemed members of the Chaotian Ke relied on outsiders to handle matters, how could she maintain her reputation? She stole a glance at Li Chu, who remained deep in thought, appearing utterly unconcerned. That Li Sini smiled subtly. The little Taoist's indifference to fame was truly admirable. How endearing to AT that moment. Li Chu finally looked up and suggested to Wang Longqi, "Why don't we all go to Chunman Tower together?" Ah? Wang Longqi was taken aback, then a strange smile spread across his face. "Is it appropriate for us to go together? Miss Li is still here. Or are you saying that you have no qualms about this?" Li Sini scolded. "What are you thinking?" She immediately grasped Li Chu's intention. Chunman Tower is a place of the dead, while Wang Longqi is alive. Bringing him back to Chunman Tower means that regardless of whose resentment the vengeful spirit harbors, it can only manifest there. Once the vengeful spirit appears, the situation would become straightforward. Wang Longqi going to Chunman Tower would feel as if he were returning home. Upon entering, he effortlessly made his way to Mei Xiang's chamber, reclining on the bamboo chair as if it were second nature. Leisurely commanding, "Hong Ji, bring tea." Hong Ji was the name of the little maid. After calling out and receiving no response, he realized that this visit was no longer the same as before. Alas, he sighed again, gazing sentimentally. What was the purpose of Mei Xiang's actions? Li Sini quietly remarked from the side. She hanged herself using this very chair. Oh! Wang Longqi quickly got up and changed his seat. After a while, Chun Sanyang arrived with the little maid Hong Ji. Upon seeing Wang Longqi, Chun Sanyang shot him a disapproving glance. After all, Mei Xiang had been a girl she raised since childhood, and she undoubtedly had feelings for her. Thus, seeing Wang Longqi inevitably stirred anger within her. Wang Longqi quickly pleaded, "Sanyang, please do not give me those cold glares. I'm already heartbroken over Mei Xiang's death." Oh! So the seventh young master Wang still has feelings? Where were you when she was alive, showing her concern? Now that you have driven her to her demise, you come here to put on a show. Chun Sanyang crossed her arms, her mild anger carrying a hint of charm. Wang Longqi spread his hands, addressing the little maid. "Come, Hong Ji, tell Sanyang in detail that I indeed gave you 100 taels of silver yesterday to deliver to the young lady. I did not utter any harsh words. I merely suggested we meet another day, advising against hasty actions. Am I right?" After that, he recounted how Mei Xiang had spoken ill of him behind his back, explaining why he had distanced himself from her, portraying himself as magnanimous. Chun Sanyang's expression shifted after hearing this. "Which old madam has been slandering her? I will be sure to teach her a lesson when I return." However, seventh young master Wang, you have made her pregnant and only wish to settle matters with 100 taels of silver. That truly belittles her, doesn't it? Those who know of this will think you are humiliating our girl. Ah! Wang Longqi's face fell. Mei Xiang is pregnant? Li Sini confirmed. The coroner confirmed that Mei Xiang indeed was 2 months along. 2 months? Wang Longqi was astonished. "I only learned of this matter this morning. The girls in our tower have always had their own means to ensure their safety and would never easily become pregnant by anyone." Chun Sanyang explained. "It seems Mei Xiang must have intended to redeem herself, seeking to attach herself to you for a child to enter a prominent household. She did not dare let me know. Had I known, I would have stopped her. That foolish girl. How could she trust a man?" Li Chu silently regarded her. She quickly added, "Of course, little Taoist Li is an exception. He is so handsome. Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Wang Longqi shook his head vigorously. Chun Sanyang insisted. "She has always had feelings for you. How could it be someone else's?" I have not seen her since 6 months ago, let alone take advantage of any opportunities. This is absolutely impossible." Wang Longqi firmly denied. Chun Sanyang furrowed her brows, then suddenly turned to the little maid Hong Ji, who trembled all over. "Did Mei Xiang have relations with someone else?" Chun Sanyang inquired. The management of courtesans at Chunman Tower was quite strict. Ordinary good girls could warmly welcome guests. But if courtesans behaved similarly, it would be tantamount to devaluing themselves. Therefore, Chun Sanyang established rules. Once a courtesan had taken in a guest, she could only entertain one at a time for a specified period. To switch to another guest, the previous one must be dismissed. Any violation would result in severe punishment. That it was precisely these rules that made the courtesans of Chunman Tower so sought after. As scholars and gentlemen knew that if they could win over a girl, they would be her only one, even if only temporarily. That mindset was entirely different. The little maid stammered, Actually, The young lady has never been with just young Master Wang. The child is indeed not young Master Wang's. Spring Sanyang pressed on. Who is the other person? It is, the little maid replied. That person is Master Zhao Liangkai of the Zhao family. It is him. Wang Longqi was instantly struck as if by lightning, collapsing into his chair. The sensation was akin to discovering that his wife had been unfaithful. Moreover, the one she betrayed him with was his lifelong rival. It was no wonder that Mei Xiang dared to disregard him. She had evidently already climbed to another branch. Li Chu cast him a glance. Be strong. Spring Sanyang, her expression complex, looked at Wang Longqi. Master Wang, I apologize for wrongly accusing you before. I offer my sincerest apologies that as for Mei Xiang. I was unaware of her situation until now. Now that the person is dead, what do I have to gain from holding on to these grievances? Wang Longqi forced a bitter smile. Of course, I must choose to forgive her. Chapter 32. Salvation. Today marked an unequivocally dark day for the literati of Yuhang Town. As dusk approached, whether in groups or stealthily, they arrived at Chunmanlu, only to find its doors firmly shut, a high peace treaty sign hanging ominously, that a chorus of lamentation arose among the scholars and gentlemen. Inside Chunmanlu, where revelry and gaiety typically flourished at this hour, an unsettling silence prevailed. The virtuous maidens had been gathered into several rooms on the second floor for their protection. They huddled together, whispers of worry echoing amongst them. Despite Mei Xiang's prickly temperament and lack of friends, the thought of someone they had seen alive just yesterday potentially returning as a ghost was enough to stir unease in their hearts. In Mei Xiang's chamber, Zhao Liangkai pouted, sighing heavily. Mei Xiang indeed claimed she was carrying my child, but how could a courtesan easily conceive? She must have plotted against me. Had it been in the past, marrying her as a concubine would have been acceptable. However, if I were to take her now and it reached Miss Gongsuin's ears, what would she think? That's why, when she sent someone to invite me to Chunmanlu yesterday morning, I declined her. I gifted her 1,000 taels and silver notes to take care of herself. That is not a cruel act, is it? Whether she wants this child or not, it should suffice for her to live well for a time. Who would have known she bore such heavy resentment? He stuttered, a hint of grievance lacing his words. Then he gazed at Li Chu with earnest eyes. Little Taoist Li, you must save me. Your powers are vast. Subduing vengeful spirits should be a mere trifle for you. Perhaps just days ago, he had no impression of Li Chu, but after the ordeal at the Liu family's haunted house, that impression had deepened significantly. Take his cousin, for instance. After returning from the Liu family's ghost tower, Zhao Liangkai had locked himself in his room, weeping all night, murmuring phrases like handsome and formidable. The next morning, with red-rimmed eyes, he returned to Hangzhou Prefecture, declaring that he would not descend the mountain again until he reached spiritual unity. This demonstrated the profound psychological shadow Li Chu had cast upon him. Wang Longqi said, since you feel wronged, why not wait for Mei Xiang's return and explain it to her? Perhaps you could purify her resentment. Get lost. Zhao Liangkai shot him a glare. Don't spout such nonsense. Is this something a person could devise? Wang Longqi chuckled mischievously. Li Chu rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat offended. Reflecting on it, the process of exorcising evil spirits could easily lead to casualties. Occasional mishaps were inevitable, especially with certain indiscreet wealthy heirs. Zhao Liangkai seemed to sense Li Chu's gaze. Turning to him with a sycophantic smile, he stood in the corner, observing the few people in the room for a while, before pulling Li Chu aside and whispering, this time, I will take the lead in exorcising the evil. You need not act just yet. This statement echoed her previous warning to Li Chu. But the connotation had entirely changed. Previously, she had feared Li Chu's hasty intervention would complicate matters. Now, she worried that he might act too swiftly, depriving her of the opportunity to showcase her abilities. Observing the faces of Zhao Liangkai and Wang Longqi, Li felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Why did they greet Li Chu with such adulation, while they treated her with mere indifference? It was as if she were nothing more than a worthless vase. She must restore the esteemed reputation of Chao Tianke. Li Chu glanced at her and nodded in agreement. He had always been an amiable and easygoing person. As the night deepened, it soon reached the witching hour. Zhao Liangkai sat anxiously, his heart racing, wanting to speak but finding no one to listen, leaving him to tremble alone against the wall. Wang Longqi, however, was peacefully asleep. Since discovering that the child was Zhao Liang's size, he felt considerably more at ease. Although the initial shock was uncomfortable, upon reflection, it was indeed a positive development, as it meant that Mei Xiang's resentment would likely not be directed at him. I am too innocent. Thus, he slept soundly, even snoring that Li Chu sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation that a breeze picked up. His clear, bright eyes suddenly flew open that a surge of malevolent energy approached, with increased exposure to supernatural entities. He had become increasingly sensitive to the presence of such energy, that he sensed that this particular wave seemed awry. Typically, the intensity of vengeful spirits' energy was comparable to that of 200 lantern monsters. Yet this current presence bore the strength of approximately 443 lantern monsters, slightly stronger than usual. However, recalling the confident and assured gaze with which Li Exin had instructed him not to act, she must possess unshakable confidence. After all, it was only marginally stronger than an ordinary vengeful spirit. For the orthodox practitioners of Chao Tianke, it should pose no significant difference. With this thought, he calmly closed his eyes once more. With a sudden snap, all the lights in Chunanlu extinguished in an instant that a cacophony of panic erupted, screams blending into a chaotic uproar as fear spread like wildfire. Stay calm. With the esteemed ones from Chao Tianke here, we shall remain steady. Spring Sanyang's voice rang out, swiftly stabilizing the situation. A chilling wind swept in through the balcony and windows, flinging them open. The air was biting cold. "I'll go take a look," Li Xian declared. Pushing the door open, all were settled in nearby rooms. She stepped into the corridor, able to observe several rooms simultaneously. Soon, she noticed a stream of liquid flowing towards her from the other end of the corridor. Its deep crimson hue and viscous texture revealed it to be blood. Her brow furrowed, sensing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, as the blood pooled, a small shadow crawled forth, resembling an infant, even smaller still. A spirit child. Li Xian's heart raced. How could such a thing exist? But she quickly realized that Mei Xiang had taken her own life while pregnant. The one transformed into a vengeful spirit was not just the mother. This was dire. The spirit child, its entire being of vivid red, bore a wrinkled face with two tiny eyes that were clouded white. Upon seeing Li Xian, it suddenly broke into an eerie grin. Giggly. With a pop, a torrent of blood surged forth at an alarming speed. At that moment, Li Xian stood in the center of the corridor, unable to evade. She raised her hand and cast a talisman. Bang! A broad golden silhouette materialized from thin air, intercepting the first wave of the blood deluge. But with a rip, the talisman lost its potency, tearing itself apart and drifting down like fallen leaves. The blood of a spirit child is an exceedingly strange existence, capable of tainting talismans and magical artifacts. This is one of the many reasons practitioners dread encountering spirit children. Yet Li Xian had no choice. She steeled herself and summoned her flying sword. With a swift whoosh, the famed sword Autumn Rain begonia was drawn into her hand. Her left hand formed a seal, while her right hand wielded the sword, slicing through the air as she cried, "Little Meihua, sword chi." Swish, 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 swish. A formless sword chi detached from the blade, instantly multiplying into dozens. Resembling a rain of arrows, the tiny spirit child was suddenly besieged by a hail of arrows. Thud, thud, thud. A shower of sword chi rained down upon it, and the spirit child wailed in anguish, rolling on the ground. Yet as the sword chi struck, blood light erupted, and as the droplets departed its body, they transformed into an even thicker stream that merged back into the blood deluge. Li Xian gritted her teeth. This was another troublesome aspect of spirit children. Any harm inflicted would not only fail to kill them, but would also amplify their blood flow, consequently enhancing their offensive capabilities in simpler terms. This was a spirit whose strength escalated as its life force waned, as expected. The incoming torrent of blood surged with renewed vigor. Li Xian, heart aching, twirled her long sword in a flourish, conjuring a shield of sword light that shielded her from yet another onslaught of the blood river. However, she was forced a few steps back by the impact, and the brilliance of her sword dimmed. Under normal circumstances, encountering such a malevolent entity in the wild, her instinct would be to flee. Every moment spent engaging could deepen the corruption of her artifact. Yet, with so many innocent lives in the adjacent rooms to protect, she could not act so selfishly. Thus, she resolutely prepared to unleash her final resort, little Taoistly. She called softly to AT this point, summoning Li Chu for assistance bore no psychological burden against ordinary vengeful spirits. She could certainly manage. However, the spirit child created from the life-saving money was already stronger than an ordinary spirit, as she had previously experienced. Moreover, this was a unique spirit child among vengeful entities. All things considered, this spirit child had likely surpassed the heavens, potentially nearing the strength of a ghost general. What was wrong with seeking help? It was not a matter of incompetence. She was being targeted. Li Chu heard her call and opened the door, initially thinking he would not need to intervene to LIX, and he looked at him, her heart at ease, and succinctly uttered a single word: save. Chapter 33. One sword to end it all. At the end of the corridor, the infant spirit caught sight of Li Chu emerging, and in an instant, it arched its body, its spine rigid, resembling a provoked beast, its milky white pupils glowing with a menacing red light. Typically, the resentments of infant spirits are directed towards their mothers. But this one appeared to target its father, thus intensifying its ferocity towards the M and the L. I choose silently speculated on this. However, it mattered little. After all, such pitiable yet detestable malevolent beings as infant spirits must not be allowed to persist in this world. The sooner they are transcended, the sooner they can be reborn. All these actions are ultimately for the child's well-being. Behind the windows on either side, countless eyes lurked, surreptitiously observing the unfolding scene. Some timid souls had already fainted from fright. Yet many others, emboldened, witnessed the spirit's ferocity. When Li Sini had just stepped out, no one uttered a word, but upon Li Chu's appearance, a good-natured young lady could not help but exclaim, "Go for it." Little Taoistly. Just after her words, a loud smack was heard, as if someone had struck her to prevent her from provoking the spirit further. Li Chu heard this and nodded towards the source of the sound, politely expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." The other young ladies, upon hearing this, could no longer contain themselves and erupted into a chorus of cheers. "Go for it, little Taoistly. Little Taoistly is the best. Little Taoistly. I want to bear your children. Hey, don't mix in your personal desires. Little Taoistly, don't be nervous. Win or lose, we love you." In that dimly lit corridor, where the lights had extinguished, the chilling wind howled, and the blood river flowed ominously. An eerie yet fervent atmosphere suddenly enveloped the space, due to Li Chu's presence, and he could only vaguely nod in acknowledgement, saying, "Thank you, ladies." Li Sini, with her hand pressed to her forehead, wore a look of exasperation. Do these people lose their fear upon seeing a handsome man? Or are they genuinely unaware of how dangerous infant spirits can be? To heighten Li Chu's vigilance, she warned, "You must be extremely cautious. Infant spirits differ from ordinary vengeful spirits. Their blood river can taint one's magical artifacts, and each time they sustain harm, their blood's power only grows. You need to be wary of its strength suddenly escalating." Li Chu glanced at her, seemingly about to speak. However, before he could utter a word, the infant spirit could no longer contain itself. The sudden clamor surrounding it ignited a sensation within, as if it had been belittled, abandoned, despised, and feared by this world. Stripped of its right to be born. Now, you all refuse even to cast a glance in my direction, Dada. From this moment forth, I shall make the world feel pain. In an instant, the spirit's resentment surged to a climax, and in a fit of rage, it lunged forward like a beast pouncing on its prey. It went berserk. Accompanying its fury was an endless whirlpool of blood. Typically, when faced with the rampage of a vengeful spirit, even those cultivators of superior strength would retreat, unwilling to confront its wrath directly. In that moment, all eyes were consumed by a sea of crimson. The area fell into a deathly silence, and after a brief pause, a cacophony of terrified screams erupted. They were worried for Li Chu's safety while also fearing for their own. This infant spirit's malevolence was so profound that if Li Chu's exorcism failed, none would escape unscathed. Yet, those cries barely left their lips before they were silenced as if their voices had been stifled by an unseen force. They could not comprehend what had transpired. They only beheld a dazzling flash of silver light that filled their vision, illuminating the very heavens and earth. That Shili stood behind the young Taoist, her eyes clear as she observed his movements. With a simple flourish of his sword, he drew it and brought it down. It was no different from his previous actions, appearing as though he had casually struck out, dismissing the fearsome blood river whirlpool as if swatting away an annoying fly. Yet, that single strike produced a multitude of sword lights. The once formidable blood river, in the presence of this radiant blade, was rendered as inconsequential as a mere fowl, instantly devoured and obliterated. Like hot soup poured on snow, it melted away without reason. In a flash of white light, the small dark shadow of the infant spirit lingered for but a moment. Yet, that moment was fleeting. That it too was annihilated within the brilliance of the sword's radiance. It was a complete obliteration. Its resentment, its malevolence, its unwillingness, its fury, all transformed into ash. The sword light vanished as swiftly as it had appeared, and soon after, everything returned to tranquility, as if a blanket of pure white snow had fallen, in the blink of an eye. The dust settled. Li calmly sheathed his sword and turned back, finally articulating the words he had left unsaid. Why allow it to gain strength? One sword strike would suffice to end it. He recalled clearly that in past gaming experiences, the best strategy against progressively stronger opponents was to eliminate them with a sudden burst of high damage. If Shili was indeed aware of the infant spirit's characteristics, then why not adopt this approach? How peculiar. Shili's mind was still in a daze as she heard his words, managing to force a smile onto her otherwise blank expression. She had anticipated that Li Chu would vanquish the infant spirit, but she had never imagined it would unfold in such a nonchalant manner. Indeed, if it grows stronger when injured, why not simply slay it in one stroke? What you say makes perfect sense. Had someone else asked, she would undoubtedly have retorted, is that a question a person can pose? Yet, after Li Chu's decisive strike, Shili suddenly felt that his comment no longer seemed so outlandish. Perhaps he genuinely believed that. The surrounding uproar jolted her from her thoughts, as the young ladies erupted into cheers upon witnessing Li Chu's brilliant swordplay. Especially after he had struck, Li Chu appeared disheveled yet ethereal. Exuding an otherworldly aura, he seemed as if he had descended from the heavens. The thought that such a person had protected them stirred feelings of admiration within them. Who could remain unmoved by such a sight? As they prepared to rush forward, it was certain they would encircle Li Chu, and who knows how many would offer him kisses. Confronted with the terrifying prospect, Shili quickly regained her composure. She called out, "Hold on, remain calm. The vengeful spirit of Mei Xiang has yet to appear." "Yes, stay composed." Spring San Yang's voice joined in, quelling the excitement of the eager young ladies. Li Chu sensed that he had narrowly escaped a crisis and hastily retreated to his room. Inside, Zhao Liangkai huddled in a corner, anxiously inquiring, "Was that not Mei Xiang who just came?" "No, Li Shini Raplia. It was the infant spirit she carried, your child." "Ah." Zhao Liangcai's expression shifted, momentarily lost for words, his mind racing with unspoken thoughts. The group then awaited the manifestation of Mei Xiang's vengeful spirit. Vengeful spirits lack complete sentience and do not possess the instinct to flee when confronted with a stronger adversary. Thus, as long as her resentment lingered, she would inevitably arrive. They waited and waited until dawn. As the rooster crowed, Wang Longqi finally opened his eyes after a night of slumber, yawning and gazing at the few people around him, drowsily asking, "Did we succeed?" In matters of exorcism, he held unwavering confidence in Li Chu. Zhao Liangkai, sporting two prominent dark circles under his eyes, replied blankly, "Mei Xiang did not come." Wang Longqi, puzzled, scratched his chin. Could she possibly have another lover? Impossible. She has already entangled herself with both you and me. Why would she seek others? Zhao Liangkai shook his head. However, before long, Zhou Dafu hurriedly arrived. Upon seeing the sweat glistening on Zhou Dafu's forehead, Shili felt an ominous premonition. "What is it?" "Not good, Lord Li. 2 people have died in a household on the west side of the town," Zhou Dafu reported. Preliminary investigations suggest it was the work of a vengeful spirit. Chapter 34. Li Sini's rampage. The deceased were a scholar from Yuhang Town and his mother. The scholar, surnamed Huang, came from a once prominent family that had fallen into decline, leading them to this place, where he had lived in close companionship with his mother since childhood. The circumstances of their deaths were horrific. Both had been eviscerated, their hearts and organs completely removed. The brutality of the act and the heavy aura of malevolence indicated the involvement of a vengeful spirit. However, could such a family have any connection with Mei Xiang? Through inquiries, Zhou Dafu discovered that the scholar had always been a devoted son, obedient to his mother's wishes, yet had recently quarreled fiercely with her. Some well-informed neighbors had inadvertently overheard snippets, suggesting that the scholar wished to marry a woman who was a courtesan, while his mother resolutely opposed the union, even threatening to take her own life. That he then visited Chunman Lu, summoning the trembling maid Hongji. After careful recollection, Hongji noted that Mei Xiang had indeed been acquainted with the scholar, but she had always met him secretly without involving the maid, leaving Hongji with limited knowledge. Mei Xiang had only occasionally mentioned him in passing, describing him as handsome and kind, someone worthy of trust. Initially, she had interacted with him under the guise of a commoner's daughter, but later confessed her true identity as a courtesan, to which the scholar had shown no disdain. After Hongji had been rebuffed while delivering invitations to the Wang and Zhao families, Mei Xiang had ventured out herself, returning with a visibly distressed countenance that in hindsight, this could indeed be related to the scholar Huang. However, since Mei Xiang had never spoken ill of him, the maid had not connected the dots. Zhou Dafu stroked his pale chin, piecing together a coherent narrative in his mind. This Mei Xiang is quite a character. On the surface, she appears to be in a relationship with the young master of the Wang family. Yet clandestinely, she is also entangled with the young master of the Zhao family. Not only is she involved with the two most prominent young lords of Yuhang Town, but she also has another unsuspecting man in her grasp. Truly, she embodies the cunning of a rabbit with 3 burrows, Zhou Dafu remarked. What does a rabbit with 3 burrows mean? Zhao Liangkai suddenly inquired. You fool. It means she has 3 hiding places, Wang Longqi replied with irritation. Oh, Zhao Liangkai nodded in understanding. Indeed. In other words, on that fateful day, Mei Xiang first approached the Wang family and was rebuffed. She then sought out the Zhao family, only to be turned away once more. Ultimately, she turned to that scholar, but to her dismay, Huang Xing's mother vehemently opposed their union, likely leading to an unfortunate outcome, Li Sini elucidated. Therefore, she harbored resentment, and at that moment, the malevolent spirit behind her appeared, enticing her to sacrifice her life and transform into a vengeful spirit. Yet, why does her resentment manifest towards Huang Sheng? She cast a scrutinizing glance at Wang Longqi and Zhao Liangkai, her eyes brimming with the implication of why aren't you 2 useless fools the ones who perished? Among the 3 men, Huang Sheng was undeniably the most innocent. Yet curiously, it was he whom Mei Xiang despised the most. Wang Longqi and Zhao Liangkai exchanged awkward smiles and hastily took their leave, thanks to the presence of an unsuspecting individual. They narrowly avoided disaster this time. They slipped away. Perhaps she always believed she had numerous escape routes, only to discover that all these men had turned against her, leaving her utterly cornered. Huang Sheng's rejection was the final straw that broke her spirit, Zhou Dafu sighed. Alas, what offense have honest folks like us committed? Ugh. Both Li Sini and Li Chu silently spat in their hearts. Upon arriving at the Huang residence, Li Chu suddenly felt a surge of anger. This was only the second time he had experienced such an emotion since entering this world. The Huang family lived in modest circumstances, mother and son residing in a small corner of Yuhang Town, an area populated by the impoverished. Huang Sheng's mother had toiled tirelessly to raise him. Huang Sheng himself was commendably industrious, excelling in both studies and character. Just one more year until he could venture to the capital for the imperial examination, potentially realizing his lifelong aspirations. Unfortunately, he had crossed paths with the beautiful Mei Xiang, leading to such a tragic fate. With Mei Xiang's talents and beauty, even if she did not marry Huang Sheng, she would undoubtedly have countless alternatives that if only she had allowed herself time to regain composure, such a dreadful tragedy could have been averted. Yet in the throes of her resentment, the lurking malevolent spirit targeted her. And through its manipulations, she lost all chance of retreat. That it appeared to be a muddled affair. But ultimately, All accountability should rest upon the heads of those malevolent spirits. Who among us has not faced moments in life when overwhelmed by resentment, anger, or other negative emotions? If each wave of resentment could lead to such transactions, how terrifying the world would be. Li Chu queried, "Is there any way to enable individuals to sense resentment?" His thought was that if one could perceive resentment, they could ascertain the locations where those malevolent spirits might emerge, thereby laying in wait. Did Li Sini ponder before responding? Within the Taoist sects, there exists a profound technique for observing the myriad energies of heaven and earth. However, such knowledge is a closely guarded secret among the great Taoist sects like Baiyu Jing and Qingyang Palace, the Inrtianke. We lack such divine abilities. After a moment of silence, she added, "However, once one reaches the realm of divine harmony, practitioners can extend their spiritual consciousness, greatly enhancing their perceptual abilities that a practitioner with powerful spiritual awareness can easily encompass the entire Yuhang town. Thus, any appearance of malevolent spirits would be readily detected. Once today's events conclude, I shall report to my sect and request a master to come here and eliminate these malevolent beings." The occurrence of a new case, despite their stringent precautions, infuriated her considerably. Indeed, Li Chu nodded lightly. Deep in thought that Li Sini's words instilled within him a sense of urgency, that a rather significant one, that he needed to devise a means to enhance his perceptual abilities. His eyesight and hearing were commendable, but he lacked the so-called spiritual awareness that true practitioners possessed. Compared to those whose consciousness covered the entire town, was he not akin to a blind and deaf individual? Correspondingly, those formidable demons and malevolent spirits undoubtedly possessed unique perceptual abilities that allowed them to survive in such strife. He shuddered at the thought of wandering aimlessly, only to be pierced by a flying sword from hundreds of miles away, without even comprehending what had transpired before his demise. A wave of dread washed over him. As evening fell, Li Sini began to arrange the formation. This time, she furrowed her brow, meticulously crafting an exceptionally intricate and convoluted setup. Huang talismans, magic swords, copper orbs, silver bullets, jade slips, golden chains, red strings. There were dozens of materials for talismans that Li Chu had never encountered before. Layer upon layer, the underground space spanning several dozen zhang was devoid of any untainted land. When Li Chu curiously inquired about her intentions, he saw flames burning in her eyes as she declared, "To restore the prestige of our Tianke." It was only when Mei Xiang's vengeful spirit appeared that he understood Li Sini's intentions. That night, a delicate figure manifested outside the Huang residence. Even though the Huang mother and son had already fallen victim to her, she, who survived solely on resentment, still remembered to come here seeking vengeance. She encountered Li Chu, who awaited her arrival. "Are you willing to marry me?" she inquired. Her voice was ethereal and clear, quite melodious. Inside her wrath, Li Sini coolly commanded. Thus, Li Chu responded, "I am not willing." "Why?" The vengeful spirit's hair stood on end. Her garments began to flutter wildly, and resentment enveloped her. "Do you find me repulsive?" Li Chu replied, "Of course." The vengeful spirit's attire billowed, and her eyes turned a terrifying crimson that Li Chu added, "Look, she's getting agitated." The vengeful spirit could no longer contain herself. Boom! She erupted. Yet it seemed that the one who truly lost control was not the vengeful spirit but Li Sini. With a flurry of hand gestures, she suddenly halted. Beneath the vengeful spirit, a complex golden formation of interwoven sword energy illuminated the ground. Resplendent, grand, and magnificent. 9 Palaces' great plum blossom sword formation, Li Sini exclaimed, her gestures a flurry. Whoosh, boom, dozens, hundreds, thousands, an incalculable number of sharp sword energies surged forth, creating a thunderous sound. Mei Xiang was instantly enveloped in a blossom-shaped golden light. Her fate unknown that in reality, given the formation's might, it was 99% likely that she had perished. Yet Li Sini was unfazed. She twisted her gestures and called out, "Copper thunder silver lightning formation." Boom! The copper spheres and silver bullets she had buried underground were all precious thunder and lightning talismans, possessing a formidable ability to restrain and annihilate malevolent spirits. The scene was indescribably splendid, akin to a colossal firework ascending into the sky, Li Chu felt that had she arranged such a setup the previous night, perhaps the infant spirit doll would not have escaped. But this was not the end. Within the tempest of heavenly thunder and earthly fire, Mei Xiang's silhouette had become untraceable, yet Li Sini invoked another formation to control the corpse. Golden Gate, divine, binding formation. Instantly, a virtual image of a golden gate materialized, crashing down in the center of the open ground, surrounded by dozens of massive red chains that danced wildly, searching for the shadow of the malevolent spirit, attempting to draw it into the golden gate. However, nothing was ensnared. Poor vengeful spirit, Mei Xiang had long since turned to ashes, her remains scattered to the winds. Boom, after a considerable time had passed. The dazzling lights in this area finally faded. By then, many nearby townsfolk had emerged from their homes, witnessing the astonishing light display in the sky. Some even began to kneel and worship, mistaking it for a miracle. Li Chu was equally astonished. Indeed, what a grand prestige. Miss Li clapped her hands in satisfaction, casting a contented glance into the distance. Although it pained her to the point of tears to have set up such an elaborate display. As long as enough people witnessed it, it was worth it. The previous repeated failures in exorcising evil spirits were utterly unacceptable to her, especially when she had sought help from Li Chu before so many witnesses at Chunman Tower. If word of that spread, how could she ever show her face again? She needed to orchestrate a grand spectacle to demonstrate her capabilities. With this thought in mind, she glanced at Li Chu and found him gazing back at her. A smile crept into her heart. Surely, the young Taoist must have developed a new appreciation for her by now. Li Chu, however, mused to himself that Tianke was indeed a celestial door among mortals. Even its novice disciples could wield such impressive abilities. Li Sini bashfully turned her head, her gaze resolutely firm once more. Though young Taoist, Li was undeniably handsome. As a disciple of a celestial sect, she had to ensure the people of Yuhang Town recognized that while the Diyun Temple may seek amusement, true exorcism relied upon our Tianke. Chapter 35. Hard-Eye Technique. From novice to master, the matter at Chunman Tower came to a close, yet Li Chu did not feel a sense of relief. A dense shadow still loomed over the small Yuhang Town. As he departed Chunman Tower, Chun Sanyang had quietly remarked, "Little Taoist Li, if you ever feel disinclined to put in the effort, you may come find me." Accompanying this was a flirtatious glance. To this, Li Chu paid no heed. What nonsense! How could one not strive? This world is fraught with danger. Even at his doorstep, there exist ruthless and mysterious malevolent spirits that if he did not work hard, would he not be sitting idle, waiting for death? Chun Sanyang observed his expression and faintly sensed that his interpretation diverged from her intended message, yet she was at a loss for how to clarify. The day following the resolution of Mei Xiang's vengeful spirit, Li Chu returned to the miscellaneous bookstore. The old proprietor of the bookstore was as usual, clad in the attire of a scholar, exuding an air of dusty antiquity, dozing in a beam of light suffused with swirling dust. Upon noticing Li Chu's entrance, the old proprietor opened his eyes and cheerfully inquired, "Little Taoist, back again. What books are you seeking this time?" "I am still in search of some cultivation techniques. The iron cloth shirt from before worked wonders. This time, I wish to explore if there are any methods to enhance human perception." Li Chu spoke in great detail, fearing that if he were to be even slightly ambiguous, the old shopkeeper would once again take him to see some risque materials. "Oh, has your iron cloth shirt been perfected?" The old shopkeeper inquired with a hint of surprise that it was hard for him to believe that someone could actually master the shop's secret techniques. "I have made some modest progress," Li Chu humbly replied. Young Taoist Li truly possesses extraordinary talent, the old shopkeeper could only remark. "Not at all. Perception," the old shopkeeper murmured, then walked over to the box of martial arts manuals from last time. In truth, he was not very familiar with the contents of that box. He had initially purchased it merely to enhance the shop's appearance and fill the shelves. After all, these were all commonplace and unremarkable materials circulating in the market. Anyone genuinely interested in martial arts would know to seek a reputable school and a legitimate master, who would spend their days rummaging through secondhand manuals at a bookstore. Moreover, Li Chu was a Taoist, rendering his pursuits all the more peculiar. However, peculiar or not, one could not turn away business. The old shopkeeper rummaged for a while and eventually unearthed a stiff, yellowish tome. It appeared that this book was likely quite aged. The Art of Inner Vision. From novice to master, Li Chu took the book and examined its cover, feeling a sense of formidable intrigue. Ah! This book holds great significance, the old shopkeeper reminisced. It is said that the founder of the Art of Inner Vision was a renowned figure in the martial world, known as the Blind Divine Sword. This predecessor possessed extraordinary skills, excelling in swordsmanship, and most remarkably, he was blind. How could a blind man achieve such profound mastery in the sword? It was through the art of inner vision that he could sense the breath of others. In the midst of battle, he was never at a disadvantage. Logically, such a high-level technique should not be so widely disseminated. However, the blind divine sword acted with great integrity, forsaking sectarian boundaries for the greater good of the martial world. He published this technique in countless copies, spreading it far and wide, and vowed to help others. He expressed a dream of assisting more individuals in breaking free from their physical limitations, to enable all the blind under heaven to become masters of the sword, the blind divine sword. Such nobility, Li Chu could not help but exclaim in admiration, his heart swelling with respect. On the 10-mile slope, flowers bloomed in vibrant hues. Young maidens, clad in colorful attire, frolicked with liveliness and beauty. Beside them stood another elegant beauty, holding a green paper umbrella and dressed in flowing robes. Miss Gongsun, Li Chu greeted. The girl wandering on the grass, whom he had not seen for several days, was indeed Gongsun Ro. Young Taoist Li. Gongsun Ro replied softly, her demeanor as gentle as her name suggested. Huh. The nearby Xiaoyer looked up at Li Chu, pausing as if recalling something, before happily exclaiming, Master, you're back. Li Chu glanced at her, then at the small purse at her waist, her designated money pouch. Naturally empty when she left each day, but now quite substantial upon her return. A benevolent smile spread across Li Chu's face, reminiscent of Yu Qianan watching two beauties at play from the threshold. I heard that Diyun Temple is undergoing renovations, so I came to see if there is anything you require, Gongsun Ro said with a light smile as she settled across from Yu Qianan. Indeed, Miss Gongsun is quite considerate, Yu Qianan replied, gazing at his disciple with a knowing smile. Li Chu simply nodded and expressed, Thank you, Miss Gongsun. Additionally, Gongsun Ro hesitated before continuing, I have a favor to ask of young Taoist Li. Please go ahead. Last time, when the Qingyi Tower sent assassins after my father and me, it was only due to young Taoist Li's timely intervention that we escaped peril. However, my father received news yesterday that the higher-ups of Qingyi Tower were furious upon hearing of the 8-armed Azura's demise. They are preparing to dispatch even more formidable assassins, determined to see us dead. As Gongsun Ro expressed her concerns, her brows furrowed lightly, resembling distant misty mountains, evoking a sense of pity that compelled one to wish to dispel her shadows. Thus, I was wondering if I could request young Taoist Li's assistance once more, to protect us for a time. Li Chu pondered for a moment and replied, Miss Gongsun's father is a court official. How could the court allow a demon to assassinate him? Heh. Gongsun Ro's smile was tinged with a mix of resignation and sarcasm. Indeed, a court official ought to be safeguarded. However, what if those wishing for my father's demise are also court officials? And not just any officials, but ones with vastly greater power, capable of silencing all his appeals. That's outrageous, Yu Qianan interjected angrily, in broad daylight. Amidst the clear sky, that treacherous minister colludes with Qingyi Tower to conspire against loyal subjects. Disciple, you must stay at Miss Gongsun's residence for a time. We must ensure their safety. With that, he gave Li Chu a knowing nudge that Li Chu was taken aback. His master-esque gaze seemed to say, You know what to do, but he was utterly confused. However, meeting Gongsun Ro's sincere and beautiful eyes, his sense of justice compelled him to accept. Thus, Li Chu nodded, stating, In that case, it is only right that I assist. Thank you, Taoist Yu. Thank you, young Taoist Li. Gongsun Ro expressed her gratitude profusely, her eyes shimmering with appreciation. They agreed that the next morning, Li Chu would report to the county office, and Gongsun Ro gracefully departed. Master, what did you mean earlier? Once Gongsun Ro left, Li Chu questioned Yu Qianren, puzzled. Such matters cannot be stated too explicitly. Heh, Yu Qianren replied, sporting that familiar knowing smile. Those who understood would understand. Li Chu remained bewildered. After all, Miss Gongsun is a rare gem. She is beautiful, graceful, and possesses an admirable character. Yu Qianren gazed skyward, seemingly musing casually. Indeed, Li Chu nodded in agreement, yet he still failed to grasp the meaning behind Yu Qianren's words. Seeing his disciple's uncomprehending expression, Yu Qianren furrowed his brow in exasperation and directly stated, "Her father is still a county magistrate. You must cherish this opportunity." "Oh, I understand now," Li Chu suddenly exclaimed. Earlier, when Gongsun Ro had not mentioned a reward, he had felt too embarrassed to inquire. Now, with his master emphasizing it, he suddenly realized Gongsun was indeed a county magistrate. If he were to protect him and successfully complete the task, the reward would undoubtedly be substantial. Time was of the essence. He needed to elevate himself immediately. With that, he strode energetically into the courtyard while Yu Qianren watched the excitement in his eyes, sensing that he had likely interpreted things incorrectly once more. He sighed inwardly, thinking, "Do you truly understand?" Understand what? Chapter 36. The blind predecessor is indeed a divine, being due to the renovations in the main hall. Li Chu could only practice his new techniques within his modest bedroom. The small room had poor lighting, rendering it somewhat dim. Yet Li Chu paid little heed to such trivialities that he cautiously extracted the book The Art of Inner Vision, from novice to master, from his pocket, handling it gently as if afraid that even a slight brush of his fingers might reduce a page to dust. After all, from the cover to the pages, the book had thoroughly yellowed with age. In that dimly lit room, he diligently perused the worn tome. Although the book was old, he read with utmost seriousness. The principles of the art of inner vision seemed not overly complex. All things in heaven and earth possess breath. According to the text, one must close their physical eyes and attune their mind and body to sense the breath of all things, the qi of existence. This qi cannot simply be defined through smell, breath, or aura, but rather is an abstract, intangible essence emitted naturally by all living beings. Just as no two leaves are identical, no 2-inch qi are alike. However, these qi can converge into various collections based on their types, states, and emotions, such as benevolent spiritual energy, fortune, joy, or negative influences like malevolent energy, ominous vibes, and resentment. The world perceived through the inner eye is the realm of qi. According to the book, this technique is exceedingly challenging to cultivate. The first hurdle is talent. Some individuals may meditate their entire lives without ever sensing the existence of qi. The second hurdle is time. Even after perceiving qi, to expand one's awareness to a radius of 3 zhang could take a minimum of 3 years and as long as 10 years. As for Li Chu's aspiration to sense the entirety of the town, at such a pace, it could take centuries. However, Li Chu was not concerned about the speed of progress. That it is well known that he has always been a quick learner. Just as his high school textbooks claimed that a 3-year study was necessary, he completed it in less than a year. When it was said that mastering the iron cloth shirt would take 30 days, he managed it in an afternoon. Ultimately, how long it would take is something that must be tested. After reading through the entire book, he flipped back to the beginning and, following the guidance provided, sat cross-legged, directing his 5 hearts toward the heavens. Delving into a meditative state, he sought to sense the breath of all things, to find their rhythm. Breathe. Inhale, breathe. Exhale. Soon after, he drifted into a deep slumber. He slept soundly, despite having not rested well in recent days. Even if his spirit was vigorous, his body would inevitably succumb to sleep at the appropriate moment. That an hour later, he opened his bright, gleaming eyes. "I actually fell asleep. Even though I didn't feel drowsy," Li Chu murmured that he had recently sensed something peculiar about his body. No matter how long he went without sleep, he never felt fatigued, always brimming with energy. Yet, when in a familiar state of slumber, he could also fall asleep in an instant. It seemed that his sense of drowsiness had completely vanished. Along with the disappearance of hunger, he found himself attempting to forego meals for several days without ever feeling the pangs of appetite. Similarly, when he did eat, he rarely experienced a sense of fullness. It was merely a matter of savoring the flavors, as if he no longer required sustenance. That a flicker of unease crept into his mind. Could this be a sign of a misstep in his cultivation? He recalled his master once stating that fasting was nothing more than an ethereal legend that in this world, even terrestrial immortals must periodically replenish their energy. They might consume vast quantities of food in a single sitting, only to refrain from eating for an extended period. Yet true fasting was an impossibility that if even the terrestrial immortals could not achieve it, how could he? Such thoughts eluded his understanding. Nevertheless, these questions were not pressing. His immediate priority was to master the art of inner sight. He resumed his meditation, attuning himself to the breath of the universe. Suddenly, he perceived that the entire room had transformed into a hazy mist, a swirling amalgamation of black, white, and yellow hues, predominantly muted and somber. Wait, he was in meditation and had not even opened his eyes. Could this be Qi? Was it not said that many people go their entire lives without sensing it? Yet here it was, manifesting after merely a brief slumber? It seemed rather unremarkable that he endeavored to sharpen his focus, wishing to see more clearly. Indeed, beneath the mist lay the indistinct outlines of objects. The room itself exuded a palpable essence, one that felt ancient. The flowers and grass before him were vibrant with life. His sword, however, emanated an aura of fatigue. It seemed as though its very essence had been drained. Had he been too excessive in his usage of it? He attempted to extend his awareness outward, and a torrent of images flooded his mind. Every individual and every item within the Diyun temple, all radiating their unique auras, some faint, others robust. Astonishingly, the most potent essence in the courtyard belonged to the venerable locust tree, its dark green qi nearly blotting out the sun. There seemed to be a subtle current of qi flowing beneath the well. Yet the well cover obstructed his perception, preventing him from penetrating its depths. The workers appeared as figures interwoven in shades of red and blue, representing the dual energies of yin and yang within the human body, the red indicating a predominance of yang energy, while the blue signified an abundance of yin. Amidst these hues, wisps of pale black vapor drifted by, likely indicative of their emotions. Under the blazing sun, it was possible that some individuals were experiencing negative feelings. A sudden thought struck Li Chu. Could it be that when the black vapor coalesced, it symbolized deep-seated resentment? Might that be the moment when malevolent spirits could exploit their vulnerabilities? His perception unfolded like a vast spider's web, enveloping his surroundings, expanding significantly with each step he took. Gradually, the qi within several miles came into view. The mountains, rivers, flora, fauna, all possessed their own distinct essences. Li Chu was profoundly astonished by this facet of reality. Was this truly another aspect of the world? Or perhaps its most authentic form? As a flicker of dizziness washed over him, his perception had already encompassed half of Yuhang Town, revealing the rich tapestry of human life. Yet, he distinctly felt that his spirit remained vibrant and unexhausted. Perhaps it was simply the brain's first encounter with such an expansive scene that induced fatigue. Exercising caution, he decided to temporarily retract his perception. After all, it was his first attempt, and a gentle approach was prudent. He could delve deeper gradually in due course. Upon opening his eyes, Li Chu gazed at the book on inner sight before him, his expression revealing unexpected delight. It was truly remarkable that he had stumbled upon such a wondrous technique not once, but twice in the cluttered study. Compared to the previous iron cloth technique, this inner sight art surpassed it immensely. That it not only enhanced his perceptual abilities, but could also be described as a means to touch the very essence of the world. After a long moment, he could not help but exclaim, "The blind seer truly is a celestial being." Achoo! Somewhere in Jiangnan, an old blind beggar sneezed vigorously that he rubbed his nose and muttered, "Whose sesame cakes smell so divine? It's making my nose itch." Following the aroma, he arrived at a sesame cake stall. Hee, the blind man grinned with a sycophantic smile. "Boss, please do me a favor and spare me a couple of sesame cakes. They smell too good." The vendor, a short man, waved his hand impatiently. "Go beg elsewhere. I run a modest business and have no surplus for you." "Hey, I'm not asking for a free meal. From the sound of your voice, I can tell you're a rare martial arts talent. How about this? I'll pass on to you my unique secret technique that I no need to call me master. Just give me 2 sesame cakes," the old blind man declared, producing a tattered book titled, "Inner Sight, From Novice to Master." The short man glanced at it and laughed. This shabby book is clearly a scam. Even a fool wouldn't believe it. You expect to trade it for sesame cakes? Whether you trade or not is up to you. Don't dismiss it as a scam. The old beggar grumbled. Turning to leave, the short vendor called out, "Fine, fine, leave the book and I'll give you one sesame cake." "All right then." The old beggar took the cake and left with elation. "Now you've been taken for a ride." A nearby jewelry vendor chuckled. That old blind man claimed to be a seer in his youth. Always conning people. Now he just passes around that old book. Huh, even toilet paper is softer. "Hey, I'm just feeling sorry for him," the short vendor replied, shaking his head with a smile. Chapter 37. I bumped into a Taoist. The moon shone brightly, and the breeze was gentle. Leaves obscured the window panes that I in the small, dim room. The sound of dripping could be heard. Dripped it? No, it was not water, but blood. That Ah Chong stared at his clenched fist, gritting his teeth, as waves of sorrow and resentment surged within him. Why? Why is this world so unjust? He cried out. He once had a childhood sweetheart named Ajin. They had grown up together, their eyes only for each other over the span of more than a decade. He had long viewed Ajin as his wife, and she had seen him as her husband. He believed that once he saved enough for a betrothal gift, everything would fall into place. Yet, just days ago, he learned that Ajin was to marry a wealthy man from the county. Unable to fathom it, he rushed to her home to inquire, but her parents would not let him in. They told him never to seek out Ajin again. Why? He insisted that no one loved Ajin more deeply than he did. He was not lying. He had always believed that no one could love her more than he. Ajin's parents scoffed at him. No matter how deep your love, can it surpass their betrothal gifts? Today was the day of Ajin's wedding. In a fit of madness, Ah Chong rushed forward, blocking the bridal sedan chair. Finally, he saw Ajin. All he wanted to ask was whether she did not wish to marry that old man, that if only she would say yes, he would take her away, never to care about anything else again. But Ajin replied, "Please don't come looking for me anymore. I fear my husband will misunderstand." So, she was willing. All those years of affection were mere illusions. He was beaten nearly to death by the wealthy family servants and tossed into a filthy ditch, only to stumble home in the dead of night. Yet, the pain of his body paled in comparison to the agony of his heart. It felt as though a piece of his heart had been excised, irreparably broken, that he felt like a fool, having been toyed with by the heavens for over a decade. Why must it be this way? He tore at his own clothes in despair. At that moment, a sinister voice echoed in his ear. Because you are too weak." Ah Chong's eyes widened in shock. The room was empty, devoid of any other presence. Who was speaking? Was it an illusion? "Because you are so feeble. It is destined that you will be trampled underfoot. You hate them. You despise that wealthy family for their age, yet they seek to marry a young and beautiful concubine. You resent that vile woman for her lack of sentiment, for showing no compassion as you were beaten. You loathe her parents, who dismiss you while bowing to the wealthy. You harbor too much hatred. Yet, all you can do is hate. You can do nothing else." The voice remained clear and distinctly audible. Utterly real, that Ah Chong's heart raced as he frantically questioned, "Are you human or ghost?" "I am both, and neither. Does it matter?" The voice floated, imbued with endless temptation. "What matters is that I possess immense power, capable of making those you despise pay in blood." "Power? What do you mean?" Ah Chong pressed against the wall, trembling uncontrollably. "You are destined to live your life as an ant, unable to struggle even when trampled into the mud, left to harbor resentment until your dying breath. Yet I can grant you strength, make them regret crossing you in their next life, and cause this unjust world to tremble before you to do you desire it." Ah Chong's eyes widened, breath hitching in his throat as he stammered, "I want." "Then, are you afraid of death?" The voice grew increasingly alluring, and Ah Chong's eyes began to gleam with an unusual light, ensnared by a strange emotion. He felt like a traveler, parched from days in the desert, suddenly sighting a feast of wine and roasted meat, an irresistible urge surging from within. "I'm not afraid." "Then all you need is a simple transaction." "What transaction?" "Turn around." Ah Chong, upon hearing these words, felt a peculiar sense of confusion, as he was distinctly leaning against the wall. Yet, compelled by an inexplicable urge, he turned his head to glance back. That fleeting moment sent shivers down his spine. To his horror, he discovered a face upon the very wall behind him. The features were sharply defined, the eyes animated, an utterly lifelike visage. Did you feel a twinge of fear just now? Remember that fear. For in the future, what you shall bring upon them will be 100-fold, 1,000-fold of this terror. Are you not eager for it? The face gradually protruded, revealing a body clad in an eerie blue robe, swiftly materializing before Chong. Who are you? Chong stammered, trembling. Deep down, he suspected that this being was no mere human. Perhaps it would be more fitting to inquire. What manner of ghost are you? I am an envoy from the realm of spirits. And I am here to assist you, my friend, the apparition replied, its voice laced with a beguiling softness, as it produced an object from its robe and extended it towards Chong. Opening its palm revealed a filthy little copper coin, its edges sharp and worn. Take it, and you shall possess a power that instills dread. However, you must sell me your life that I end this unjust world. Such a deal is a rare fairness. Do you agree? Terror gripped Chong, urging him to flee. Yet another voice within him whispered, urging him to accept the coin and seek vengeance upon those who wronged him. Death held no grave consequence. He longed to drag those tormentors down with him. Just as his heart raced violently, a clear voice resonated from outside the window. I do not consent. The ghost furrowed its brow, casting a chilling glare towards the window, an aura of frost enveloping the room, causing Chong to shudder involuntarily. Turning back, he beheld a remarkably handsome young Taoist standing outside, clad in a pristine green robe, a bamboo hairpin casually securing his hair, exuding an unmatchable grace that Chong's first thought was, if only he looked like that, perhaps Asian would not have left him. Yet he quickly dismissed the notion that if he looked like that, would he still want her? As he spiraled into his thoughts, the young Taoist addressed him. Apologies. The door was not open, so I climbed over the wall. Chong nodded, bewildered. The blue-robed specter narrowed its eyes. Where did this little Taoist come from, so blissfully ignorant of danger? It was poised to strike down the young man. But a fleeting spark of realization ignited in its mind. Wait, a Taoist? Could this be? That Taoist, it scrutinized Li Chu, noticing the iron sword at his back, seemingly ordinary. Yet, out of caution, it inquired, Little Taoist, have you ever been to the Liu family ghost tower? A few times. Why? Do you have connections with the spirits inside? Li Chu retorted that if this ghost wished to engage in conversation, he had no qualms about indulging, hoping to unearth its origins and its motives for conjuring vengeful spirits. However, his aspirations were dashed. Upon hearing a few times, the specter's demeanor shifted drastically. It trembled as if startled, then turned to flee with astonishing speed, almost blurring into a streak of blue light. To prevent its escape, Li Chu swiftly drew his sword and struck. The blue-robed specter had summoned every ounce of strength to flee, yet upon sensing the ominous pressure of the sword behind it, it recognized the imminent approach of death. All it managed to do was send forth a desperate cry. I collided with a Taoist. Chapter 38. Slay the Taoist. Li Chu sheathed his sword, gazing into the empty night sky with a tinge of regret. Though he had dispatched the ghost, the spoils were scant, but he had an inkling that matters would not conclude so simply. Chong turned, staring blankly into the vacant courtyard, grappling with existential doubt. Where had the wall gone? Such a formidable barrier, and now it was simply gone. The Taoist's voice interrupted his stupor. I require your company back. Li Chu stated that it was prudent to ensure Chong left before the lingering resentment within him could manifest unexpectedly. Caution was paramount in such dire circumstances. After all, lives were at stake. Chong hastily rose, fear gnawed at him. Yet, when faced with a figure capable of effortlessly obliterating everything within a considerable distance with a mere flick of a sword, it was challenging to utter a word of refusal. Chu walked ahead in silence, while Chong followed closely, his head bowed. After navigating a few streets, Chong recognized the path leading to the county office. Summoning his courage, he inquired, Are you a dignitary from the Chaotian Ke? No, I am from the Yun Guan outside the town. Li Chu replied simply, shaking his head. "Oh, you must be the esteemed Taoist Li." A Chong recalled immediately. He had heard whispers of a remarkably handsome young Taoist from the Yunguan, and upon recalling Li Chu's visage, the pieces fell into place. Then a wave of sorrow washed over him as he remembered that Asian had told him about it. Li Chu sensed A Chong's profound sadness. Yet he was ill-equipped to offer solace. He guided him to the county office, where a trio of guards had recently intensified their vigilance, led by the head constable, Zhou Dafu, that he entrusted A Chong to Zhou Dafu, letting him handle the aftermath. Upon returning to the courtyard of the office, he spotted Li Sini waiting for him. "Did you resolve it?" Li Sini, aware of his mission, asked. "Yes, quite smoothly." Li Chu replied to Li Sini regarded him with a complex expression. Just the day before, they had discussed matters concerning divination, and she had intended to report to the sect for assistance. Little did she know. That very night, he would be able to survey the entirety of Yuhang town. Earlier, Li Chu had identified a location thick with resentment, preemptively positioning himself to eliminate the ghost that sought to sow discord among the populace. Yet, Li Sini longed to vocally question the man before her. Why had he acted so swiftly? But she understood that inquiries would yield no answers. During the day, she had already posed the question, and Li Chu had responded with an untroubled demeanor, stating he had mastered the heart-eye technique of the blind sword saint. That Li Sini cast him a captivating glance, filled with desire and longing. When a beautiful woman displays such an expression, few men can resist. Moreover, Li Chu had no intention of hoarding his knowledge. The blind sword saint was a figure of great renown, disseminating his unique techniques throughout the world. How could Li Chu be petty? Thus, he cautiously produced a small, rigid yellow book. Were this book presented by anyone else, Li Sini would have dismissed it as a scam. However, Li Chu's earnest expression led her to believe his outlandish claims. Cradling this secret manual, as if it were a precious treasure, she examined the cultivation method inscribed within, only to feel a flicker of skepticism, merely shutting one's eyes to sense the world, devoid of any incantations, and hoping to suddenly grasp the breath of all things. It appeared thoroughly implausible. Even children would not be deceived by such nonsense. "How ridiculous!" she exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Yet, Li Chu maintained his solemn explanation. "To observe the qi requires the heart-eye. You currently lack it. Take your time to attune yourself." Indeed, the text did assert that. However, to Li Sini, it felt like a personal affront. Regardless of her disbelief, Li Chu's ability to perceive qi was undeniably real, leaving her with no counterargument. Infuriating, the White Bone Mountain, the tomb of the fallen corpses. Once a verdant mountain, it was said that during the Battle of Hull, over 100,000 soldiers from the Southern Kingdom were executed here, leading to the desolation of the land. Centuries later, a catastrophic flood eroded the mountainside, unearthing a multitude of bones that scattered across the landscape. The locals reburied these remains, fearing the emergence of vengeful spirits, and summoned a master from the Qingyang Palace, one of the 12 immortal sects, to conduct a ritual. Henceforth, the mountain was dubbed White Bone Mountain, and the cavern where the bones were laid to rest became known as the Tomb of the Fallen Corpses. Centuries passed once more, at present. Moonlight slanted into the tomb, casting shadows of 4 distinct figures. To the east sat a figure garbed in the attire of a bygone dynasty, draped in flowing white robes that fluttered as if empty within. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a skull adorning the garment, its stark white bones and hollow eye sockets flickering with 2 ethereal flames. That it raised a hand, revealing a skeletal structure as pale as the moonlight. As its fingers moved, a piercing cry echoed through the cavern. I collided with a Taoist. The shriek ended in a chilling wail. This is the message from Lon Kai. He ventured to Yuhang town to gather life silver. And this is the only information he has relayed, that he must have encountered misfortune. The white-clad skeleton spoke in a deep, raspy voice. A Taoist. Is it the same one who wreaked havoc in the ghost tower? Questioned the imposing figure clad in heavy armor to the south. The moonlight failed to illuminate its face, revealing only the bloodstains and rust upon its armor, hinting at countless years of conflict. Its voice was grating, akin to metal scraping against metal. It is most likely him, the white-robed skeleton replied. Previously, when the incident at the ghost tower occurred, we feared that if this continued, The factions that defected from the Ghost Kingdom would eventually be annihilated by him. Thus, we hastened the collection of life silver. Who would have thought? Now even the gathering of life silver has fallen victim to his treachery. Foolishness! As long as we unlock the King's seal, those inferior factions will be plentiful to eye in our haste for success. We have instead sacrificed a ghost general. Haha. Seated to the west, facing the skeleton, was an immensely broad figure. Towering approximately 30 feet tall, with shoulders more than 10 feet wide, its humanoid shape was unmistakably inhuman. Its voice was deep and resonant, a chilling laughter reverberating through the cavern. "Hey you!" the white-robed skeleton barked. "You must understand, hastening the collection of life silver was a joint decision between myself and Lon Kai. Moreover, it is not to say that our reluctance to unlock the King's seal will spare us from death. That Taoist may very well be coming after us." Indeed, the final entity in the cave remarked. Seated in the shadow of the north, her voice sultry and beguiling. It was a woman. She spoke slowly. What formidable Taoist could suddenly emerge in this small town of Jiangnan? Most likely, either the White Jade capital or the Qingyang Palace has caught wind of something and is now watching us closely. "What shall we do now?" "I would like to hear your plans," inquired the white-robed skeleton. The armored ghost from the south replied, "The King's seal is on the verge of being broken. We merely require a bit more life silver. We might as well search elsewhere for it, even if it takes us farther afield, as long as it is safe." The white-robed skeleton remained silent. The entity known as He remarked, "Where can we hide? Are we not already far enough? I say, there are other practitioners elsewhere as well. Rather than cowering in fear of a single Taoist, we should eliminate him directly. Put an end to it all. That it is futile to place our hopes upon our king. Gathering life silver is not so easily accomplished. Before we know it, we may all be slaughtered one by one." The enchanting voice of the woman hesitated. "Even so, we are still unaware of the Taoist's true strength," Heiyu retorted. "If he were truly a master of exceptional prowess, he would have found us by now. How could we sit here, so calmly and deliberate?" But the woman was about to voice further thoughts when the white-robed skeleton interjected. "Enough. Heiyu and I are in agreement," the white-robed skeleton stated. "I too believe that eliminating him sooner rather than later is our best option. He has already wreaked havoc at the Ghost Tower and now obstructs our collection of life silver, clearly targeting us. Heiyu is right. We cannot continually rely on our king." Heiyu chuckled twice. Just as the sound of his laughter echoed in the cave, the white-robed skeleton added, "Then this matter shall be entrusted to you. Heiyu, first, investigate the Taoist's background and prepare for action. Qingjia and Hongling will be under your command. Ensure that everything is foolproof." Heiyu's laughter abruptly ceased. Hesitant, he paused before asking, "By Jian Yu?" The white-robed skeleton immediately responded, "I must remain here to refine the life silver we have previously gathered. This is a crucial moment I cannot afford to neglect. If this delays the breaking of our King's seal, it would be a grave loss." "But you," Heiyu attempted to say more. The white-robed skeleton interjected, "You wouldn't fail to execute this, would you? Just moments ago, you spoke with such fervor. I thought you were the true first ghost general. If you are afraid, we can take our time." "How could I possibly be afraid?" Heiyu roared, abruptly rising and striding out of the cave with a fierce momentum. His footsteps were as unblemished as a blank sheet of paper. Chapter 39. The assassin. "I have brewed a bit of dragon bone soup. Please, Daoist Shaoli, give it a taste." Gongsun Ro, donned in a silk home attire, entered with a bowl of soup. The soft fabric clung to her figure, accentuating her graceful and slender silhouette, reminiscent of undulating spring hills that at this moment she appeared in her truest form at home. With her flowing hair slightly disheveled and her face free of makeup, still exuding a gentle charm. "Thank you." Li Chu accepted the bowl, lifted the lid, and inhaled the aroma. It was delightful. "We do not have the custom of drinking soup in Chaoga. But upon arriving in the south, I discovered that every household enjoys it, and I have gradually grown fond of it." Gongsun Ro seated herself beside him, speaking softly to I Chu focused on the bowl of soup. Filled with a variety of ingredients, chestnuts, yam, and pig bones. Adhering to his principle of not wasting food, he fished out and consumed each morsel. Gongsun Ro then touched her flat, soft abdomen, saying, "I've gained a few pounds recently from drinking too much." as Li Chu waited for the soup to cool slightly. He decided to lift the bowl and drink directly from it. Were it anyone else performing such an action, it might seem ungraceful, but with him, it exuded an effortless charm. Gongsun Ro inquired, "What does Taoist Shili think?" "I specially learned to make it over 3 or 4 days. This is the first time I have made it for anyone other than my father." "Ah," Li Chu set down the bowl, exhaling contentedly, and smiled. "The flavor is exceptional. To be able to brew such a soup after only 3 or 4 days of learning. Miss Gongsun possesses remarkable talent." At once, Gongsun Ro's eyes sparkled with joy. She tidied up the soup bowl and took it back out. These tasks were usually handled by the servants in the yamen, yet she chose to do it herself after reaching the kitchen. She filled another bowl of soup before bringing it to Gongsunja. Although it was late, Gongsunja remained at his desk attending to official matters from the perspective of governance. He was indeed an exemplary official. Having only recently arrived in Yuhang County, he had already cleared the backlog of old cases within the jurisdiction, and his reputation as a good magistrate spread swiftly among the populace. "Father, try the soup tonight." "Taoist Xiao, Li just said it was delicious," Gongsun Ro said. "Haha," Gongsunja chuckled. "The first bowl for my practice was given to me, and today's better flavor is reserved for Taoist Xiao Li." "Is that so?" The father and daughter resided in adjacent cross courts within the yamen. After Li Chu moved in, he was arranged to stay in Gongsunja's cross court. Hence the daughter's earlier actions were noticed by her father. "Where's the truth in that? If you keep talking nonsense, I won't let you drink any more in the future." Gongsun Ro pouted. All right, I concede. Gongsunja laughed several times and began to focus on drinking the soup. The room fell quiet for a moment, when suddenly Gongsun Ro murmured, "If only Taoist Xiao Li could stay here forever." Cough, cough, cough. Gongsunja nearly choked on the soup, hearing her words and coughing for quite some time. "Father, what's wrong?" Gongsun Ro rushed over to pat his back. "Cough, cough, you little girl. Are you hoping for your father to be assassinated every day?" Gongsun just shot a glance at his daughter. Gongsun Ro had not thought much of it until her father's question made her blush. Yet she could not help but think, if only her father were not in danger, she could see Taoist Xiao Li every day. That would be wonderful. The moonlight was clear. Li Chu stepped out of his room and nimbly climbed the roof using a ladder that he had recently discovered that when employing the hard-eye technique. The lack of obstructions around him enhanced its effectiveness. Furthermore, the higher his position, the better the results. Recalling the old-fashioned antennas from his home, Li Chu chose the rooftop as his vantage point. Although he had slain a ghostly entity the previous night, he did not relax his vigilance over the lingering resentment. Gradually, he found himself developing a fondness for the sensation of surveying everything from the clouds. Today, no intense resentment manifested. Excellent. It seemed the entire Yuhang town had once again experienced a day of civility and harmony. As for the faint resentment present, there was plenty, yet such a degree of resentment was insufficient to attract ghostly beings. Thus there was no need for concern. Just as he contemplated retracting the hard-eye technique, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Outside the courtyard wall, a figure composed of both yin and yang energies stood. This was not unusual. However, in an instant, a powerful earthy yellow aura erupted from this figure's form. Li Chu had encountered this aura on Xiao Yu. It was demonic energy. Typically, a demon transformed into human form would not be detected unless it employed its demonic arts. Their demonic energy would be well contained within themselves. In this case, it suggested that a shape-shifting great demon lay in ambush behind the wall, unleashing its full demonic power. And in that fleeting moment of contemplation, it shot up into the sky, targeting Li Chu. It came with alarming speed. Leopard 5 was a silver-ranked assassin within the Qingyi Tower, known by the moniker Thunder Fist. Its modus operandi was brutal and ruthless. Those it assassinated never left behind a complete corpse. Yet it believed this was not its fault, but rather the fragility of its victims. With just a single punch, they would explode. How could it be blamed for being too forceful? He did it reveled in this sensation. Each time it witnessed a human body obliterated by its fist, splattering into pieces that danced through the air, it felt an exhilaration it could hardly contain. Because of this obsession, despite being a silver-ranked assassin, it took on an unusually high number of contracts that as a high-end force within the Qingyi Tower. Assassins of the silver rank generally controlled the caliber of contracts they accepted to maintain their stature. However, Leopard 5 did not care. It accepted every job that came its way, that in comparison to monetary gain, it was far more enamored with the act of slaughter itself. Today's assignment was no different, merely to eliminate a middle-aged human who posed no threat whatsoever. Previously, a foolish bronze-ranked assassin named 8-Armed Azura had failed and had since gone missing. According to the rules, it was time for the silver-ranked assassin to take action. Yet, the others of the same rank were reluctant to accept the task, deeming it far too simplistic. Thus, Leopard 5 arrived. Upon discovering that the target was a county magistrate, it swiftly altered its plans. Why settle for just one life? With so many humans safeguarding him, it would only be reasonable to obliterate them all. The thrill of slaughter is exhilarating. Once the blood begins to spill, the excitement only intensifies. Let us commence with that meditative little Taoist atop the roof. Observing his serene expression, one might surmise he is blissfully unaware of his imminent demise. Leopard 5 knelt, channeling its demonic energy, and leapt high into the air. Boom! Its body shot upwards like a cannonball, hurtling directly towards Li Chu. With its first strike, Leopard 5 unleashed its mightiest punch, aptly named the Heaven Collapsing, Earth-sinking purple gold hammer. Countless souls have perished beneath this fist, with none surviving. It has always been a guaranteed kill. As it clenched its fist, a sinister grin spread across Leopard 5's face. Let it explode before my eyes. There is no more beautiful sight than flesh and blood flying through the air. In a flash, Li Chu had just exited the state of his hard-eye technique. Caught completely off guard, suddenly, Leopard 5's fist struck him squarely in the back. Boom! The impact reverberated. Both combatants felt the tremor. Leopard 5's body jolted, and then, with a speed even greater than its initial approach, it pivoted and retreated along the same path that it swiftly soared, nearly transforming into a tempest of demonic wind, fleeing the county magistrate's office in Yuhang. By the time Li Chu stood upright, Leopard 5 had vanished like a bolt of lightning. Li Chu furrowed his brow in confusion, but he sensed a light strike upon his back. Though it lacked true pain, it felt substantial. But moments ago, there had been such overwhelming ferocity. Was it merely to deliver a blow that was more of a nuisance than a threat? What was this? Just a casual tap. He hadn't even caught a glimpse of the assailant before it had fled into the distance, leaving him utterly clueless as to its intentions after much contemplation. The only reasonable assumption he could muster was that this was a ploy to draw him away, that a mere lackey was sent to tap him. Once he pursued, the true assassins would strike at the unarmed county magistrate Gongsun. Li Chu, of course, would not fall for such a trick. He settled back into a meditative posture, this time with heightened vigilance. Previously, the vast perceptive range of his hard-eye technique had rendered him less sensitive to the changes around him. He must exercise caution in the future. Such an easily approached situation must not be permitted to occur again. The previous episode had been far too perilous. Had that punch been 1,000 times stronger, he might have sustained serious injury. The thought sent a shiver down Li Chu's spine. Chapter 40. Where are the assassins? Flee, flee, flee. Do not look back. Never look back. Leopard 5's heart thundered like rolling thunder. Nearly shaking its eardrums, after sprinting an indeterminate distance like the wind, it finally dared to pause, catching its breath. Almost immediately, a metallic sweetness surged up its throat, followed by excruciating pain in its viscera and dantian. Not to mention the limpness of its right arm. Surely, it must be shattered to pieces. Yet, it was the injury to its dantian that frightened it the most. It dared not examine the damage. But it could sense it dimly. Its demonic core must have cracked at a shattered core, misaligned organs, and broken bones. Essentially, this signified death. For a shape-shifting beast of many years, death is not a trivial matter, particularly for Leopard 5, whose agility, explosive strength, and incredible speed had enabled it to evade countless assassinations over the years. Those who could catch up to it were incapable of defeating it, while those who could defeat it could never catch up. Yet, it had never anticipated meeting its demise in such a ludicrous manner. When its all-out punch, the heaven-collapsing, earth-sinking purple gold hammer, struck the little Taoist, it felt no sensation of flesh tearing. Indeed, the opponent had not even flinched. And it sensed something was amiss. Could this little Taoist possess a body forged of adamantine? Even a mountain would tremble beneath such a blow. What astonished it further was that mere moments later, the very force it had unleashed rebounded with double the intensity. In an instant, it was as if the heavens had collapsed and the earth had quaked. This punch had unleashed unparalleled terror. Leopard 5 was instantly filled with dread. It turned and fled. Yet even as it ran, it could feel the backlash raging within its body. After a long while, it finally halted amidst a verdant grove, leaning against a tree, gasping for air. Since death was inevitable, it might as well conserve some strength to accomplish something worthwhile. The little Taoist had not pursued. Leopard 5 sensed that, throughout the encounter, he had not even cast a glance in its direction. Indeed, to him, it was likely just a mere insect. That an insect provoking him could easily be dispatched by the backlash alone. Why bother to chase it down? However, how could a human possess such a terrifying physical form? Why had such a deity suddenly emerged in this Jiangnan town? If he possessed such cultivation, why had he not revealed it sooner? To perish in such a manner is truly unsatisfactory. Yet there was nothing to be done. Such an enemy was not even worthy of inciting hatred within it. It hastily retrieved a palm-sized statue of a bluebird from its bosom, which appeared vibrant and lifelike. The statue held a scroll in its beak. It pulled it out, opened it, and wrote several words in blood. Taoist is terrifying, do not approach. Afterwards, Leopard 5 returned the scroll to the statue's beak and infused it with its last vestige of demonic energy. Whoosh, once infused. The statue unfurled in the wind, transforming into a genuine, resplendent bluebird, swiftly soaring into the sky. Watching the bluebird take flight, Leopard 5 finally exhaled a breath that if its sworn siblings were to learn of its demise here, they would undoubtedly return for vengeance. The outcome would surely be total annihilation. It must not come to that. Leopard 5 stared blankly in the direction of the departing bluebird, lingering long enough that its eyes remained wide open. Now, the bluebird had become a living creature. While it felt as though Leopard 5 itself had come to life in its final moments, it seemed to glimpse the image of its youthful self. Running beneath the setting sun, time passed swiftly, and summer was nearing its end. Li Chu had resided in the magistrate's office for some time now. In recent days, Yuhang Town had enjoyed an unusual calm. Those harboring deep grievances found the magistrate's constables arriving at their doors overnight to address disputes, refusing to rest until resolution was achieved. Justice was never delayed. The specter had yet to reappear, leading Li Chu to wonder if there had truly only been that one phantom stirring up trouble. The only change had been the soup sent by Gongsun Ro. Each day, she prepared varied concoctions for Li Chu, such as turtle, goji berry, and lily soup, reishi mushroom, honey date, and old duck soup, lamb and winter worm summer grass soup. Li Chu found himself puzzled. Why do all the soups sound like they're for nourishing the kidneys? Gongsun Ro, her cheeks flushed, replied, "A little nourishment never hurts." Li Chu pondered. Indeed. Moreover, he had spent these days within the magistrate's office with little interaction with the outside world, unaware that he had already gained some notoriety. Previously, he had relied on returning clients, such as Zhou Dafu and Wang Longqi, to build his reputation. However, this time, at Chunman Tower, his valiant display of slaying a baby spirit before the public had been witnessed by many young ladies. In this era, the hubs of information flow were predominantly large taverns, tea houses, and bustling gathering places. Among these, brothels represented the more upscale venues. When literati and refined gentlemen gathered in brothels, discussing matters involving eerie cases, they could scarcely avoid being inundated with tales of little Li Taoist and his handsome visage. Soon, these stories spread throughout the streets and alleys of Yuhang Town. On that day, Gong Sunja was invited to a banquet at a tavern in town, and Li Chu accompanied him. The tavern featured a special platform dedicated to storytellers. The storyteller struck his wooden clapper and began, "The most poignant sorrow arises on cool autumn nights. The wretched figure is utterly pitiful. Inviting wine, 3 cups to drown the heart, seeking fragrance, a chill in dreams at dawn. A tear-streaked phoenix hairpin, the peony flowers have withered, leaving me with no fate. In a lonely tower, the heart and moon are one. Yet neither can be hooked nor rounded." Clap. Ladies and gentlemen, today we shall not speak of kings and nobles, nor of talented scholars and beautiful maidens, but rather of an extraordinary individual from Yuhang Town. This remarkable person resides at Shili Slope, outside the town, in the Diyun Temple, and is none other than a young Taoist named Li Chu. As the storyteller recounted Li Chu's tale, his face flushed crimson. Typically, the audience for these ghostly tales consisted mostly of men. Yet here, the majority of listeners were young ladies, who seemed all too familiar with his exploits. Every time the tale reached a thrilling moment, they would cheer in anticipation. Some shouted "Little Li Taoist," others called "husband," or even "I love you," with a few audaciously exclaiming "Mother loves you." This left Li Chu feeling increasingly uneasy. Once the storyteller concluded Li Chu's narrative, the ladies dispersed with clear intent. Yet, in that brief interlude, the offerings left behind surpassed the usual daily amount. The storyteller, with a grin, revealed the joy of having discovered the key to wealth etched across his wrinkled face. Only after the ladies had all departed did Li Chu dare to leave the private room, treading cautiously. Recently, the flow of visitors to the Yun Temple had surged dramatically to Yu Qi and had endured the onslaught from women of all ages for several days. In the beginning, the sudden influx of pilgrims had him overjoyed, unable to contain his delight. However, as the number of pilgrims continued to swell, the old Taoist gradually found himself overwhelmed. Each evening, he would be left exhausted, pounding his lower back, holding a cup of tea steeped with goji berries, trembling as he gazed towards the direction of Yuhang town, tears glistening in his eyes. "Disciple, when will you return? Master misses you." In truth, Li Chu was also perplexed within the yamen. Where were the assassins from the Qingyi Pavilion? Was their plan to let Gongsun age to death? Chapter 41. The Fortune Talisman of the Koi. After waiting for several more days, Li Chu still had not encountered the assassins from Qingyi Pavilion, but instead he welcomed a professional team. One day, a group of 4 young Taoists arrived at the Yuhang County Yamen, clad in identical azure robes with white linings, their sleeves secured and trousers tied. 3 males and 1 female were all brimming with vitality. Upon presenting their credentials, it was revealed that these individuals hailed from the Shinshu Temple outside of Chaoga City. Disciples of the esteemed Taoist Chang Shochong. Gongsun shared a deep bond with Chang Shochong and had previously written to him for assistance upon leaving Chaoga. Unfortunately, at that time, Chang Shochong was traveling and had yet to return. Recently, upon his return to Shinshu Temple, he discovered Gongsun's plea for help and immediately dispatched 4 of his disciples to assist him, ready to heed Gongsun's commands. Gongsun was overjoyed. He introduced Li Chu to the group, and upon mentioning that Li Chu was from the Diyun Temple at Shili Slope outside of town, the disciples from Shinshu Temple displayed a hint of disdain in their eyes. Shinshu Temple was a prestigious Taoist institution with a millennium of heritage, holding a high status, second only to the 12 immortal sects in the martial world, that it was only natural for them to exhibit a degree of arrogance towards a provincial Taoist. Li Chu, however, politely nodded that he had always been courteous and did not mind how others perceived him. The leading young Taoist stated bluntly, "Since we are here, Gongsun Daren's safety shall naturally be our responsibility. It would be best if unrelated individuals refrained from interfering." He did not even spare a glance at Li Chu as he spoke. Though both belonged to the Taoist sect, the disparity in their respective backgrounds was as vast as the heavens and the earth, making it inappropriate for just anyone to refer to one another as fellow Taoists. Gongsun's expression shifted slightly, showing signs of displeasure, and he glanced at his daughter beside him. Gongsun rose and said, "Li Daozhong saved our lives. He is a benefactor to my father and me. While you esteemed Taoists are indeed disciples of a prestigious lineage, you are newcomers and may still require Li Daozhong's assistance to navigate these local circumstances." The young Taoist's demeanor softened as he replied, "My master has sent us here to be at your service. If Miss Gongsun insists on keeping him, we have no objections. I merely find it unnecessary." Gongsun Ro's brows twitched, as if she wished to say more to that moment. Li Chu interjected, "If my presence is not needed here, I would prefer to return to Diyun Temple." He was indeed relieved to have someone take his place, but he had not leveled up or earned any money during these days, and apart from excessively replenishing his vitality, he had gained nothing. Gongsun Ro, though reluctant, had no choice but to see Li Chu off, as he wished to leave. Among the Shinshu Temple group, a burly and unattractive Taoist, witnessing this scene, muttered indignantly under his breath, "Pretty boy." It seemed he was reminded of some unpleasant memories. The leading young Taoist looked at Gong Sun Ro's graceful figure, a flicker of cold arrogance crossing his eyes. From a distance, seeing the vibrant scenery of Shili Slope, Li Chu felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Finally, he was returning to familiar grounds that he envisioned himself daydreaming in the main hall, sharing meals with his master, and then leveling up at the Liu family's haunted house. Such a delightful and comfortable rhythm of life. But soon he found himself in a daze that was as if he had stumbled upon a strange scene. The renovations at Diyun Temple had been completed, nearly doubling in scale, mainly due to the expansion of the rear courtyard. Yet, it was not this that struck him as unfamiliar. Rather, it was the courtyard ahead was now filled with people, a queue extending out the door. Was this bustling scene truly the Diyun Temple he knew? Especially as the women waiting in line caught sight of Li Chu, they erupted into a cacophony of chaotic screams, and some bolder souls charged directly towards him, that Li Chu was instantly filled with dread. Danger, he turned and fled. After much dodging and weaving, he finally managed to shake off the crowd and leap into the front courtyard. His hairpin was askew, his clothes disheveled, and his face bore traces of red. Goodness, that he had never been so disheveled, even in the face of 100 demons. Upon returning to the temple, he found Yu Qian seated cross-legged on a mat, exuding an air of ethereal grace. Xiao Yuer, adorned in a female Taoist attire, knelt obediently beside him, holding a small basket in her hands. Both appeared utterly fatigued. The crowd that had come to offer incense had all rushed outside to pursue Li Chu, allowing them a brief respite. The coy maiden gazed at Li Chu, momentarily lost in thought, before breaking into a smile. "Master, you're back." Seeing that she still remembered him, Li Chu felt a surge of warmth. Observing Xiao Yuer's attire, he curiously inquired, "Has Yuer also become a Taoist? I merely had her wear this outfit to assist with reception. When you were away, everyone preferred to seek out Xiao Yuer for assistance," Yu Qian explained. A hint of melancholy in his tone, that was likely a poignant contrast for someone who had once been an idol among the middle-aged women of Yuhang Town, now relegated to the third most popular figure at Diyun Temple. "Why?" Li Chu asked. "Because they all enjoy hearing my blessings," Xiao Yuer replied with a giggle. Initially, an elderly woman saw Yuer at the temple and spoke of her family's matters. Xiao Yuer simply said, "May your wishes come true," and lo and behold, she returned to find she had a healthy baby boy. "Oh, it was her daughter-in-law who gave birth," Yu Qian quickly clarified. Afterwards, several others received blessings from Xiao Yuer, all of whom had their wishes fulfilled. Thus, Xiao Yuer became well-known in the area, and now everyone with a wish comes to speak with her. Seeking a fortune talisman to take home, Li Chu glanced at the small basket in Xiao Yuer's hands, which indeed contained intricately folded talismans that he was somewhat astonished. Can Xiao Yuer draw talismans? His surprise stemmed from the fact that Diyun Temple had never sold talismans before. He didn't know how, and his master had never focused on such trivial matters. "I can't," Xiao Yuer promptly shook her head in denial. "She is a coy, so she can draw whimsically." Yu Qian smiled as he stroked his beard. "Now, the fortune talismans drawn by Xiao Yuer can sell for 500 wen each." Li Chu was even more astonished this time. 0.2 of these talismans would amount to a tael of silver. And given the number of pilgrims outside, it seemed they could easily sell several hundred in a day. This was faster than picking up money. He couldn't help but grasp Xiao Yuer's hand firmly, saying, "You've worked hard." Xiao Yuer looked a bit dazed but felt she was being praised, which made her happy that, of course, among all those pilgrims, Xiao Yuer's fame was just a small fraction. The majority were drawn by Li Chu's renown. Due to the chaos caused by Li Chu's sudden appearance, master and disciple decided to temporarily close the temple gates. That Li Chu contemplated erecting a sign outside tomorrow that read, "Respect Taoists, practice civilized incense offering." He should also add a line, "No touching, violators will be fined. Hefty fines." Just as he had shut the door and was about to return to the back courtyard to rest, a series of loud knocks echoed from the door. "Sorry, we're closed today. Please come back tomorrow," Li Chu called out. "Li Chu? Is that you, Li Chu? Open the door. I need your help with something." A joyous voice called from outside. That was Wang Longqi. Li Chu's heart stirred, as if he could see friendship shimmering before him. Chapter 42. The Vengeful Ghost Alliance. After several days, Wang Longqi appeared significantly better. his eyes sparkling once more. Behind him stood a young man dressed as a scholar, clad in a dark blue coarse cloth long gown with a plain-colored lining, his slender frame giving him a delicate appearance, though his features were somewhat rugged, resembling a face that would not easily express emotions. When he looked at others, his eyes moved slowly, almost in a daze that Chu guided them into the front hall, carefully shutting the door before they each settled onto a mat. "What brings you here? Have you encountered another malevolent spirit?" he inquired of Wang Longqi. "Hey, this time it's not my fault. It's my friend here," Wang Longqi replied, patting the scholar beside him. The scholar then seemed to awaken from a dream, cupping his hands towards Li Chu and saying, "This humble one is Chen Zian. Greetings to you, Li Daozhong." "Hello," Li Chu nodded lightly. After Chen Zian greeted him, he fell silent, prompting Wang Longqi to sigh and continue on his behalf. "Zian and I were classmates." Li Chu was taken aback for a moment. Wang Longqi squinted his eyes. "Don't look so surprised. I know what you mean. This young master has attended school for a few years and performed quite well academically." Li Chu was even more astonished. Wang Longqi had actually been to school. Truly, one should not judge a person by their appearance. Chen Zian interjected. "Young Master Qi indeed studied alongside me for several years. Our teacher often praised his intelligence, saying that if he applied himself, he could certainly achieve academic success. Indeed, you have no idea how much our teacher favored me at the time, but unfortunately his daughter was even more fond of me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been expelled." Reflecting on his youthful past, Wang Longqi had much to lament. Li Chu had no interest in his past and bluntly said, "Let us get to the point of why you're here." "Oh, right." Wang Longqi immediately shifted back to the main topic. Zian currently resides in Hangzhou Prefecture, and this morning he returned to Yuhang Town to visit his family. However, while passing through Miaofing Mountain, his wife mysteriously went missing. "Missing?" "Yes. We were walking side by side in the mountains. Just a moment earlier, the weather was clear, and suddenly, a strange wind rose from nowhere, making it difficult to walk. At that moment, a temple appeared nearby, prompting us to seek refuge from the wind. However, as soon as we stepped inside, in the briefest of moments, my wife vanished without a trace, and no matter how hard I tried, I could not find her again," Chen Zian recounted solemnly, his speech deliberate and his eyes devoid of focus, perhaps a result of the shock he had experienced. Wang Longqi added, "In recent days, rumors have circulated in the town that there are monsters in Miaofing Mountain. Zian is concerned that his wife may have been taken by one of these creatures, that he came to me for assistance, hoping I could gather some people to accompany him into the mountains to search for his wife. I thought to myself, if there are indeed supernatural beings, it is imperative that I seek your help, that if you have the time, why not lend him your assistance? Are there really monsters in Miaofing Mountain? During my time at the county office, I have been somewhat isolated from news and have not heard any such reports. Nevertheless, they are unlikely to be formidable creatures. Otherwise, I would have sensed their ominous presence long ago. As my experiences in exorcising evil have gradually increased, I no longer approach such matters with the trepidation I once had. After all, courage stems from strength, and having encountered numerous malevolent entities without any being able to withstand a single strike from my sword has bolstered my confidence. Albeit slightly, that I remain acutely aware that I am merely in a small town, Yuhang, and must not underestimate the evils that lurk beyond. Yet I also feel that, at least within this modest realm of Yuhang, I can afford to be somewhat assertive. Thus, I nodded and replied, "Very well, there is no time to waste. We shall depart immediately. The sooner we embark on our search, the better." So I hurried back to the rear courtyard to exchange a few words with Yu Qian. Yu Qian smiled and nodded. "Return early. We shall have hot pot tonight." Before long, Li Chu, Wang Longqi, and the somewhat awkward scholar Chen Zian set out on the path leading to Miaofing Mountain. The landscape of Jiangnan is characterized by rolling hills, and Yuhang County is rich in mountains and waters, but they are typically just small mounds, with few truly grand mountains. Miaofing Mountain stands as the only significant mountain in the vicinity. Its slopes are steep yet not perilous, deep yet not daunting, adorned with lush forests and bamboo groves, making it a delightful spot for a spring outing. However, in recent days, tales of monsters have emerged, with more than one person claiming to have seen traces of these beings in Miaofing Mountain, resulting in a decline of tourists who would typically bring their families to this moment. Beneath a sheer cliff within the mountain, a towering giant, 3 zhang tall, sat cross-legged, clad in black. It exuded an aura of malevolence. Under the bright sun, it seemed to radiate a dark energy. Its visage was a grotesque parody of humanity, with protruding black fangs and a forehead marked by a twisted king pattern. Beside it stood a tall man clad in ancient armor, who, when compared to the giant, appeared diminutive despite his own stature. The armored man's complexion was devoid of color, a pallid shade of iron. Standing rigidly, even appearing somewhat stiff. Observing his hands revealed terrifyingly elongated nails. The two entities exchanged a heavy silence. After a considerable time, a flash of red darted past, and it was a woman in a flowing red dress, akin to a solitary crimson swan, her garments billowing like clouds, with ribbons fluttering gracefully. Yet they could not conceal her long, fair legs, which tantalizingly revealed themselves with each movement. These 3 beings, or rather, these 3 specters, were the same as those previously encountered in the corpse cave. Black Fong in green armor, they have set forth. The woman in red floated down gracefully, unveiling a face that, at first glance, was stunningly beautiful, with exquisitely crafted features that could be deemed flawless. However, upon prolonged observation, the perfection of her visage took on an unsettling quality. Have we taken the bait? The voice of the armored man was grating, akin to metal scraping against metal. Indeed, as I suspected, if we approach directly, he may become suspicious. Black Fong sneered. But if we seek him through his friends, he will not suspect a thing. Black Mountain Lord's strategy is commendable, the woman in red replied, her smile charmingly alluring. Black Fong turned his gaze toward her. It has been arduous for you to keep watch over his movements. This is indeed a perilous task. Actually, I have observed that young Taoist for quite some time. Apart from his remarkably handsome appearance, he seems rather ordinary, and he appears to lack any true energy. The woman in red expressed her doubts. I wonder if we have the wrong person. Impossible. We have gathered intelligence in Yuhang for many days. Everyone speaks of his prowess in exorcising evil. Who else could it be? Black Fong retorted. Those mortals know nothing. They merely echo one another. He does not seem to possess the strength to have slain Lon Kai. Perhaps it is his master? The woman in red speculated, her thoughts drifting to the old Taoist at the Diyun Temple, who always exuded an air of superiority, evoking suspicion. Black Fong furrowed his brow, the king pattern on his forehead glinting ominously. Regardless, now that he has arrived, he must die. If it is not him, we shall find another. Green armor stiffly licked his lips. If he is weak, then all our scheming would be in vain. In that case, I shall ensure he dies in the most excruciating manner. The woman in red surveyed the 2 grotesque beings before her, suppressing a sigh. What a pity it was to waste such a beautiful face. She resolved to skin it and preserve it later. Chapter 43. The white fox blocks the path from a distance. Miaofeng Mountain appeared lush and verdant as we approached. The sound of the mountain wind traveling from south to north through the valleys resonated, reminiscent of a mournful tune, lending credence to the mountain's name. With autumn approaching, a coolness began to permeate the mountains. The sound of footsteps crunching on fallen leaves grew closer as the trio arrived at the foot of the mountain. Chu walked in silence, not uttering a word. Chen Zian remained taciturn, his movements somewhat stiff. Although he was leading the way to search for his wife, he fell to the back of the group. Thus, only Wang Longqi's voice occasionally punctured the silence. Years ago, there was an old goddess temple on Miaofeng Mountain, reputed to grant wishes for children. Many would come to burn incense there. But then the temple fell into disrepair. Do you know why? Because later, Yu Qian, the Taoist, came to the Yun Temple, and everyone claimed he was even more effective for such wishes. Huh. Why aren't you laughing? Eventually, Wang Longqi fell silent, sensing the atmosphere had grown peculiar. Chu's reticence was to be expected. But Chen Zian had not always been this way. He would usually engage in conversation regardless of what was said, though this was likely due to the meals he often received. It seemed that he was preoccupied with the search for his wife and lacked the heart for jesting that Chu had previously employed his divination technique to scan the entire mountain. The vast expanse was saturated with mixed energies, demonic, shadowy, and human, but pinpointing the exact location of Chenzian's wife remained elusive. His divination could only perceive energies, unlike the true sight possessed by advanced cultivators. They could only proceed with Chenzian up the mountain to investigate. The trio soon arrived at a narrow section along the mountain path, where the road wound like a sheep's intestine. Flanked by towering cliffs, allowing only a straight passage forward that as they passed through, the mountain wind intensified considerably. Suddenly, Li Chu's nose twitched. The scent in the wind was off. There was demonic energy. Before he could closely inspect his surroundings, a thunderous rumble echoed, and upon looking up, they beheld a massive boulder rolling down from above the cliff. Given its weight, if it struck, the three of them would surely be reduced to a pulp. "Get back!" Wang Longqi shouted. Retreating a few steps at this moment, Chenzian also moved with surprising agility, backing away in haste. Conversely, Li Chu did not rush to evade. He stood his ground unperturbed, directing his gaze upward toward the cliff where the boulder had fallen. A flash of white passed by. Frowning in suspicion, he observed. With a resounding crash, the boulder hit the ground, causing the path to tremble, its echoes carried far by the wind. Though the sight of the boulder rolling down had been alarming, it had actually fallen a distance of 2 zhang away from them, posing no real danger. Li Chu returned his attention to the boulder, only to hear Wang Longqi exclaim, "Oh no, the path ahead is blocked. This." Chenzian's expression shifted. "There is only this one route up the mountain. If we take a detour, it could take us an additional 2 hours. Wang Longqi said anxiously. The prospect of an additional 2 hours meant that night would fall, complicating their search for Chenzian's wife. Li Chu then calmly stated, "Stand back." Huh? Wang Longqi was taken aback, quickly retreating behind Li Chu. He was all too familiar with this tone. Sure enough, Li Chu unsheathed his sword and swung it through the air, producing a sharp swish followed by a deafening bang. The boulder blocking their path exploded, shattering into fragments that rained down from above. This revealed the astonished faces of Wang Longqi and Chenzian, who had been hidden behind the stone. Wang Longqi's mouth hung agape, while even the typically expressionless Chenzian displayed an exaggerated reaction. They could hardly fathom how a single person wielding an iron sword could obliterate such a massive boulder. However, Wang Longqi was accustomed to the astonishment that Li Chu brought. Having witnessed even more astounding feats before, he quickly regained his composure and patted Chenzian on the shoulder. "What do you think? I told you Li Chu is formidable," he said, beaming with pride. Chenzian nodded vacantly. "Young Taoist Li is indeed extraordinary." Li Chu sheathed his sword nonchalantly, shaking his head. "I am merely at the beginning of my cultivation journey." With that, he resolutely continued forward, his cloth shoes crunching on the strewn stones along the mountain path, the sound of his steps humble. The 2 men followed closely behind him. According to Chenzian's description, the small temple where he and his wife had sought refuge from the wind was just beyond the tree line on the mountainside, not far from an open clearing. However, the 3 individuals traversed the hillside forest for quite some time. Yet they had yet to behold their destination. "What is going on?" Wang Longqi gasped for breath. "Where is the temple you mentioned?" Chenzian's expression darkened as he surveyed the terrain, saying, "It should be right ahead. But let's keep searching," Li Chu suggested after silently observing their surroundings. After approximately half an hour of further wandering, the trio still found themselves within the confines of the forest. What is happening? When did Miaofeng Mountain possess such an extensive woodland? Wang Longqi, exhausted, sank down onto the ground. Chenzian's face turned pale, his eyes betraying a hint of fear, as if he were apprehensive about something. Li Chu glanced around and remarked, "This is the 3rd time we've returned to this spot." "What?" Wang Longqi sprang to his feet. "Are we caught in a ghostly wall?" "It is a similar illusion, but it is likely the work of a demon." Li Chu acknowledged he had just discerned that the area was pervaded by a faint aura of malevolence, a scent that felt oddly familiar. This illusion was distinct from mere trickery. It altered the surrounding landscape, concealing the true path, which meant that even his formidable mental prowess could not prevent him from becoming ensnared. This was an unfamiliar situation for him. Yet knowing the predicament they were in meant there must be a solution. That it was akin to encountering an unseen question during an examination. In such moments, one must remain calm and contemplate. often within the unfamiliar lies principles that are well known. Thus, Li Chu seated himself in quiet contemplation. Wang Longqi inquired, "What troubles you?" Li Chu replied nonchalantly, "I am devising a plan." Wang Longqi turned to Chen Ziyan and remarked, "It seems your wife has indeed been taken by a demon. This is clearly a ploy to obstruct our path, preventing us from reaching her." Chen Ziyan ignored him, focusing instead on Li Chu, for before Wang Longqi finished his words, Li Chu had already risen. "Have you devised a solution?" Wang Longqi asked in astonishment. He knew Li Chu was typically quick-witted, but this seemed rather too swift. "Yes," Li Chu nodded. He had realized that this illusion relied on the terrain to mislead, such as the surrounding trees and rocks. Therefore, as long as those elements were absent, the illusion would lose its efficacy. That he drew his sword. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Wang Longqi hastily pulled Chen Ziyan back a few steps. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the mountains. With a single sweep of the sword, a blinding flash of light transformed into a colossal wave, sweeping across the forest. Wherever it passed, trees toppled and rocks shattered. The woodland, already sparse, was instantly reduced to mere hundreds of bare stumps. "Incredible!" Wang Longqi shook his head in disbelief. "Is this really necessary?" Chen Ziyan's eyes widened in shock, his pupils darting, before he suddenly exclaimed, "Over there!" As the obstructive trees vanished, the scene ahead was laid bare. Indeed, a small, dark temple stood not far away, appearing oddly out of place and quite peculiar. The three hastened towards it, but at that moment, a sudden roar from a nearby beast rang out, and a white figure darted towards Chen Ziyan. This time, Li Chu did not draw his sword. Instead, he seized Chen Ziyan and pulled him behind himself. The white figure, upon seeing Li Chu block its path, instantly changed direction, its tail flicking as it landed ahead, revealing its form that it was a slender, bushy-tailed, white fox. It crouched low, observing Li Chu, emitting a series of soft growls. When it turned its gaze to Chen Ziyan, it immediately bared its teeth, displaying a fierce demeanor. "Is this the demon that has captured your wife?" Wang Longqi inquired. I do not know," Chen Ziyan replied, shaking his head in a flurry. "I only know my wife vanished within that temple." "Why are you obstructing our path?" Li Chu questioned. He recognized this white fox, which visited the Diyun temple each morning, displaying utmost devotion. It was the very fox on the verge of transformation. He believed it would not commit any heinous acts. The white fox positioned itself at the temple's entrance, its expression menacing, clearly indicating that it would not permit them to enter. Wang Longqi declared, "This fox is undoubtedly a demon. It fears our entry." "Gore!" The white fox bared its teeth fiercely at him. Li Chu spoke softly, "Step aside." "Gore, gore!" The white fox called out anxiously, as if trying to convey something, but since it had yet to transform, it could not articulate human speech. Realizing that it could not deter them, it suddenly turned and dashed to the temple's entrance, raising its hind leg, that a jet of white liquid shot forth. Just then, a gust of wind carried an indescribable stench of urine toward them. Wang Longqi quickly covered his mouth and nose, exclaiming, "This fox is utterly shameless. This is clearly a sealing barrier." The white fox urinated at the temple's entrance, effectively creating a barrier that repelled any ordinary person from approaching even slightly. Chapter 44. The swallowing of the young Taoist. The small temple, which had abruptly appeared on the mountain, bore the inscription Mountain Lord Temple in large characters. That it was modest in size, featuring a single door with no windows. Entirely painted black, as if coated in ink. Inside, the light was dim, rendering it impossible to discern its interior. That a white fox, typically reverent in its worship, audaciously urinated within, suggesting that whatever deity was venerated inside was hardly of significant stature. Just as Li Chu pondered the fox's actions, a woman's delicate cry suddenly echoed from within the temple. "Husband!" Chen Ziyan's complexion shifted dramatically, losing all composure. "Wife!" He immediately attempted to charge into the temple, while the white fox continued to snarl at him from the entrance. Li Chu had already stepped inside. Seeing that he could not stop Li Chu, the white fox glanced around, then, in a flash, transformed into a white blur and fled. Li Chu covered his mouth and nose with his sleeve, desperately suppressing the foul stench of fox urine as he entered the Mountain Lord Temple, only to find that the small temple was fully furnished. Upon entering, the outside light and sound seemed to be utterly isolated, with a faint spectral glow illuminating the interior. That on the altar stood a black lacquered golden-eyed tiger, posed in a descending stance, exuding an overwhelming aura of ferocity, particularly its eyes, which were fixed directly at the entrance, akin to a hungry tiger stalking its prey. The temple was exceedingly cramped. One could see its end at a glance. And there was not a woman to be found. Chu quickly surveyed the surroundings, focusing his gaze behind the deity. If anything were to be concealed within the temple, it could only be in that obscured area behind the altar. He hastened forward, and beneath the black tiger, he indeed discovered a deep, ominous cave, emanating a strange crimson glow. Chu did not dare to step directly inside, but instead peered in from the side. Upon doing so, his pupils constricted. He beheld 2 rows of bloodied corpses suspended within the cave, all fresh and intact. If they were merely corpses, it would not have moved him. However, the very first figure in the nearest row to the left was a gaunt scholar clad in plain clothing. It was unmistakably Chun Zian. Boom. Before he could turn back to look at the Chun Zian outside the temple, the heavy door of the Mountain Lord Temple crashed down. Indeed, the door was like a drawbridge. Descending from above with a thunderous thud, in an instant, light vanished, plunging the world into darkness. Immediately, the ground beneath Li Chu began to tremble, the entire temple shaking violently. This small realm began to reveal its true nature. Outside the temple, Wang Longqi heard the delicate cry as well, observing Chun Zian's sudden change in demeanor. Chu charged ahead into the small temple, and he too revealed an expression of urgency. However, he pondered that the stench of fox urine was already overwhelming from outside. Entering now might cause him to faint immediately, that it would be better to feign concern and shout a few times. Once they were all inside, he could remain outside to keep watch. Thus, he pretended to shout, "Someone is inside! Hurry, save them!" Beside him, Chun Zian continued to yell, "Wife, wait for me. Do not be afraid." The 2 called out for some time. Then, they both sensed something was amiss. They exchanged glances, realizing that neither had taken a step forward. A thought flashed through their minds simultaneously. Could this fellow also be acting? Wang Longqi thought, "This is your wife. Not mine. I have no desire to endure that foul odor. Can't you manage it?" Chun Zian, however, wondered if he had discovered something. At that moment, he pointed behind Wang Longqi and said, "7th young master, look behind you." Wang Longqi turned around to see a stunning woman in a flowing red dress gracefully approaching. A vision of ethereal beauty that he instantly lost his composure, yearning to approach her, but upon a closer look, he felt something was amiss. The woman's features were undeniably exquisite, with perfectly arched brows, almond-shaped eyes, a delicate nose, and red lips. Yet combined, they produced an inexplicable dissonance, as if they ought not to exist on the same face. Wang Longqi's reason swiftly returned. In this desolate wilderness, the sudden appearance of such a bewitching and enigmatic woman, and Chun Zian's apparent familiarity with her, raised his suspicions even further. This facade is indeed quite appealing. The woman in red suddenly laughed, her voice akin to silver bells. But alas, having seen the skin of that young Taoist, viewing other men has become somewhat less intriguing. Listening to her words, Wang Longqi, despite his foolishness, realized that this person was not to be trifled with. He cautiously smiled and remarked, "Miss, your words are quite amusing." The woman in red abruptly shifted her tone, her gaze becoming piercingly sharp. "Amusing? I intend to skin you alive." Boom! As soon as she finished speaking, the heavy black gate of the small temple crashed down with a thunderous sound, causing Wang Longqi's legs to buckle in fear. "Don't scare me. I'm not afraid of you," he shouted, retreating several steps. The situation seemed decidedly ominous. The woman in red appeared to be toying with him, slowly advancing. "I am a ghost. Are you not afraid?" Wang Longqi glanced at the tightly shut temple door, swallowed hard, and bravely puffed out his chest, declaring, "Afraid? Not in the slightest. I, young master, am nicknamed the Phantom Knight. Would I fear a female ghost?" "Oh, then you are quite formidable." The woman in red chuckled lightly, as if preparing to make a move. Wang Longqi quickly exclaimed, "Do not act rashly. Let me tell you, that little Taoist you saw earlier is the nemesis of evil spirits in Yuhang Town. We're close friends. Brothers in life and death. Dare you provoke me? He will slay you with a single sword stroke. Is that so?" Before the words had left her lips, a tremendous roar erupted from the temple. As if it had been uprooted from the ground, that in the blink of an eye, brilliant light flashed, transforming the entire temple into a massive black tiger's head. This tiger's head gleamed as if coated in black lacquer and gold, its fierce eyes exuding a menacing aura, with a pair of jet-black fangs resembling cold, sharp blades. Then, its entire body erupted from the earth, letting out a thunderous roar. Suddenly, a suffocating aura of malevolence enveloped the surroundings. Swirling into a tempest that reeked of a nauseating chill, the wind howled from the tiger, the ghostly tiger. Wang Longqi was so terrified that he fell to the ground. The it turned out to be a colossal black tiger, nearly 10 zhang long. It had buried its body underground, leaving only its head above, manifesting as the temple. And Li Chu had willingly walked into its maw, consumed whole. Wang Longqi's heart sank as he realized the gravity of the situation. He glanced at Chen Zian, the very person who had led him and Li Chu here, now reverently gazing at the emergence of the black tiger, clearly having anticipated this outcome. Wang Longqi realized he had fallen into this villain's trap. Hearing a gust of wind behind him, he turned to see a tall man clad in heavy armor land nearby. He was a ghastly shade of blue, clearly not a living person, and moved with an unsettling stiffness. In his sharp-clawed right hand, he held a nearly lifeless white fox. Although it was Wang Longqi's first encounter with such a creature, a single word quickly surfaced in his mind: zombie. This fox almost ruined our grand scheme. I wonder what connection it has with that little Taoist. It shall accompany him in death. The armored zombie's voice was grating, akin to metal scraping, sending a chill down Wang Longqi's spine. When he glanced over, the creature's gaze met his, and it coldly inquired, "Just now, you claim to be close friends with the little Taoist, brothers in life and death?" The tone was ominously chilling. Wang Longqi shivered as he hesitated and managed a smile more grotesque than a cry. Saying, "Well, we are more like ordinary friends." After a pause, he added, "Not very familiar, actually." Chapter 45. Why does your stomach glow? Heiyu, in life, had been a great demon. In death, he transformed into a ghostly tiger, retaining formidable power. In the realm of the living and the dead, typical spirits had to accumulate hundreds of years of cultivation to ascend to the rank of ghost general. Yet from the moment Heiyu arrived in the ghost realm, he was already among the most powerful of ghost generals. However, some years ago, when the king selected one from among his ghost generals to be promoted to ghost commander, he chose Bai Jian instead. When Heiyu directly asked the king why he was not selected, the king's reason was that Bai Jian had a brain. Heiyu pondered this for a long time, confused as to where Bai Jian's brain might be, given that his skeletal frame was empty. Years later, he finally understood that the king's implication might have been that he himself lacked intelligence. He felt a little angry, but dared not retort. While the king was still alive, Heiyu, as the most valiant ghost general, held a status not inferior to that of Bai Jian, the ghost commander. However, when they followed the king in rebellion against the ghost realm, the king was soon sealed away, and their circumstances deteriorated. Bai Jian, as the ghost commander, became the decision-maker of their faction. Qingjia, Hongling, and Lan Kai also supported Bai Jian, all convinced that the skeleton indeed had a brain. Ridiculous. Heiyu was determined to prove his intelligence through this endeavor to slay the Taoist, that a tiger's head, a tiger's brain. As expected, his plan succeeded splendidly. The unsuspecting little Taoist had willingly walked into the tiger's maw and was devoured whole. After transforming into a ghostly entity, Heiyu's belly no longer contained any organs. It was merely a cavern filled with malevolent energy, where any living creature sent within would perish in an instant. Without exception, after some time, they would be refined into wandering spirits to aid him in luring more prey. Roar! Heiyu let out a triumphant roar that echoed through the mountains. Wang Longqi sat helplessly on the ground, despairing as he gazed at the zombie, the painted skin, and the ghostly tiger, pondering how he might escape unscathed as for the female ghost. Perhaps he could employ the art of seduction. After all, it wasn't his first time. The zombie traditionally sought to drain blood and kill. Perhaps he could leverage that fox's assistance. If he could coax the white fox to urinate on him, the zombie would likely lose its appetite. Although he wondered if the poor fox was even in the mood or had the ability to comply. The enormous black tiger. Wang Longqi dared not even glance at it, only calculating in his mind. First, he would draw his dagger for self-defense. Should it charge at him, he could slide beneath its belly and gut it. What a splendid plan! With his heart set on this strategy, Wang Longqi wasted no time in transitioning from sitting to kneeling that he knelt on the ground, pitifully pleading, "Great Lord, spare my life." Realizing the futility of his thoughts, he was no fool. In this dire situation, it was clear that begging for mercy was his only recourse. The terrifying black tiger took just 2 steps to approach him, smacking its lips before suddenly asking, why does my mouth taste so strange? Qingjia lifted the white fox, and Hongling quickly shot it a warning glance. Stopping it, then said, "Hey you, don't ask. You don't want to know." Heiyu's tongue, lined with barbs, licked and licked, growing increasingly convinced that something was amiss. At that moment, the small Chinzian piped up. "Black Mountain Lord, I've done as you commanded. You've eaten the Taoist, so can you now release my wife?" "Your wife?" Hongling stepped forward, seductively asking, "Do take a good look at my nose. Does it not resemble your wife?" Chun Zian stared at her face, glancing several times, his expression turning to one of panic. "Didn't you say that once I completed this, you would return my wife?" Heiyu laughed mockingly. "Do you truly believe that those consumed by me can be resurrected?" But I'm clearly still alive." Chen Zian shook his head. "Are you truly alive?" The black tiger leaned closer, bringing with it a foul stench and an unsettling aura. "You are merely a wandering spirit that has been refined by me. Previously, I only said that to prevent complications. Now, should you refuse to obey my commands, I can make your soul scatter at any moment." You lied to me." Chen Zian felt as if all strength had been drained from his body. Collapsing to the ground, he did not concern himself with his own life or death, but the thought of his wife never returning plunged him into despair. Heiyu sneered, "Qingjia, deal with them as you see fit." Qingjia grinned wickedly. Revealing its sharp, white fangs, Wang Longqi's face turned pale. "Stop!" Chen Zian suddenly raised his head, shouting, "Since you have harmed my wife, could you spare young Master Qi? He is my dearest friend. He is innocent." Qingjia regarded him, then glanced at Wang Longqi, slowly nodding. "Very well. I have always respected those who value loyalty." In life, he had been a general who had met his end while covering his comrades' retreat, and even in death, he remained steadfast to his principles. "Really? I can leave?" Wang Longqi, experiencing a miraculous turn of fortune, was overjoyed. He hurriedly got to his feet, then looked up at the massive black tiger. "Before I go, I have one question." Heiyu lowered its head, its dark pupils reflecting the feeble figure of the human. Wang Longqi pointed at it. "Why does your stomach glow?" Heiyu bowed its head, unable to see its own lower abdomen. However, both Qingjia and Hongling could, and they quickly displayed expressions of shock. Beneath the massive form of Heiyu, a faint white light began to emanate. Initially just a point of light, it soon elongated into a line, rapidly expanding into a broad fissure. A torrent of white radiance surged forth like a colossal wave. This was the glimmer of sword light. Boom! An expression of disbelief flashed in both Qingjia's and Hongling's eyes as they shared the same thought. How could this be? Heiyu's mind was devoid of any thoughts as the white line continued to extend. Its tiger head and body were instantaneously cleaved in 2.1 tiger, became two to those present, both human and ghost, watched in astonishment as the towering, ghostly tiger was abruptly severed in half. Suddenly, a cerulean figure emerged gracefully, landing lightly on the ground. His countenance was strikingly handsome, and his aura exuded an ethereal quality, as if he were a celestial being descended from the heavens to cleanse the mortal realm. Clad in pristine azure robes, he appeared untouched by any speck of dust, as though he had not just been devoured, but had instead just emerged from a refreshing bath. Hong Ling let out a sharp cry. "Let us attack together." "Agreed," Qingjia echoed, soaring forward with a swift motion. The flying corpse, those who could become ghost generals and escape the fierce battles of the ghost realm, were undeniably endowed with extraordinary abilities. Jia was no exception. Transforming from an ordinary zombie into a rare flying corpse, it had traversed a tumultuous journey, never before facing such a grave crisis. Yet past experiences informed it that when one believed their adversary to be invincible, a final effort often revealed that the enemy too harbored fears. Indeed, just as it had recently escaped peril, a formidable foe suddenly approached, causing Li Chu's heart to shudder in a moment of urgency. He swiftly swung his sword once more. Having just cleaved Blacktooth in two, this strike was aimed at Jia. Jia had always possessed great confidence in its physical form. The zombie body was more resilient than steel and could soar through the skies, making it rare for even the most formidable practitioners to find a means to subdue a flying corpse. It had never anticipated that someone could slay it with a single sword stroke. As its upper and lower halves separated, the lower half continued to surge forward, while the upper half clattered to the ground. In the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, it beheld Hong Ling's silhouette. Already far beyond the confines of Miaofeng Mountain, it turned out that her earlier cry to attack was a plea for it to charge ahead, buying time for her escape. Jia cursed internally. The female ghost lacks loyalty. Chapter 46. The king on the verge of manifestation, the verdant mountains stood silent, only the wind whispering through the trees. The sunset arrived swiftly, the moment Blacktooth was slain. Chun Zian, as a wandering ghost, also dissipated into nothingness. His expression was serene, perhaps contemplating the long-awaited reunion with his wife. Wang Longqi stood in a daze, watching Chun Zian vanish before him, his gaze complex. How could even you be a ghost? Reflecting on the events of recent times. Excluding his reckless venture to the ghost tower, he recalled the encounters with ghostly maidens, former lovers, and past friends. Each turned ghost, he felt a wave of despair wash over him, lowering his head as he began to question life itself. Could it be that there are no living souls left in this world? A figure clad in azure robes approached him. Wang Longqi managed to compose himself somewhat. Regardless of how many ghosts existed, Li Chu was certainly not one of them. Li Chu lifted the severely injured white fox from the ground, intending to return it to the Yun Guan for healing. In hindsight, this white fox might have been cultivating at Miaofeng Mountain, inadvertently uncovering the plans of several specters, and sought to thwart his entrance into the temple. The thought of its willingness to resort to public urination to prevent his reckless endeavor touched Li Chu deeply. Wang Longqi's melancholy lasted only a brief moment. Once they reached the foot of the mountain, his words began to flow once more. This fox possesses such spirit. Why not take it home to raise? I promised to treat it with the finest care. Upon realizing it was an exceptional fox, Wang Longqi's interest grew significantly. This is no ordinary fox. It is a fox spirit on the verge of transformation, Li Chu explained. Transformation? It is about to take on human form? Wang Longqi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. A fox spirit. If he could cultivate a bond with it before its transformation. Li Chu regarded the glimmer in his eyes with perplexity. Was a transformed fox not still a fox? What was there to be so excited about? Once it has recovered, you may inquire further. If it consents to recognize you as its master, I have no objections. Li Chu replied nonchalantly, by the time they returned to the Yun Guan. Night had begun to fall. Yu Qianan noticed the white fox cradled in Li Chu's arms and inquired with curiosity, "Did everything go well?" Li Chu nodded, "Relatively well. Did you help that scholar rescue his wife?" "No." "And the scholar?" "He is dead." Yu Qianan blinked, bewildered. How could this be considered well? Li Chu then recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon finishing, Yu Qianan's eyes narrowed. "These ghosts, they were specifically targeting you." Indeed, Li Chu had sensed something amiss from the onset. This was clearly a trap laid out for him. They had even investigated his social connections, using Wang Longqi as bait to ensnare him, leaving him utterly defenseless in truth when he was swallowed by that black tiger and enveloped by the oppressive aura. He had caught a whiff of danger. Had he remained within that potent, malevolent energy for a year and a half, his body would likely have suffered significant harm. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. These specters were truly malicious. They had murdered an innocent couple merely to ensnare him. Yet he questioned what grievance he could possibly have with such malevolent entities, for he had always acted with grace and kindness. What ghost could harbor such deep-seated enmity against him? It soon dawned on him. The life-saving money he had purchased. The matters concerning vengeful spirits were indeed far from simple, contemplating that a group of exceedingly ruthless ghosts lurked in the shadows. Fixated on him, Li Chu felt a prickling sense of unease. Nevertheless, this venture had not been without its rewards. The experience gained from the black tiger and the zombie exceeded his expectations. The zombie was roughly equivalent to 2,200 lantern monsters, while the black tiger equated to approximately 4,396 lantern monsters. From the perspective of experience, this had been the strongest opponent he had encountered thus far, despite the battles being relatively similar in scale. Consequently, his level surged past 73, nearing 70-4. As one progresses, the experience required for each level increases dramatically. However, correspondingly, the subsequent growth in strength is also considerable. In this perilous world, strength is the foundation of existence. Previously, he had felt somewhat dominant within the confines of Yuhang Town, but now he cautiously retracted that confidence. Even in such a small locale, unforeseen dangers lurked, ready to erupt at any moment. Alas, how terrifying. While he was lost in thought, Yu Qianan had already tended to the white fox's wounds. Little Yue, beside him, continuously stroked the fox's fur, her expression one of joy. The fur was soft and smooth. Delightful to touch. Yu Qianan's eyes sparkled, as he mused, if only we could keep it here while it heals. We could cultivate our bond before it transforms. A fox spirit about to take human form. That was notoriously. Li Chu regarded the glimmer in his master's eyes with a sense of déjà vu, as if he had seen it somewhere before. At Baigu Mountain, in the corpse cave, a skeleton clad in loose robes sat cross-legged, facing a trembling woman in red. This cave had once hosted as many as 5 ghost generals seated in a circle. It had since dwindled to 4. And now only 2 remained, staring at one another in silence. The night wind swept in, bringing a sense of desolation to the 2 specters. I knew that useless Blacktooth would fail. But to think, 2 ghost generals would perish outright, Bai Jian said in a low voice. It was my miscalculation. No, it was not. Hong Ling shook her head. Blacktooth's scheme was quite successful. He managed to swallow the young Taoist. Yet he emerged unscathed. Her tone still carried a hint of panic and disbelief. Such a physique, what realm is he in? Bai Jian inquired. I cannot sense his true energy fluctuations, and he does not appear to be a martial artist. Perhaps he possesses some ancient, extraordinary lineage. Hong Ling replied. In any case, he is not someone we can contend with. Bai Jian looked at Hong Ling, internally sighing. Clearly, she had been thoroughly frightened. They had both narrowly escaped from the brutal conflict in the ghost realm. It should not have come to this. One could only imagine how terrifying that Taoist was. Rising, Bai Jian declared, given the severity of this matter, it seems we must seek the king's decision. Hong Ling raised her head. You intend to awaken the king? Though it may provoke the king's wrath. There is no alternative. The deaths of 3 ghost generals are an unbearable loss. As Bai Jian's figure retreated into the depths of the cave, a new fear surfaced on Hong Ling's face. The terror of the Taoist descended like a storm, but the fear of the king was deeply etched into the hearts of every ghost general. Far more profound in the depths of the cave. A rumbling vibration echoed, reminiscent of magma churning beneath the earth. Before long, Bai Jian returned. Every bone in its frame trembled uncontrollably, emitting a cacophony of cracking sounds. What news? Hong Ling asked. Bai Jian's tone was grave. The king may wish to meet him personally. Chapter 47. A new trend in the Jianghu. The white fox departed. The physique of a spirit being is inherently far superior to that of a human. And after several days of careful tending, it healed swiftly. However, it declined Yu Qianan's invitation to stay. The bond between the white fox and the 2 disciples of the Yun Guan could be described as a connection of incense offerings at best, or merely a fleeting acquaintance at worst. Its willingness to risk itself to thwart Li Chu was already an act of utmost benevolence. To expect it to forsake its freedom to recognize a master was an exercise in futility. Midway, Wang Lonqi had excitedly approached once more, inquiring if the white fox wished to follow him, ostentatiously flaunting his wealth. However, it was evident that his well-rehearsed charms proved ineffective against the virtuous fox. Without a word, the white fox promptly doused him with a splash of hot water, awakening him to reality. The days at the Yun Temple have become increasingly bustling since Li Chu's return. The temple has been inundated with visitors, predominantly women, comprising 90% of the patrons. The remaining 10% of men are generally there to catch a glimpse of the charming girl, Xiao Yuer. Indeed, the young girl, often referred to as the Koi Maiden, has garnered her own following. Apart from her pure and captivating appearance, the primary reason lies in local gossip that a single blessing from her could manifest one's deepest desires. A warning sign has been erected outside the Sanqing Hall. Practice civility when offering incense, and respect the Taoist priests. Touching is prohibited. Violators will be fined. While this sign effectively cautions the majority of eager visitors, for a small subset of the wealthy, the threat of fines is merely a price tag. There remain those who wish to take the risk for a closer encounter with Li Chu. At such times, he often showcases his remarkable agility and sternly warns that the Yun Temple is not a lawless domain. I implore you, young lady, to exercise prudence. Surprisingly, the more aloof his demeanor, the more infatuated these individuals become. Akin to a legendary peculiar constitution, Li Chu is left bewildered. Initially, the temple master, Yu Qian, felt disheartened for a time, yet he had no choice. Those old acquaintances who once followed him had long outgrown their fervor. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the previous waves onto the beach. Alas! However, he soon emerged from his sadness, exhibiting the high caliber expected of a temple leader, in the front courtyard of the Yun Temple. Master Yu erected a grand board displaying the names of the top 10 donors of incense for the month. The patron ranked first would receive a complimentary exorcism by the esteemed Taoist Shili. The remaining 9 would each be granted a specially crafted talisman. This subtly created an atmosphere where proximity to the top of the list symbolized deeper affection for Shili. The patrons were instantly enraptured. The incense offerings received at the temple in a single day began to surpass those of the entire previous month. Master Yu's face beamed with joy, akin to a blooming chrysanthemum. Nevertheless, Li Chu felt uneasy about the situation. After all, they were a temple, earning money through alleviating people's misfortunes, not a gathering place for literati and scholars. It seemed Yu Qian discerned his unease, thus reassuring him, "Disciple, times have changed in our era. Those with strength spoke the loudest. The powerful were always right. But that is not the case anymore. There are not so many malevolent spirits to vanquish. The current world lacks the bloodshed of yore. Those with followers are deemed in the right. Look at those ancient legacies, the 12 celestial sects, and the hidden families. They all need to present a few representative figures to the world. Take for instance Zhang Yunting from the Xinqiao sect, or Qing Jinling from Guanghan sect, or the most renowned figure from Hangzhou, Zhang Luming of Chaodianke. These celebrated heroes and heroines often have thousands of admirers wherever they go. Their sects benefit from their fame and go to great lengths to maintain their image. Every time these prominent figures attend a sect event, they meticulously plan their entrance, donning garments worth a fortune, and afterward seek out storytellers to recount their feats across the land. Compared to them, our endeavor seemed trivial, that if we could leverage your renown to promote the Yun Temple, why not take advantage of it? Li Chu nodded, understanding the rationale, that in truth, he was quite familiar with such dynamics, that in his previous life. This was a commonplace phenomenon of idol worship, yet he had not anticipated such a culture emerging so early in this realm. Although he still found it somewhat peculiar, he refrained from voicing further objections, for the benefits they provided were truly substantial. That on a day, in early autumn, a group of 3 entered the land of Yuhang. Leading them was a robust man with golden hair and curly beard, his voluminous hair and imposing stature drawing the attention of passers-by. To his left stood a lanky man with a sharp, monkey-like face, adorned with 2 small black tufts of hair by his lips, an appearance that at first glance suggested he might not be a good man, but upon closer inspection seemed increasingly sinister. To his right was another striking woman, dressed in a white cross-collar dress, with an embroidered red bodice, cinched at the waist with a water-green satin ribbon, exuding a languid grace. Most captivating was her ample bosom, which stood majestically. Her hair was styled in a double-flower cloud bun, her skin as smooth as cream, and her bright eyes sparkled, making her a woman of considerable charm. Unfortunately, such an alluring visage often went unnoticed at first glance. The golden-haired giant surveyed the bustling town ahead and declared in a booming voice, "We have come here to avenge Old Five, and we shall not return to the Chingy Tower until we succeed." The lanky man interjected sharply, "Brother, lower your voice. Soon everyone selling pancakes by the roadside will know we're here for Old Five's revenge." After a moment, he continued in a slightly lower, yet still resonant tone, "Old Five's mission was to assassinate the county magistrate of Yuhang. Killing a mere mortal should not be a daunting task. However, the repeated failures suggest the magistrate is under protection, that if we persist in our attempts on this magistrate, we are likely to encounter the one who killed Old Five. Ah, brother, let us not be hasty. Have you forgotten our earlier discussions?" The lanky man urged. "Didn't we agree to deliberate carefully?" The golden-haired giant frowned. "Then where do we begin?" Old Five's last message indicated that the Taoists are fearsome and warned us against seeking revenge. Given Old Five's temperament, for him to say such a thing indicates he was genuinely terrified. Since we have resolved to come, we must not recklessly march to our demise, that we should first investigate whether the magistrate has any Taoist protectors. If so, we must ascertain their backgrounds and devise a plan to ensure a swift and decisive strike. That is how revenge should be approached. Wouldn't you agree?" The lanky man urged slowly. The golden-haired giant solemnly replied, "Very well. We shall follow your lead." At that moment, the woman in white yawned languidly, the buttons of her bodice tightening suddenly, causing nearby pedestrians to collectively gasp in surprise. How itchy! Her nose felt peculiar. Sensing a strange atmosphere around her, she lazily squinted and inquired, Why are all these people bleeding from their noses?" The lanky man covered his nose and replied in a muffled voice, "Perhaps it's just the dry autumn air. Let us find a place to settle down first and deliberate carefully." The golden-haired giant also covered his nose and echoed, "Agreed. We shall deliberate carefully." Chapter 48. The Dream Lover. Though autumn arrives late in Jiangnan, it has inevitably come. With the weather gradually turning cooler, that Li Chu observed the still vibrant and lightly clad female patrons, feeling a twinge of confusion. Aren't they cold? Such girls, who willingly reveal their graceful figures regardless of the weather, are akin to celestial beings. Our only role is to bestow upon them our ardent gazes, providing a semblance of warmth and solace. "Master," you stated with conviction. Li Chu nodded. Somewhat understanding, as noon approached, a commotion erupted among the patrons in the front courtyard. Someone shouted, "Which little vixen dares to cut in line? Drag her back, shameless hussy. Don't you know you must follow the rules to meet Taoist Shaoli? Step aside. I am a member of the Zi Wei under the Chao Tian Ke. Who dares to block me?" Li Chu hurriedly led the newcomer to the back courtyard. Li Sini, her hair disheveled and brows furrowed, pouted as she sat at a stone table, arms crossed and exuding an air of indignation. Of course, her mood was hardly any better. Li Chu poured her a cup of tea, and she gazed at the young Taoist, sighing, "It's truly difficult to meet you these days." Li Chu nodded. "The incense offerings at the temple have been thriving lately," Li Sini replied with a hint of sarcasm. "Indeed, you've become quite famous. Just the other day, I returned to Hangzhou and heard people discussing you." Li Chu replied nonchalantly, "I've simply earned a lot more money, gained recognition from many, and received countless praises for my work. Beyond that, there is not much else." Li Sini's chest heaved in frustration, with words she wished to express teetering on her lips. Yet upon seeing Li Chu's expression, she ultimately held back. What had she, the renowned heroine of the martial world, strived for all this time? Was it not precisely these accolades? How could he maintain such an indifferent demeanor? In the tales of Shao Li's exploits, her shadow was not absent, yet she was often reduced to labels such as riding coattails, lucky winner, freeloader, or a mere foot soldier of the Chao Tian Que. It was infuriating. Even more vexing was that whenever she encountered difficulties beyond her ability to solve, she still had to seek Li Chu's assistance. Ever since the vengeful spirit case, she had remained stationed in Yuhang County. After a period of relative tranquility, she should have returned to Hangzhou. Yet just a couple of days prior, Li Chu had mentioned being schemed against by several ghostly entities. He merely informed her as a matter of routine, considering innocent lives were at stake, but Li Sini detected an unusual undertone. Ghostly beings that could appear in daylight were typically known as day-roaming ghosts, and each was far from benign. Their nature inclined them towards darkness, And even if they could withstand the harsh sunlight without perishing, their strength would be significantly diminished. Thus, if a ghost dared to commit foul deeds in broad daylight, it could not be an ordinary day-roaming ghost. Perhaps they are all at the level of ghost generals. According to Li Chu, at least 3 ghost generals have gathered in Yuhang town, although he has already slain 2 of them. Yet, behind this, there must be an even greater threat lurking. She increasingly yearned to uncover the truth behind the vengeful spirit case, perhaps even to unearth a ghost commander. If she were to resolve this matter, not only would she gain renown, but a promotion and pay raise would also be inevitable. Thus, she decided to remain to AS for while Li Chu was able to emerge unscathed from the trap set by 3 ghost generals and even counterattack 2 of them. She no longer wished to inquire. Asking too many questions could sap one's motivation in life. That said, her visit to Li Chu today was unrelated to the vengeful spirit case. While in Yuhang County, all strange cases reported by Zhou Dafu would be directed to her, and she had handled many minor matters easily. However, a peculiar incident had recently arisen that even she could not resolve. With a gentle breeze caressing her, she gradually recounted her tale to Li Si Hud. At the foot of Miaofeng Mountain lies Gejia village, which also falls under Yuhang County. The village has but one major landlord, the Gu family, with the rest of the populace primarily serving as tenant farmers cultivating land for the Gu family. Unlike the Wang and Zhao families in the town who amassed wealth through commerce, this ancestral estate has been passed down through generations, and its lineage is formidable that I end the current generation. Although Master Gu has taken 7 concubines, he has only one daughter that as he ages, he has grown more accepting and has no desire for more sons. Cherishing this sole daughter as his prized jewel, Miss Gu is not only beautiful, but also possesses a lively spirit, endearing her to many. Master Gu hoped to find a suitable son-in-law for her, yet his search bore no fruit. About half a month ago, Miss Gu suddenly began to exhibit signs of languor, her vitality seemingly sapped. Despite summoning numerous physicians, none could discern her ailment, attributing it merely to a malady of the heart. When asked if she harbored any worries, she would only blush and remain silent. One of her maids, attending to her late at night, overheard her speaking in her dreams, as if engaged in conversation with someone, questions and answers exchanged. And upon closer inspection, the content was rather inappropriate. After several instances, the maid could no longer keep this secret and reported it to Master J. At this point, the Gu family had not considered the possibility of malevolent spirits. They merely thought Miss Gu was suffering from some physical ailment. Master Gu wondered if his daughter, having reached marriageable age without a suitor, was perhaps beginning to yearn for a man. Thus, he resolved to actively seek a son-in-law, and as soon as word spread, young men from miles around came flocking. This prompted Miss Gu to emerge from her silence, mustering her spirits and causing quite a commotion. Amidst the chaos, Master Gu offered some counsel, suggesting that marrying sooner rather than later would not be a bad thing. To his surprise, Miss Gu retorted that she had already set her heart on Zhang Lang, declaring she would marry no one else. This revelation left the entire family astounded. So, she had already given her heart to someone? Could her recent malaise be due to lovesickness? Master Gu did not wish to hinder her. Having a beloved was a good thing, and regardless of the young man's background, he would be willing to bestow his family's wealth to ensure his daughter's happiness. Yet his daughter obstinately refused to reveal the identity of this Zhang Lang. After much coaxing and deception, she finally divulged that Zhang Lang was a figure who had entered her dreams every night for the past month. He was exceptionally handsome, a paragon of grace, and possessed remarkable talent. Able to articulate his thoughts with ease, he was attuned to the delicate sentiments of a young lady. In short, there was no one more perfect in the world than him. In her dreams, Miss Gu had already journeyed to the heights of romance with him, again and again, amidst torrential rains. It was only after these consecutive downpours that Miss Gu awoke, feeling increasingly listless. Yet, she did not attribute this to Zhang Lang's influence, believing it was merely the result of her own overthinking. She knew not whence Zhang Lang came, nor to where they would go, but she felt that her time spent with him was unparalleled. A joy she would embrace even in death. Master Gu was taken aback. This was not a mere infatuation. It was clearly a case of a spirit ensnaring his daughter. He dared not delay and promptly reported the matter to the authorities, seeking the aid of the officials from the court of heaven to exorcise the malevolent spirit. Unfortunately, Miss Go was vehemently resistant, and Licini found it challenging to ascertain further details. She had stood guard outside Miss G's chamber for 2 days without encountering any trace of malevolence. Yet Miss G's dream talk persisted, that it seemed. This was not a mere illusion conjured by a spirit, but rather that the spirit was indeed traversing the realm of dreams. She recalled a legendary ghostly entity known as the Yenji. This creature specifically infiltrated the dreams of individuals to siphon away their vitality, making it notoriously troublesome. That in desperation, she sought out Li Chu. It had become almost a habitual thought process. Li Chu had little experience dealing with such entities. Yet he did not decline. After all, he could not stand idly by while a young maiden was harmed by a ghostly presence. He had to at least make an attempt. Thus, he and Licini journeyed to Gujia village. The entirety of Gujia village was dominated by an expansive estate, undoubtedly belonging to the landlord, Master Go. Upon arriving at the Go residence, Master Go profusely expressed his gratitude, clasping Li Chu's hand and making numerous promises. He assured them that should they eliminate the malevolent spirit, there would be no shortage of rewards. However, Li Chu was no longer the naive young Taoist who had never seen wealth. He calmly replied, "I will do my utmost to rid the spirit and save Miss Go. It is certainly not a matter of money." Master Go, sensing the heightened firmness in the young Taoist's grip, nodded vigorously. I understand. How could the young Taoist concern himself with such mundane matters? However, this is all I possess. If my daughter emerges safely this time, the promised reward can be doubled. Li Chu's grip lightly tightened, causing Master Go to wince. After some pleasantries, Master Go personally led the two to Miss G's quarters. Upon entering the courtyard, they heard Miss G's frail, yet piercing voice emanating from within. "Do not harbor any more foolish hopes. Zhang Lang is the finest man in the world. We have already pledged our lives to one another. Even if I starve to death or hang myself here, I shall never be swayed by another. Begone!" Following this was a cacophony of objects being thrown, as a group of matchmakers, covered in dust, scurried out. Licini clicked her tongue, murmuring, "This Miss Go is becoming increasingly difficult to manage." Chapter 49. Upon seeing Li Chu, one mistakenly commits for life. Henceforth, Zhang Lang is but a stranger. Miss Go lay on her bed, disheveled and pallid, her once fair and plump visage now gaunt and hollow, her once radiant eyes devoid of luster. Yet, she seemed unfazed, for once she entered the realm of dreams, her beauty would be restored, even surpassing her former self, that as long as she appeared pleasing before her beloved. Was that not sufficient? Of late, she had been feeling increasingly weak. Merely raising her voice to scold those matchmakers left her feeling dizzy. She had not intended to shout, but those matchmakers were far too excessive, puffing up their own daughters as though they were rare treasures, all the while scheming for their family's wealth. Even if they brought those men over, they would not be worthy to hold Zhang Lang's shoes. She gradually regained her composure. She heard footsteps approaching. A maid stepped out from behind the screen, announcing, "Miss, the master has brought someone to see you." Miss Ge's brow furrowed once more, and she retorted, "Have I not said that I wish to see no one? Tell them all to, Her words trailed off, her voice growing faint. Perhaps her eyes were deceiving her. What did I just see? A broad figure, obscuring her view, and an unpleasantly rotund individual. Oh, it was merely my father. Behind the corpulent figure followed a young man clad in a Taoist robe. Dressed in azure with a white collar, his long garment cascading elegantly, exuding an effortless charm. His hair, loosely gathered with a bamboo hairpin, appeared casually arranged, yet was undeniably stylish. Those brows and eyes sparkled like stars scattered across the heavens. How could such a nose and lips be so exquisitely perfect? Is such a visage and demeanor even real? Ah, Miss Go could not help but flush, emitting a soft moan. Master Go hurried forward, asking, "My dear, what is the matter? Are you unwell?" Miss Go hastily covered her mouth. "What? That sound just now was clearly a sigh from my heart. Did I unconsciously let it slip? How utterly embarrassing. Yet, how could one contain themselves upon beholding such a face?" Li Chu's gaze met Miss Ge's, and in that fleeting moment, she felt as though his eyes were arrows piercing her heart, accompanied by a resonant shatter, as if something within her began to flow forth, warm and slippery. Good heavens, such a transcendent and stunning man exists in this world. The tears of Westlake, my waters, I would willingly become aflame with you. Li Chu regarded Miss Go, inwardly noting her darkened brow, ashen complexion, and lack of vitality, and even some eye discharge. Indeed, a manifestation of having her essence siphoned away by a ghostly presence. The last time he encountered such a situation was with Wang Longqi, who was ensnared by a ghostly bride for an entire night. Yet Miss Ji's condition appeared even more severe. If not addressed promptly, she might soon meet her demise. Their gazes lingered beyond 2 breaths, and Miss Ji's heart raced nearly to a halt. He is gazing deeply into my eyes. Oh my heavens! Wait a moment. Miss Ge suddenly recalled that she had not washed her face in 3 days. Surely, I do not still have any eye discharge, do I? Ah. She busily covered her face with the quill that Mrge observed his daughter's complexion shifting erratically, her gaze wandering uncertainly. Suddenly, she seemed too shy to face anyone, prompting a wave of concern within him. My dear, what troubles you? Miss Ge, hidden behind a quilt, responded in a muffled tone. Father, do not speak. I am willing. Ah! Mrge was momentarily taken aback. Willing for what? Who brought him here? Miss Gu extended a frail hand, pointing at Li Chu. I brought him here, replied Li Sini. Miss Gu glanced at her with a hint of confusion. Which matchmaker are you from? I don't believe I've seen you before. Never mind, just go collect your 100 taels as a reward. I consent to this marriage. Lixini blinked in disbelief. Who am I? Exactly. I've been here to exorcise evil for 2 days, and you don't even remember who I am. Moreover, what marriage do you consent to? You can't possibly be harboring feelings for little Taoistly. Can you? Are you out of your mind? Just because you consent doesn't mean I do. What about the countless women of Yuhang Town? How infuriating. But I must maintain a smile. Li Sini forced a smile. Miss Ge, you may be misunderstanding. I am not a matchmaker. Miss Ge's eyes darted about. Whether you are a matchmaker or not is irrelevant. Is he here for a courtship? Li Chu looked bewildered. Of course not. Without another word, Miss Ge fainted. My dear, my dear. Mrge hurriedly slapped her cheeks and pinched her philtrum, while saying, Little Taoistly, my daughter is in a fragile state. Please speak gently and do not provoke her. I apologize. After much commotion, they managed to rouse Miss Ge. She weakly gazed at Li Chu. You are not here for a courtship? Mrge immediately anxiously turned to Li Chu. After a moment's contemplation, Li Chu replied, to put it delicately, absolutely not. Miss Ge's vision darkened, and she nearly fainted again. Thankfully, Li Sini swiftly slapped her face, bringing her back to consciousness. She covered her burning cheeks, looking dazedly at the others. The Li Sini gestured at Li Chu, indicating he was responsible. That a blissful smile broke across Miss Ge's face, and the burning sensation transformed into a pleasant warmth. That Li Chu spoke with utmost seriousness. Miss Ge, your current predicament is exceedingly perilous. We are here to rescue you. Miss Ge's face filled with terror. Is that true? Indeed, Li Chu nodded. You have likely been ensnared by a specter, which is siphoning your vital energy. If this continues, you may perish within 3 days. How wicked! What should I do? Miss Ge gazed at Li Chu with wide, helpless eyes. Li Chu replied, Tonight, you must meet it as usual, and I will attempt to eliminate that ghostly entity. All right, little Taoist, you must save me. Seizing the opportunity, Miss Ge grasped Li Chu's hand. I am only 19. I do not wish to die yet. Rest assured, Miss Ge, we shall do our utmost. Li Chu discreetly withdrew his arm, leaning back slightly to increase the distance between them. So, can you sleep with me tonight? I am afraid, Miss Ge asked bashfully, her eyelashes fluttering. Both Li Chu and Mr. Ge were momentarily taken aback. Li Sini quickly interjected, We will monitor the situation outside the bedroom. Miss Ge can rest assured that we will not leave you alone. That is precisely what I meant, Miss Ge replied, her face flushing with shyness. Li Sini was left speechless, her eyes widened in disbelief. She had seen through Miss Ge's little scheme and couldn't help but smirk inwardly. You may be a maiden in reality, but you have been indulging in dreams for so many days. Why pretend to be innocent? She then disdainfully huffed in the direction of the Tianke purple guards and said, "However, Miss Ge, do not let yourself be bewitched by your zhonglang. Do not lose your wits that if you cannot control yourself, we will also be unable to save you." Zhonglang. Miss Ge was taken aback, her eyelashes fluttering incessantly, her face betraying a look of "who is he?" This left Li Sini truly impressed. "How remarkable. You are truly something, Gutsuo." Chapter 50. Unrivaled in the dream realm, dreams are a wondrous phenomenon. As the saying goes, what one thinks by day, one dreams by night. Yet one cannot truly control what they dream of at night. Moreover, those who dream often do not realize they are dreaming. All sensations within the dream are perceived as reality, as if a transient world has been conjured. Legends say that if a person dies within a dream, they may give rise to a malevolent spirit known as Yin. This spirit possesses the ability to enter others' dreams, siphoning their vital energy to cultivate its power. Once its abilities deepen, it can forcibly drag others into dreams. Such spirits are rare but exceedingly difficult to deal with once they manifest, for they can easily harm others within dreams. And no one can contend with Yin therein. That To eliminates such a spirit, one must locate its true form and suppress it. That night, Li Chu and Li Sini stood guard outside Miss Ge's bedroom. Each in silent meditation. Two ethereal dragons of qi drifted around Li Sini's nose, their tails coiling rhythmically in sync with the circulation of her internal energy. Li Chu, however, did not rely on meditation to augment his power. He was employing his third eye technique to survey the surroundings. While Yin comes and goes from dreams without a tangible form, the absence of visibility does not imply a lack of presence, but he sought to use his aura perception method to discern any traces of its presence. As he became increasingly adept at employing the third eye technique, he gradually gained insights. The range of perception afforded by the third eye correlates with the depth of one's spiritual focus. If he only perceives within a radius of 10 zhong, he can move freely without being affected. However, if he expands his perception to encompass all of Yuhang Town, he must fully immerse himself, causing his other senses to dull significantly. This state is inherently perilous. After some time, Li Sini completed 2 full circulations of her energy and slowly opened her eyes to gaze at the moon, now high in the sky, filled with curiosity. "Why is it so peaceful tonight?" she whispered that on previous nights, Miss Ge would have already begun her sleep talking. Just then, a faint voice emanated from within. "I am not asleep yet." Li Sini smacked her forehead in realization that, oh wonder, Yin can pull those who are asleep into dreams, but can do nothing to those who are awake. Thus, theoretically, one could avoid Yin's influence by refraining from sleep. However, this was merely theoretical. If Miss Ge wished to sever ties with Yin, hiding would be futile. According to their prior agreement, Miss Ge was to attempt to uncover the origins of Yin that night, specifically its true form. Unexpectedly, she was suffering from insomnia. Hearing their conversation, Li Chu was about to open his eyes when he suddenly noticed a nearly transparent wisp of smoke hovering above the Ge residence. It had arrived. Was this the power Yin used to enter dreams? Unfortunately, the smoke was too elusive. Li Chu could not discern its path of arrival, since Miss Ge had not fallen asleep. The smoke could not penetrate the door, swirling above the roof, that he heard Miss Ge say meaningfully from inside. "When I was a child and couldn't sleep, my father would gently pat me to lull me. If only someone could come in and pat me now, I should be able to sleep." Li Chu did not respond, as he was wholly focused on observing the smoke. Li Sini suddenly stood up. "I will handle it." Miss Ge hurriedly protested. "No need. It's not a bother. I feel." Just as she attempted to decline, Li Sini had already pushed open the door, striding to the bedside, and expertly struck the back of her neck with a swift chop. The force was precisely calibrated to render her unconscious without causing any harm, and it felt quite satisfying that Li Sini clapped her hands, having found Miss Ge irksome for quite some time. That Miss G's eyes fluttered closed. The swirling smoke began to slowly descend, merging entirely with her body. Amidst verdant hills and clear waters, with bird song and fragrant blossoms, 2 figures suddenly emerged in a picturesque scene. Miss Ge, shedding her previous frailty, now donned a pale yellow silk dress adorned with pearl tassels, her hair styled in an elegant celestial updo, embellished with a string of luminous pearls. with bright eyes and pearly teeth, her lips a rosy hue. Her slender figure exuded an air of delicate charm, rendering her exceptionally endearing. Before her stood a young man clad in a green robe, that he wore a green round hat inlaid with emeralds and jade. His long robe billowing gracefully, exuding an elegant demeanor. With a visage akin to jade and starry brows, he was indeed a rare beauty among men. That it was no wonder that before meeting Li Chu, Miss Gu had been utterly captivated by him. However, at this moment, as Gu Zihua gazed upon her beloved, the adoration in her eyes had faded, replaced by a complex expression. After a moment's hesitation, she softly inquired, "Zhang Lang, you previously mentioned that your name is Zhang Yuyin, a native of Chaoga. Yet you have yet to tell me why you have come to Yuhang County." Zhang Yuyin regarded her with confusion. "Suehua, why do you ask this?" "Because I wish to see you, not merely in dreams. I wish to meet the real you," Miss Gu faltered in her words. Zhang Yuyin's gaze bore into her, a flicker of brilliance flashing in his eyes before his expression shifted dramatically. His tone turned harsh. "You have betrayed me." Miss Ji's expression turned serious as she anxiously exclaimed, "Zhang Lang, what are you talking about?" I merely asked out of curiosity." Zhang Yuyin sneered. "Do you think you can deceive me? In the realm of dreams, I possess omniscience and omnipotence. Your thoughts cannot escape my perception." Miss Gu retreated several steps, finally realizing why she had previously felt that Zhang Lang was so perceptive. It was not due to any empathetic understanding, but rather that all her thoughts were laid bare before him. The realization was utterly terrifying. "Let me see who it is who could make you waver. Isn't it better to be with me? Here, I possess the most handsome visage and unparalleled abilities. There can be no one in this world more perfect than I. How could you possibly change your heart?" Zhang Yuyin's gaze turned cold, his voice low, as the emerald jade hat atop his head shimmered ominously. Suddenly, he turned his head to the distance, raging, "Is it him? How dare he be so close to you?" With a swift motion of his hand, a hazy mist materialized from thin air. The mist dissipated. Li Chu's figure emerged. Li Chu was quite astonished that moment. He had not succumbed to sleep, but was instead in a state of heightened awareness through his inner vision technique. Though his spirit was somewhat immersed, it could be classified as deep meditation. The fact that a nightmare could draw someone in deep meditation into the dream realm was a testament to a level of skill that transcended simple explanations of dream entry. The intricacies of such a phenomenon likely warranted extensive study. This was his first experience stepping into another's dream world. Although forcibly pulled in, upon a brief assessment, it seemed not dissimilar to the outside world. While he silently observed his surroundings, Zhang Yuyin fell into silence, but he was the nightmare, a being of the ethereal. Everything around them was a dreamscape woven by him, including his own corporeal form. This visage was crafted according to his memories of the most handsome features, an ideal face that existed solely within his imagination. Yet today, he discovered that some beings could exist beyond his wildest dreams. In short, he had never fathomed that a person could possess such an appearance. After a moment of silence, his countenance, which could be deemed perfect but paled in comparison to Li Chu's, began to contort grotesquely. Zhang Yuyin suddenly roared, "I want you dead." With that command, the heavens and earth shifted. In this dream realm, he was the sovereign. He wielded all the powers that his imagination could conjure. Not to claim he was a deity of the land, but at the very least, his words held the weight of law. With a thunderous sound, a massive, brilliant beam of light descended from above, akin to divine retribution. In an instant, it enveloped Li Chu's tall figure. D. Zhang Yuyin cackled sinisterly. Killing someone within a dream would not result in their immediate demise, yet it would inflict spiritual harm that if he remained fixated on Li Chu, he could strike him down each time Li Chu fell asleep. Much like siphoning Miss Ji's vitality, ultimately leading to Li Chu's death from spiritual exhaustion. That was his intent. The existence of someone whose beauty surpassed even his dreams was intolerable to a being like him. Yet soon, an even more intolerable event unfolded. As the towering beam of light dissipated, the mountains beneath them were nearly flattened. Yet, in its wake, a figure slowly rose from the ground. Li Chu furrowed his brows. Indeed, the nightmare was formidable, and the force of that last strike was nearly suffocating. He had been knocked down. Furthermore, he had sustained minor injuries. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He wiped it away and drew his sword. Zhang Yin stood momentarily dumbfounded. Why was this happening? I am the nightmare. This is my domain within the dream. I am invincible here. Yet, what is this overwhelming sense of impending doom? When Li Chu swung his sword, Zhang Yuyin suddenly recalled that the so-called invincibility within dreams had its limitations. That limitation was the extent of his imagination. Everything within the dream could manifest according to the nightmare's thoughts, and his utterances would dictate reality. However, imagination could not be conjured from nothing. It must be based on something seen, heard, or conceived, at the very least. The amalgamation of the most handsome features he had ever encountered paled in comparison to Li Chu's face. Even the limits of power he had witnessed seemed inferior to Li Chu's sword. Could it be? In that fleeting moment when the sword light loomed overhead, a sense of absurdity flashed through Zhang Yuyin's mind. Could such a person truly exist in this world? I must be dreaming that I had hurts,